Alright everybody, welcome. I'm going to give a very brief introduction here before we start. I put together a little supercut. These are the first 5 episodes of the Christopher Knowles appearance on the Higherside Chats podcast. The Higherside Chats is a podcast hosted by Greg Carlwood. I hope you're going in blind, because you're going to be in for a wild ride. If you're not though, and if you're a returning guest just wanting to listen to these episodes again from the beginning, that's pretty much what I had in mind. You're in for a wonderful Synchromystic web, ancient rituals, ancient cults, Lucifer's tech, and my personal favorite of all of his podcast appearances, my personal favorite, the song to the Siren. You'll see what that's all about, surrounding Liz Fraser and all sorts of strange deaths, synchronicities, rock stars. I won't spoil any of it. Without further ado, here's Greg Carlwood.
Here we go, Higherside Chatters. How the hell are you? Drinking a little drink, smoking a little smoke, and raising that middle finger high to the oppressive power pyramid propped up on the backs of the common man. From sunny San Diego, I'm Greg Carlwood, and today is a real treat because we spend a fair amount of time trying to analyze occult symbols and mystical messages from Hollywood, NASA, award shows, and nearly everywhere else they pop up, wondering if we're ignorantly witnessing the manifestation of some ritual magic of the elite, if they're paying tribute to some multidimensional deity, or if we're blowing everything out of proportion. We see it, we'd love to understand it, but most of us really don't have the years of study it takes to be familiar with the roots, the origins, the ancient traditions, and the entities that are sometimes being referenced. But lucky for us, today's guest has just such a context. His name is Chris Knowles, a bona fide expert in synchromysticism, occult analysis, pop culture symbology, and alternative history. He's also the man behind the Eagle Award-winning book Our Gods Wear Spandex, The Secret History of Comic Book Heroes, as well as The Secret History of Rock and Roll, The Mysterious Roots of Modern Music. He's also co-authored the quintessential X-Files tome, The Complete X-Files, behind the series, the myths, and the movies. But that's not all, folks. You might also know him as the guy behind the popular Secret Sun blog at secretsun.blogspot.com, where he provides a similar breakdown on all things interesting. An honor and a pleasure. Chris, my man, how the hell are you?
I'm doing all right, Greg. Good to be here.
Yeah, man, thanks for doing this. I am pretty psyched. I've seen tons of interesting info from you at this point. I mean, you've written about how rock and roll is just a repackaging of ancient mystery cults, how superheroes are just a repackaging of the gods of mythology, and I'm noticing a pattern here, man. I mean, is anything original anymore?
No, not at all. It's just the human psyche, recycling the same old archetypes over and over again. We can't help it. It's in our makeup. We face the same old crises and we respond in the same old ways. It's just part of the programming.
The secular nature of time.
Yeah, where exactly that programming comes from, it's an open question, but it seems to be the same old patterns manifesting themselves over time. They just do so in different ways. And once you peel away the surface details and peek underneath, you'll see the same structure underneath. It's all the same underneath once you get past the superficial aspects of it all. So we're the same creatures we've always been. I don't really think things have changed all that much. I mean, technology has changed, but it hasn't changed who we are, at least yet. We hear a lot of talk about transhumanism and all that kind of stuff, and I think that's all a bunch of hype. I'm very skeptical about it because I actually read the articles beyond the headlines, and it's all speculation and pseudoscience. I think we are who we are and have always been, and we really take for granted how elaborate and technologically advanced in their own way the ancients were. They had steam engines and very elaborate forms of storing and retrieving information in their libraries and things like that. And then they had, I think they had more powerful brains than we have. I think our brains are withering. I think the technology that we have is crippling our brains. They were smarter than we are. I really believe that very strongly.
Yeah, I'm with you. I kind of feel that way too. But it is a pretty big 180 from the conventional thought, because it seems like we're taught this idea that we've been on a steady incline of progress throughout humanity's history. But when you look at the depth of their art and writing, even just a couple hundred years ago, it seems pretty clear people were reading works well above the level of a Maxim magazine. I also think it has a lot to do with the education system and our slow devolution process. We're losing ground in nearly every category for as long as I've been alive, and that seems pretty calculated and orchestrated as well.
Yeah, there's definitely a devolutionary process at work. There's no question in my mind. I'm a student of, popular culture. When I was researching Our Gods Were Hispanics, and I was just looking at the level of popular culture, say in the 30s, I mean, it shows a level of sophistication in the artwork and in the writing and stuff like that puts us to shame.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even need to go back that far. I mean, go back and look at an issue of Time magazine or Playboy magazine or just any popular magazine from the early 70s and look at these little slivers, these little pamphlets that they put out now, mostly pictures, dumbed down analyses. They seem to be afraid to burden our minds with too much text.
Right.
That's 40 years. That's a blink of an eye.
Mm-hmm.
That's not even anything in the span of human history. 40 years is nothing.
Right.
If you just go to any used bookstore or, anything like that and look at the old magazines, you'll be shocked. You will literally be shocked to see how we have devolved, how things have just seemingly fallen apart. And, a lot of it is the educational system.
Yeah.
But a lot of it is technology. I mean, we've become so over-reliant on technology. Google searches replacing memory. Human memory is a powerful tool, and we've allowed it to wither because we can just use these crutches.
Yeah.
So
that's true. The technology aspect is right on, because I can still remember phone numbers from when I was 12, 13, 14 years old, before there were cell phones. I still have those numbers in my head, but I've been with the same girl for 6 years. I don't know her phone number.
Yeah. Because you probably have it on speed dial.
Exactly.
I remember when I was a kid, you had to actually dial phone numbers. You had the dials. It was even before touch tone.
Right.
I mean, I remember when touch tone phones came along, that was like, oh my God, this is like, super science. But anyway, I digress.
Yeah. So a lot of this, the type of analysis that you do is picking apart recent events or the latest to come out of our engineered pop culture or statements from NASA, these kind of things. And, things seem to be moving pretty fast sometimes, especially now. I mean, what are some of the numbers, symbols, connections that you're seeing in the news stories or current events that we've seen lately?
Well, I'll tell you something. I got to a point a few years ago. I was doing a lot of that stuff. I was really tuned in to the news, and I started to feel like an accomplice. I started to feel like I was being used. I started to feel like I was part of a process, that I was like a link in a chain. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I get that vibe sometimes myself.
They put these symbols out, they put these numbers out, they put all this crypto information out, and people don't understand it, and people don't process it until somebody comes along and says, hey, this is what this means. Look at this, pay attention to this. And until somebody does that, it just floats down the memory hole. Mm-hmm. And I really came to feel that I was part of this process, that I was an unwitting pawn, that I was a tool, that they were running all these games, and I was part of this. And I wrote about this. I think I wrote about this on the Solar Satellite, which is one of the sister blogs of the Secret Sun. And I started to feel like, this, I felt dirty, I did. And I have done some work, especially with NASA, because that's a whole different situation. I'm interested still in what NASA is doing, because they're trying to tell us something. They're playing a double game. There's a narrative, and then there's a secret narrative, because they're trying to tell us what's really going on between the lines, because they're not, maybe, I don't know if they're not allowed but there's a certain, maybe a taboo against saying what's really going on with all these things going on with Pluto. And the best example of this, and this is something I called out, and I sort of got on the radar. I had some major media outlets paying attention to me all of a sudden. And it was really creepy, because what I pointed out when they were taking pictures of Pluto, I said, this isn't about Pluto. They don't care about Pluto. They are worried about what's beyond Pluto. I think what they're really worried about is that they're worried about Planet X. They're worried about trans-Plutonian objects that could create problems, that could enter into the solar system. That there's this whole lore, with the Nibiru and all these kind of things.
Right.
But also things like Nemesis. There's a whole lore, Immanuel Velikovsky, a lot of this kind of information that is put into that shelf of pseudoscience. Okay, they put that on that shelf officially, okay? But
right.
I think unofficially that it's still very much a concern. Now, I said when they were taking these pictures of Pluto that this New Horizons probe is not about Pluto. It's about going past Pluto and trying to figure out what's going on, because the solar system is anywhere from 1 to 2 light years in diameter. It's enormous. We have no idea what's out there. We talk about these solar systems that are, 20 light years, 200 light years away. It's absurd to me, because they're talking about, these perturbations on orbits and things like that. To me, I don't even take it seriously anymore, because we don't know what's in our own solar system. They talk about the Oort cloud and things like this. So anyway, but what I did is that I said, no, this is not what this is about. This is about what's beyond. This is about Planet X, or, whether there's Planet X and then there's a brown dwarf, because there's a thesis that most solar systems consist of a star and an unignited twin. Okay. So that a lot of people think that the sun has somewhere out beyond our vision what's called a brown dwarf.
Right.
So I was writing about this, and all of a sudden, I guess I started lighting up boards somewhere, because Paris Match, which is a big French magazine, was linking to me. I was contacted by Newsweek. I mean, all of a sudden, I just lit up a board somewhere. And soon afterwards, then the stories come out. Oh, well, maybe this is about Planet X. Then the stories start leaking into the mainstream science press that maybe that this actually is not really about Pluto. I mean, Pluto's nice, Pluto's interesting, but maybe this is about something beyond. And, one of the reasons I was able to sort of spot this is that I was sort of looking at the symbolism. That the symbolism is sort of the marker. It's sort of the call out.
Right.
And when you're able to sort of decipher this symbolism, then you sort of understand what they're really talking about. The Plutonian symbolism, and there's all the symbolism with death and the underworld and things like that. It all seemed to me that it was all about this mysterious, world, like the river Styx, that you travel this invisible cosmic river Styx beyond Pluto into this trans-Plutonian mystery zone out there. And like I said, I mean, there are beliefs that the solar system is anywhere from 1 to 2 light years in diameter. I mean, that's enormous. It's almost unfathomable. But that's just an example of why I still pay attention to the situations with NASA, because I still believe that there are things that they want to tell us, but maybe can't.
Yeah.
The stuff like, like say like the Video Music Awards, I'm so bored with that by now. It's so obvious. It's so simplistic. It's just monotonous. The usual eye and the triangle and all that kind of nonsense.
Right,
I mean, and all the satanic symbolism. It's so
Egyptian
tired.
symbolism.
The Egyptian symbolism, it's all so tired. It's all so overdone. I mean, I was writing about this stuff 8 years ago. I mean, it's just been done to death. It's just so simplistic. And, one of the things I always say, people will ask me a question like, what is this stuff emanating from like the collective unconscious, or is this stuff being put there intentionally? And my answer is always like, if it's really dumb and obvious and repetitive, it's put there intentionally. If it's weird and oblique and hard to fathom, and sort of itches at your brain, and you have to sort of pick it out, then it's welling up from somewhere else. It's maybe something that they've put into motion, but the stories are starting to tell themselves. Does that make sense to you?
It does. I kind of like what you say in Knowles' Laws. The more obvious something is, the more attention mainstream media gives to it, the more it's probably not what you really need to be looking for. Yeah.
That's an old magician's trick.
Yes.
It's misdirection. The left hand is busy while the right hand is performing the magic trick. And I just took that maxim and I just applied it to what's going on in the media. And then, it's pretty predictive.
Yeah, man, it is. And I mentioned your Knowles Laws section of the site. I really like all the things that you've got down there. I think they provide a pretty solid barometer for navigating the conspiracy field. I mentioned that one, and that's this other one that makes a really good point. You say, whenever a controversy over symbolism erupts in the media, it's usually disguising another hidden symbolic message altogether. I think that's pretty spot on, man, and it's just what we're talking about here. But do you think some of these things are sometimes engineered rituals of some sort, or is that where conspiracy bloggers take things too far?
No, I definitely do. But I don't think that's anything that you really need to worry about, as far as if you're not familiar with it, if you don't know about it, you should learn about it and you should sort of pay attention to it. But after that, it doesn't feed your mind. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't go anywhere. It just goes around in circles. It's like a merry-go-round. You get on a merry-go-round and you get off at the same entry point, right? And that to me is a lot of the symbology that they put out there in the media is they found that people like to pay attention to it. And people won't pay attention to other things when they're paying attention to this stuff, because they think it's some grand secret. They think there's some deeper meaning to it. And usually there isn't. Sometimes there is.
Right. I think that's a great point, because it's really tantalizing to look at some of this stuff and see certain symbols come out of Jay-Z and Rihanna and seeing what they're doing in these performances. It's full of overblown symbolism, but yet the things like the Trans-Pacific Partnership or low wages, these are the things that aren't quite as sexy, but they're affecting you directly.
Yes. Exactly. That's exactly it. And that gets back to the whole magician's trick, the misdirection with one hand while the other hand is cutting your wages and cutting your benefits, all that kind of thing. So
true.
Yes, it's very true. And that's the thing I worry about, because a lot of this symbolism is aimed at people who are the most vulnerable, who are being targeted. And, they eat the stuff up when they should be really worried more about bread and butter issues.
Yeah.
And that's really another reason why, in a lot of ways, I stopped focusing on that stuff, because like I said, I felt like I was an accomplice.
Yeah. You didn't want to participate in that distraction.
Everybody loves a secret, and everybody likes to figure out a puzzle. And they sort of put these puzzles out there for you, and make you feel like you're in on a secret,
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you're not sitting at the table with them. You're not part of their agenda.
That's true.
So what purpose does it serve in the end? And that's really why I used to do so much of that stuff. Mm-hmm. And why I felt that I had to step back, because I wasn't part of that agenda. I wasn't sitting at the table with them. I wasn't included. I wasn't palling around with Jay-Z and Beyonce. You know, they weren't inviting me to their parties. Right. You know, why should I sit there and magnify their little ritualistic gamesmanship? You know, what purpose does it serve for me? It wasn't getting me anywhere.
Mm-hmm. My only hope with looking at some of that stuff is that we could, piece together parts of the playbook for what might be coming down the pipe.
I always feel like everything is just so out in the open now anyway, that things have gotten so bad and so obvious that they don't even need to hide anything. And I think a lot of that is, and in some ways that it's the dumbing down of society. I mean, it's like they don't need to hide anything because people don't pay attention anyway. How many people know what the Trans-Pacific Partnership even means?
Good point.
If you stood outside with a microphone and asked people if they even heard of it, how many people do you think would even know what you were talking about?
Man, it's tough. 40%? I think that'd be a hopeful number.
40%?
You think less? 4 out of 10?
I think maybe 14%. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
I'm an optimist.
You are an optimist. I mean, maybe I'm too pessimistic, but I think if you were lucky, 14% would know what you were talking about, because the papers don't talk about it. You know, they bury it in the middle or the end, or maybe they don't even cover it at all. You know, and it's so much different than when I was growing up. It's interesting, when you talk about conspiracy culture, because conspiracy culture was a much different thing when I was growing up. You talk about the X-Files. It was much more like, my entry point was sort of like that lone gunman kind of conspiracy culture. It was much more of a counterculture, hippie. It was a different. It wasn't like Alex Jones, is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
It was much more of a counterculture vibe.
Yeah.
Like books like 50 Greatest Conspiracies of All Time and things like that. And, on WBAI in New York, I don't know how many people are familiar with that. There was some really good, interesting conspiracy-oriented radio programs, Gary Null, and there was a really good show called Expert Witness that did a lot of that stuff. So I sort of came from almost like a left libertarian viewpoint. And I think maybe the dominant voice now is maybe like a right libertarian point of view.
Yeah, me too. I hear that.
And, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. It's just not my culture. And there are certain aspects of the culture that I am uncomfortable with.
Definitely.
But at the same time, I mean, we're all subject to the same depredations. We're all on the other end of the stick,
Yeah.
We're all in this together, I guess I should say.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I want to bring it back to NASA just a little bit more, because we just had some recent announcements from them. They just announced this 2-mile-wide asteroid pass by. They announced it yesterday, said it's going to be within the next 48 hours, and it just so happens to be asteroid number 86666. I mean, that's another one of those strange things.
You wonder if it even exists. I mean, how do we even know? This is the end of Mercury retrograde today, as we're taping, which is October 9th. So does that asteroid even exist, or is there some ritualistic significance to this? I mean, this is the thing that you really have to wonder. I mean, we have no way of confirming. I guess maybe amateur astronomers can tell us for sure, but...
Well, see, that's a problem that I'm really facing with my own audience right now, in that NASA deceptions seem to have pushed people into such territory that any guest who builds their ideas off some NASA data is dismissed by a good chunk of people, which is really what's fueling the growing flat Earth movement too, I think. But
yes.
how would you suggest people read between the lines of what NASA spits out without going so far as to doubt space itself exists?
Well, here's the thing. People have to remember that NASA is basically a military intelligence operation.
Right.
NASA has a PR front. Oh, hey, we're growing tomatoes and playing guitar up in space. It's so ridiculous. Mm-hmm. I think you just have to use your common sense. I understand. I actually, when the flat Earth stuff came out, I was really fascinated by it. And there was something. It was almost like it was very punk rock. It's just like it was like big FU. There's a big FU, and I think that's a huge part of it. It's just like people just get so sick of the lies and the manipulations that it's just they throw up their hands. And it's just like, the hell with it. It's a flat Earth, and
take it to the extreme.
But that's human nature. That's going to happen. It's always happened, and it always will. Mm-hmm. People are going to have to just come to their own conclusions. You can argue with them, but I found that flat earthers love to argue, and they're really good at it. They have a really good body of evidence that they draw on to argue, because I think it's basically it almost reminds me of like a debating society point. Mm-hmm. But, that's just inevitable.
Yeah.
Jonathan Bankin, who wrote The 50 Greatest Conspiracies of All Time, he said that, conspiracy culture was just an inevitable outgrowth of government disinformation. Mm-hmm. Because he was being interviewed about it. And he just said that, people just get lied to so much. This is post-Watergate, post-Vietnam, and things like that, or post-Iran-Contra, that there's always going to be a certain amount of people who are going to take that extreme stance.
Mm-hmm. You're right. And I love looking at that stuff, not because I come to the same conclusion, but because I love to see their arguments where they're poking holes in all the things we've been told from NASA. Like, that part I love. But then when it comes to the conclusion of a flat Earth, that's where I kind of get off and say, I can't draw any conclusions from this. There's a lot of great data, a lot of great holes you've poked in their lies, but I just can't get on board with the conclusion.
Yeah, I can't either. But that's the way I feel about a lot of stuff in the conspiracy realm. It's useful to poke holes. It's like you agree with their debating points, but you might not agree with you agree with their cons, but you don't agree with their pros. Is basically what I'm trying to say. And I think that's just going to be an inevitable part of the process. I've been there and sort of done that. I don't really pay attention to it because it's just, you can only hear the same points over and over again so many times. It just gets to be a bit much. I don't actually believe in the flat Earth, but I'm sure I'm going to, hear about it. But
well, you would either way.
That's just me.
So you did mention with this New Horizons thing, the possibility of a brown dwarf out there. And that makes me think of the, the Thunderbolts project I'm sure you're familiar with, or the Electric Universe model, the idea that Saturn was once a brown dwarf, and that this idea of a golden age might have been at a time when our solar system was radically different, getting its energy from a different body than the sun. And that's pretty far out stuff, but we do see a lot of Saturn symbolism, and this is where some people try to connect the dots. What do you make of the Saturnian symbolism we see, and that idea that Saturn might have been way more important at a time, or maybe still is, than we know in the mainstream?
Well, I'll tell you, Saturn, I don't think had the mass to be a brown dwarf. I mean, they said, Jupiter doesn't have the mass to be an unignited sun. So I can't see Saturn being big enough. Mm. I could be wrong, and I'm sure people will correct me if I am wrong. Saturn is sort of the nemesis of Jupiter, and I think it plays into a sort of contrarian undercurrent, and maybe in certain secret societies that arose because you have to remember in the ancient world that this Jupiter figure, Zeus, and some would argue Jehovah, and this figure was the dominant figure in state religion. This was the god, and he represented the state. And I believe that Saturn arose as sort of a counterfigure to the state, a part of secret societies that were not necessarily in opposition to the state, but maybe wishing to usurp or subvert the state. That you see this symbolism associated with things like the Black Sun, associated with certain secret societies throughout, right up to, groups like the SS and things like that.
Your own blog, Secret Sun.
Yeah, well, there's a different meaning there, but
I'm sure, yeah.
But I think that that's where that comes from. I think that the Saturn symbolism has almost like, I hesitate almost to say like a political connotation, but it almost reminds me of some of the classical connotations associated with Lucifer, the rebel angel. There's a whole mythology that there's this Luciferian religion and there's this Luciferian corpus of literature. There's no such thing. There's no Luciferian literature. I mean, there's Satanism, which is actually a fairly recent development in culture and society. But Luciferianism is really a mythology and really arises from the mythology of Prometheus, who again is this figure that stands in opposition to the gods. I mean, Prometheus rebelled against Zeus, Jupiter, to bring light, fire to humanity. And I think that's the origin of a lot of this. I think is a powerful symbol of opposition to certain secret societies. That's and if you really look at the history of this symbolism, that's usually what it's attached to.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
It does. And I'm with you. We see a lot of people trying to point the finger at Luciferian cults or Satanist cults, and I really don't like that conclusion because that kind of assumes that the Christian paradigm is correct, and I definitely don't think that. So that's another area.
Well, that's the big problem with so much of conspiracy culture is that a lot of it comes from Christian apocalypticism. That there is this conspiracy of Satan, that Satan is in charge of the big conspiracy, and the conspiracy is against God's rule, and that there's constant undermining of God's authority, and that's what the conspiracy is. And I'm familiar with this because I had a very conventional conservative Christian upbringing, so I understand this. I understand this thinking.
Yeah.
But the problem is too often, and I think it's really served. The conspiracy becomes a pejorative in a lot of people's minds, and I think that a lot of that is the connotation with conservative Christian culture, that the two are sort of conjoined, that people identify conspiracy culture with evangelical or fundamentalist culture, because so much of conspiracy culture is informed by fundamentalism, and always has been. I mean, go back to proofs of a conspiracy in books like that, going back to the 1700s and things like that.
Right, that makes sense. Although I definitely don't really like that religious catastrophism association. It's no doubt there. I guess one last thing I wanted to mention from NASA's announcements about Pluto is that they're saying they found apparently blue skies there and red water as well as red ice. And isn't that nice? It's a shame they couldn't have found THC there too, so my show would have gotten a nice little keyword boost this week. But, curious findings, man. I'm not sure if that's their literal findings or if they're saying these things for more symbolic reasons again,
It feels like it. How can it have blue skies? It's so far from the sun.
Right.
I don't know.
Weird stuff.
It's very strange. That all feels very ritualistic to me. Blue skies, red water, the blue lodge, the red lodge, things like that.
Yeah. Yeah. What are they trying to say?
Yeah. You really start to wonder. I don't know. It's funny because, like I said, we have no way of challenging their data. Because they have the monopoly on these space probes. But there you go. We have to just take it as it comes. And some people just get so tired of it all that they become flat earthers. So.
Yep. So, man, we are really chugging along here. We really haven't even gotten into any of your serious writings here, but I know, let's talk about Heaven's Gate a little bit. I know you've had an interest in this Heaven's Gate cult, and it's largely considered silliness. It's a little bit old news, but there was one interesting point I've heard you make in that the Phoenix Lights coordinated pretty well with their quote-unquote departure, and that makes one think, doesn't it?
Yeah, Heaven's Gate is really interesting. One thing that people do think they're kind of silly, and that's just the way the media painted them. If you actually go and read some of their writings on their blog, they were really way ahead of the curve when it comes to talking about the surveillance state and things like that. They were really calling that out way before the mainstream, way before you saw things like Edward Snowden and things like that. They were involved, certain members were involved with the Army's Jedi program. So I don't know if they were kind of in the loop with some of these programs, some of these surveillance programs, but they were not happy, fun guys like, the media, like they were just a bunch of silly Trekkies. They were pretty serious about what they were doing. They were like a very rigid, regimented group. I think that they've been painted, for political reasons as goofy and unserious, but they worked really hard at what they were doing. You can certainly argue with what they were doing. I don't think most of us would care to be part of that, but they were a genuine Christian Gnostic cult. Very classical Christian Gnostic cult. This is funny because one of my great beefs with modern, the sort of popularization of Gnosticism is that I think a lot of people who talk about Gnosticism sort of want it to be like, like a replacement of sort of Protestantism that they grew up in. And that's not what Gnosticism was. If Gnostics were sort of time traveled to today, and you don't even have to go that far. If you go back and not even go back, go over and look at groups like the Yazidi and the Mandeans, these groups that are all getting treated incredibly horribly over in Iraq by, the Islamic Caliphate. It's not too much of a stretch to call them UFO cults. If you go and read their readings, it's all like clouds of light flying around and beings of light getting in and out of them and all this kind of stuff. It's pretty explicit. And it's really not that much different than the Heaven's Gate. The Heaven's Gate really definitely put it in that sci-fi context. They love their Star Trek and they were really hardcore about it. But they were not all that different. The whole thing about evolving into the next level above humans. That's, a very Gnostic kind of concept. Escaping the cycle of reincarnation into, human meat prisons and things like that. So I've been very interested in them for a number of years. But the thing that was interesting is that there was that, because this again ties into, Project Stargate, the remote viewing programs and things like that. the remote viewing programs in the Army, people like Ed Dames and Prudence Calabrese and all these kind of people, these strange figures operating in and out of the military's remote viewing programs. That whole period back in, I guess, 97 now, when Hale-Bopp showed up and there was a companion. Some of the astronomers had photographed a companion object, and they believed that it was this giant UFO that was coming to get them and everything like that. And, just around the time they decided to exit their vehicles, as they put it, that's when the Phoenix Lights flap started up. So that is people have argued ever since what the Phoenix Lights were. I don't think they were just military flares. I think the military flares were an intentional misdirection because they came a couple of hours later. Mm-hmm. But that's quite the coincidence. It is. And that's right near you. That whole thing is Rancho Santa Fe. I don't know how far away from you all that happened, but and they had money too. And there's a whole tie-in with 9/11 with all that because
really?
Apparently, yeah. What the people that they were renting that house from, some big mansion that had some involvement with 9/11 and everything like that. It's just a bizarre story that does not fit with the media narrative at all. It's much more complex and much more problematic and a lot more challenging than people have painted it as. And like I said, their beliefs, they were pretty paranoid.
Yeah.
They were not happy about the way things were going. And, I think one of the reasons that they chose to exit their vehicles, quote unquote, is that they were afraid. They were afraid of what was coming down the pike.
Right. And there also seems to be connections to Hollywood that seem a bit curious for a group like that's that small, right?
Yeah, that's the other thing is that in 1982, I believe, it was just before Dynasty, John Forsythe, who played Charlie on Charlie's Angels, played Marshall Applewhite. There was a TV movie which was meant to be a pilot for a series, which is just the most insane thing you can possibly imagine. There was a pilot made called The Mysterious Two, and it was based on Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Nettles. And it was about these aliens who come down and purchase an old missile launching base and take, I guess there's this whole question of whether they are aliens, but they gather up these people, and there's this whole sort of Woodstock. You can find the movie on YouTube. It's really surreal. It's like, why does this exist? It's one of these great enigmas where you try to figure out there was an event in the 70s where Heaven's Gate did vanish, and it became a huge news story because I think there were 30 or 40 of them that just vanished into the woods in Oregon. And I guess they told people that they were going to leave on a spaceship. They just were in the woods. They weren't, but it became a huge news story. But the other thing, when I did this, I did what was called the Secret Star Trek series, which was basically taking all of the strange parapolitical and conspiracy and all the just weirdness involved with Star Trek and sort of putting into one huge series. And there's a lot of it, believe me. But one of the things with Heaven's Gate is that the week of their suicides, there was this episode of the Outer Limits that was basically like an idealized version of Heaven's Gate leaving Earth. It's incredibly bizarre. I don't know how many people actually knew that they were going to commit suicide that week. So you really wonder. But then again, they did have these connections to military intelligence. So
right.
And the writer on that episode was also one of the producers on that show, Stargate SG-1, which had direct connections to the U.S. Air Force. I mean, a lot of people don't realize that that show, Stargate, was there was a lot of interest on the part of the Air Force, that the Air Force consulted on that series, which is just incredibly bizarre. Like, well, what's the interest there?
Right.
First of all, that show was horrible. And second of all, it's like, it's so out there as far as the subject matter.
Yeah.
But, I really believe, within NASA, within certain segments of the military, and definitely within Hollywood, there's definitely like what I call like an ancient astronaut cult, like a cargo cult, for better, lack of a better term, that I really do believe. I mean, I honestly believe this.
Yeah.
And you can say it's not a question of whether you believe in their beliefs or not, but I definitely believe that there are people, powerful people within these spheres of influence that do believe it.
Mm-hmm. One thing that alludes to that is in your piece where you're talking about the outer limits, you're talking about it, and it's really interesting because you have a show that's doing really well, and the network basically engineered its downfall, and you have this link to the intelligence community making it, and to quote the blog, you say, could the fact that leaked material from classified UFO briefing papers was finding its way to primetime television be another factor in the premature death murder of the outer limits? And I think that's so interesting. I guess it alludes to the fact that there was too much revealing happening because there are people in these intelligence communities that have an interest in UFOs and making, I guess, things manifest.
It wasn't just UFOs, though. I mean, it was also Project Paperclip. I mean, years before anybody knew about Project Paperclip, they were sort of doing veiled allegories about that. They were doing stuff on MK Ultra. A couple of different episodes of it. They were really the producer of that series is a very, very interesting guy. He's the guy who's credited with being the real creator of Battlestar Galactica, a guy named Leslie Stevens. Mm-hmm. Now, why is Leslie Stevens interesting? Leslie Stevens interesting, first of all, because he came from military intelligence. He was involved. He was a captain in Army intelligence during World War II, but his father was a rear admiral in the Navy, and was not only an admiral, but he was a very powerful, high-ranking admiral who was involved in, the Russia program. He was involved in debriefing Russian defectees, people who came over from the other side, Russian spies who defected and things like that. He was also an inventor. He invented the gear that was involved with have you ever seen when a plane lands on an aircraft carrier, there's that gear that sort of stops the wheels?
Yes.
Well, Leslie Stevens' father invented that. I mean, this is how crazy this family is. And that's the guy who was the producer and creator of The Outer Limits.
Yeah.
And
more.
People... Yeah, well, and he was also involved in the remake. And there's this whole interesting crossover between The Outer Limits and Star Trek that ties into both series, because there were people crossing over to, both the old series, like Leonard Nimoy was in a bunch of episodes, William Shatner, before they became known for Star Trek. And then later, people who were stars on, say, Star Trek The Next Generation became involved with the new Outer Limits. It was just very, very strange. And this is the kind of stuff that really falls down the memory hole. But you really have to wonder. But yes, there was very much, and you really have to remember the key. When you talk about this, what happened to the show is that Lyndon B. Johnson became president when John F. Kennedy was assassinated. It didn't just happen out of nowhere that the show all of a sudden was, the show was assassinated right around the time JFK was assassinated. Right. It's a very, the timing was not coincidence, in my opinion, I don't think. Yeah. But that's the kind of stuff that interests me. When you talk about things in the media, there is that kind of bottom level, the lower detritus, the stuff that filters down, the real obvious stuff that I think is just there to attract people. But there's that higher level, that really interesting stuff that's harder to find, and you really have to dig for it. But once you find it, it's like finding the mother lode, because it just keeps unveiling. I mean, the mysteries just keep revealing themselves. It's really fascinating.
You're right. And I love that series and other pieces you've written that kind of dovetail with it. But you're right. It's just a crazy bunch of connections that are very deep and very expansive, and they just cross-reference with all kinds of things. And I guess,
well, you know, what does it boil down to? It boils down to that, you know, the thing that I try to find out when I poke my nose into these mysteries is that I want to find out what people really believe. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm in it for. When they talk to each other in their coded language, what are they saying?
Exactly.
What are they saying about what they believe?
Right.
And that's really what has always been my fascination.
Yeah, that's the bread and butter, especially when it comes to the elite. I love trying to get a handle on exactly what do the Rockefellers believe, you know, as opposed to what they've shaped the mainstream culture to be like. Because they tell us things like magic is just silliness, but then we see all these strange things that allude to the possibilities of magic that they might be involved in. So it is strange. Well, very cool, man. It has been a blast. Do you want to remind the people about your work and where to catch up on your writings before we go?
Just go to secretsun.blogspot.com. That's, you know, anything that you need to be linked to, I'll post on there.
Very cool. Awesome, man. Well, thanks again, and keep it up. Take care of yourself out there, all right?
Thank you, sir.
There we have it, pod people. A little later than expected, but I am back in the saddle, riding that conspiratorial steed into the digital sunset, and what a guest to have. I feel a bit bad because we recorded this almost a month ago at this point, but I had to fit in all those conference speakers, and now I can roll it out. And I like this one. I was introduced to Chris's work from Gordon White, one of my favorite previous guests, who actually showed me and my special lady around London a couple weekends ago, and he took us to see the Avebury Stone Circles, which he calls the Thinking Man's Stonehenge, and where Bill Hicks had one of his UFO experiences on mushrooms. And we went there on Halloween, no less. Very cool place. It was also on the date that pre-orders started for his new book, so if you like his writing, check that out. Lots of magic stacking there, and a big thanks to him for doing that, and for introducing me to Chris, because I think Chris is another guy who has a great blog and an interesting perspective on these sort of topics that's a little different from the main conspiracy spigot. And Chris writes about so much great stuff, it was hard for me to narrow down some things to talk about, but I think we did good, from synchromysticism and the human devolution to decoding NASA's secret narrative and the Heaven's Gate cult connections. It was a fun first hour, and of course, subscribers of THC Plus heard the second hour about Star Trek and the Council of Nine, which is one of Chris's most in-depth and unique series on his blog. We also got into sci-fi culture as a psyop, Obama and King Tut, various areas of Rockefeller funding, the occult renaissance, and the influence of movements like Theosophy and the Golden Dawn, H.P. Lovecraft's influences, Freemasonry, Chris's unique thoughts about the Apollo missions, and the X-Files and how magic works. Lots of fun stuff for sure, and I hope he'll come back from time to time. I really liked his perspective on NASA. I mean, why would they show us their work openly? Why would they show their technology to competing nations unprompted? It really doesn't make a lot of sense. We think they're there for the public good and the kumbaya benefit of humanity, but they really aren't. They're a military intelligence organization, and we should expect them to behave as such. We also spent a fair amount of time referencing the Flat Earth movement, but I also like how Chris puts it in that it's a punk rock, anti-establishment vibe, and I get that from it too, and maybe that's why I was so excited to just have that big FU show that does throw the baby out with the bathwater, and maybe I'll try to get another guest in that realm on soon. Maybe someone like Mark Sargent or something in the coming weeks, because Eric DeBay doesn't seem to have an interest in coming back on. I'm also talking to Crow soon, which should be fun, and Graham Hancock too this month, if everything goes according to plan. I did get a lot of mixed messages from the Jen Briney show, as expected. I get that, but so many people wrote something to the effect of voting doesn't matter or solve anything. And as much as I hate the system and just want to give a big punk rock middle finger to it, it's really just not accurate. I mean, your choices right now are voting or nothing. Unless you have a coup planned that I don't know about, you can only influence things by voting. Facebook posts about your outrage really don't do anything. I know we think that we're informing the public of some grave injustice, but a lot of times they just unfollow us and pay no attention. And again, it was more about small local elections. You know, the moments where you can fight for marijuana legalization or citywide high-speed internet or better public transportation or public food gardens. Yes, you have to work and vote for those things. Sitting on the sidelines complaining to yourself about chemtrails does not change the world. It's not that chemtrails aren't important, but it doesn't interfere with the elite's plans at all. And I know a lot of big issues aren't up for the vote. They aren't influenceable. I mean, Guantanamo Bay was supposed to be a big Obama issue. It's still there. But don't throw away your biggest tool for influence outright. Otherwise, they're just going to steamroll us completely. It's an imperfect answer for an imperfect world. I know that. I also did want to mention I'm really going to try to move away from the mountains of emails and social media messages. I've been really thinking about how many hours a week that takes, and it's a lot. I'm going to start trying to focus my attention on what's happening on the THC Plus forum. I want to be more involved there, more focused. I want to flesh out some of the categories that are there and make part of it like a useful resource library kind of thing. A lot of you guys that are there already did that with the reading list. I mean, that's a great idea. But come hang out with me there. I'm just getting way too many emails and messages to keep up with everything the way I want to. And I feel rude not answering, but what are you going to do? I might even make a Q&A thread on the forums and start answering them in a monthly bonus show or something if people are interested in that. I get a lot of requests for doing a solo episode, and maybe this would be a way to do that. But either way, join THC Plus and come hang out with me on the forums. I will be there. A bunch of other great people are there. It is a good time, and I hope you liked this show. Again, big thanks to Chris, and I guess that's it. I've done my part. Your move, 9 ancient multidimensional disembodied entities of ancient Egypt. Your frickin' move. All right, Higherside chatters, we've all heard the Arthur C. Clarke quote that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic, but maybe they're linked by more than just appearance. Because it seems that most people who study the smattering of crumbs the deep state has dropped over the past few decades will find a few curious connections between occult practices and technological advancements, strange phenomenon and secret experiments, and let's not forget the curious resurrection of ancient Babylonian names from companies on the bleeding edge of things we'll probably never even see. It's true that odd pieces that seem unrelated often come together when you dig deep enough to find the ties that bind. Although what can be overwhelming and often glossed over is the vast amount of knowledge a person needs to put these odd pieces in the proper context. Because what good is a NASA investigator who knows nothing about ancient Egyptian mythology? How valuable is a ufologist who's never studied the occult? And can a person really decode Hollywood symbolism accurately without cracking open a book on Kabbalah? My point is that true conspiracy research is a vast and interdisciplinary undertaking that few people are willing to follow through to its deepest depths. But lucky for us, today's returning guest, Chris Knowles, is one of the respectable few who is. Chris is the author of several great books, including Our Gods Wear Spandex, The Secret History of Comic Book Heroes, and The Secret History of Rock and Roll, The Mysterious Roots of Modern Music. And of course, he's been decoding the esoteric themes of pop culture and parapolitics for years on his blog, The Secret Sun. You know him, you love him. Chris, my man, welcome back to the Higherside.
Oh, it's great to be here, Greg. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, I'm psyched to have you here. Thanks for doing it. You've been diving down quite a few underexplored rabbit holes on your blog these past few months, from Bell Labs' Dirty Laundry to the lesser-known MK Often Project, and you always get me thinking differently about a lot of these things.
Yeah, well, that's what I try to do. I mean, I try to look at, when people are marching down one avenue, I try to look and see where the side streets are, and where they lead. And it's paid off in interesting ways, especially this year. I mean, this is kind of an all bets are off year.
Yes.
In so many ways. It's like so many of like the strangest, most off the wall theories and speculations that we've had almost seem like, conservative in some ways. I mean, it's so much high strangeness is bubbling to the surface, yet again. It definitely reminds me of that period during the first Bush administration when so much, you had the Franklin scandal come to light. You had things like Waco and Ruby Ridge. You had, the emergence of hacker culture. You had the wars over political correctness and identity politics. You had the wars in the Middle East. So many of these themes and threads that emerged almost 30 years ago now and are not only back, but they've kind of metastasized. I mean, they've kind of grown beyond anyone's wildest imaginings. I mean, hacker culture, I think, is very much a central story to this election. And, I have my own theories on that. I don't believe that all these leaks that we're seeing are the work of Russian hackers. I think that's absurd.
Right.
And I don't believe that they're the work of just like some guy in his basement, munching on Cheetos and drinking Mountain Dew. I think, that's equally absurd. I think that this is a time like that era, that point in the timeline, as Gordon White would say, where the machinations of the secret world emerge, that pop up from their underground lairs, from their mile deep underground cities and whatnot.
Yeah.
And look around and move the chess pieces around the board a bit.
Right.
I think that's really what we're seeing. But it's just astonishing to me that we're seeing so many themes that feel so almost shop worn to me.
Yeah.
Like an old pair of jeans almost play out in such a way. And not only in a parapolitical sense, but, so many of the ideas that say, a science fiction futurist like, William Gibson was putting forth, this whole idea of, the super rich trying to break away, particularly Silicon Valley, trying to break away from reality. They're actually trying to hack reality now. They've become so delusional and so dislocated from, the money and power. It always creates, I think, a psychotic state of mind. I think that's a story as old as time.
Right.
But also the power of hacking, not only these deep state players that we've seen, but just that none of your secrets are safe from determined cyber thieves and things like that. That hacking wars are going to become a major story. We had the Obama administration say, "Oh, here we come, Ruskies, put up your dukes. We're going to be, declaring cyber war on you. Here we come." It was an absurd story. It was a story created to perpetuate this illusion that the leaks were all coming from Russia.
Mm-hmm.
But it does speak to this deeper reality. So, to make a very long story short, all these themes that I've been watching for a very long time are now becoming dominant. They're now becoming major news breakers.
Absolutely.
And I think that's part of the tapestry of this year, but also the underbelly of that, of the hints, that we also saw, when the whole thing with the midnight runs through the White House made the front page of the Washington Times during the first Bush administration. I think we're seeing a repeat of that with these pizza parlors and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
It may well never, the zit may never pop publicly.
Right.
But I think what we're seeing is very intense power politics play out in a semi-public fashion.
I agree with you.
So it's just really amazing because, again, the currents here are not the currents that, Joe and Jane Q Public think that they're watching. What we're seeing is that we're seeing deep state technology. We're seeing secret machinations. We're seeing the occult. We're seeing, the sexual demi-monde, and the artistic demi-monde sort of combine in this very strange fashion.
Right. Spirit cooking and all that.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's you know, and the thing that I pointed out that was even worse than the spirit cooking, which is repugnant enough. I mean, everybody's focusing on this whole cakes of light kind of idea that she put, but that whole performance where she has this crouching statue of a child, and she's drenching it in pig's blood. It's psychotic. It's sadistic. It's beyond psychopathic. It's repugnant. But the installation that she did in Germany, where she bakes these very realistic cakes in the shapes of naked women, and then she invites all these shishi nightclub people to essentially cannibalize them. You know, and this is, it reminds me of the kind of escalating behavior that you see among serial killers. They don't just wake up one morning and decide to rape and mutilate some woman and you know, cook her fingers or something. You know, it's like there's a series of steps that lead them to that. And that whole performance seemed to me like an invitation to that mindset. It was just so repugnant. It's just beyond imagining that this person has some sort of cachet in the legitimate art world, because it's so obvious, psychotic, misogynist, misanthropic, you know, adjectives fail you. It's beyond imagining. You can't believe that you're watching it.
Yeah, man, these definitely are interesting times. I'm sure a lot of the listeners have been keeping up with the peeks behind the veil that you're referring to, but to give them some context, of course, we have the Pizzagate child trafficking scandal, where Besta Pizza seems to be a type of hub for this activity. And then, of course, this Marina Abramovic artist who's doing all these cannibal cake dinners and real dark blood and semen-based rituals, palling around with the Clinton team and the Hollywood elite, all coming out of the Podesta email leaks. And there's still quite a bit of digging to be done. But in terms of the election, I mean, in my lifetime, I've only seen the baton handed from Bush to Clinton to Bush to Obama, which is basically the Clinton network again. And I was pretty surprised that it didn't go to Hillary. It is kind of exciting to see what at least seems on the surface to be a shock to the system. And it makes me think that some higher level of the power pyramid has discarded the Clinton network and aired enough dirty laundry of theirs that they're going to have a really hard time getting any footing at this point. So at least that might be a good thing.
Well, it's interesting because I might be jaundiced and jaded at this point in time. And, you know, I'm sure a lot of Trump fans are going to be upset about this, but I see him basically as, you know, an anchor man, and that somebody else is writing the news.
Yeah.
You know, that there are players beyond our view that we can't really see what's happening. I'm getting a very strange vibe, and I can't really tell you exactly what I think is happening. But all I can say is that the aftermath of this election is unlike any which I've seen in the past. There is an eerie calm that has sort of descended upon Washington. I mean, is everybody lawyering up? You know, just the fact, as we speak yesterday, the Trans-Pacific Partnership was just scrapped.
Yeah. I
mean, this, trade agreement that had been worked on for a number of years by very, very powerful players. They just drop it just like that. Very strange.
Are they changing the playbook?
Yeah, I really don't know. I don't really, you know, this gets into a layer of speculation that would require a whole different set of rules, you know, of engagement here. I think that something very fundamental has changed. I don't know what's going to replace it. We have no idea what could replace it. Could be much worse. We don't know yet. But I think that much more than an election was lost to certain parties and I don't mean political parties, I mean to certain parties of interest, I just get a very strange sense that something much deeper is going on. And it's probably something that is going to come out. But I just want to be put on the record today, as of 11/11/16, that I think that we saw something much more than an election. We saw a very profound shift in power. And I can't say whether that's a good thing or not.
Right.
Because we don't know who the players are. But just the fact, that I keep telling people, that the fact that people like John Podesta and George Soros and Hillary Clinton were basically batted around like kittens with a ball of string, with all this hacking and all these revelations. And, even if the media didn't cover it, they knew that the media wasn't going to cover it. I don't think the point was to have this stuff come out like Watergate, because they knew whoever is orchestrating these revelations knew that the media is basically the propaganda wing of the Democratic Party. We know this because of the journalist revelations that have come out. And we know this because of the DNC leaks, where, people from major news sites like Politico and everything are basically acting as stenographers for the Clinton campaign and things like that. So I don't think they were expecting this to end up as the new Watergate. I think that they were just basically serving notice to their targets that their secrets are not safe, and hence they themselves are not safe. I think that there was a definite agenda that we're not seeing. Mm-hmm. So, and again, it's something that I can only speculate on. I could be totally wrong, but you don't get away with hacking somebody who's crashed the economies of entire nations. It just doesn't happen. These things just don't happen. We're seeing things that aren't supposed to happen. You know what I mean? Yeah. And this whole thing, I was watching Bill Maher the other night, and like this whole like Red Scare, Russians did this, the Russians did that. Bill Maher is an idiot, so he might actually believe that the Russians are responsible for this. But there's no way. There is no way. I would bet my house on this, that the people in positions of real power believe that the Russians had anything to do with this. There's just no way.
Right.
So, but it's interesting because this ties into, what we are going to talk about, this whole idea of technology as a Trojan horse. Mm-hmm. And that's sort of the undercurrent all along in this that series that I had done quite accidentally. I didn't intend for that to become a series. It just happened. I mean, let me just preface this. I mean, we're talking about a series that I called Lucifer's Technologies.
Right.
And what it actually started as was just a filler post. I hadn't posted for a couple of days, and I needed to just put up a post. So I thought I'll just post on this, this dopey Fox TV show about, based on the Lucifer graphic novels, which I was, a fan of. Mm-hmm. And, I don't know, something was just bugging me. Something was just itching at me. And, it just grew and grew and grew and grew.
Right. I definitely love that series, and it gets deeper and deeper as it progresses. But
let me just say this. Of all the information that I put out there, I mean, there's so much more that I didn't. Mm-hmm. And the reason being is that when I post, I edit very heavily. I try to get to the core, but there is a lot of information, supplemental information, explanatory information, a lot of information that I feel to really get at this story and to really get the message across to people, it really needs to be a book. So I think, at some point, I mean, I haven't published a book in a while, and there are a lot of good reasons for that. A lot of it has to do with my schedule, with my day job, but a lot of it just has to do with the reality of the publishing world, which is pretty grim.
Right.
And a lot of it just has to do with when you deal with an actual publisher.
I've heard.
Oh, I mean, it's brutal, the amount of hoops that you have to jump through, even with it, like what you would think would be a relatively accommodating independent publisher. In some ways, they're even worse. But the point is that series, which turned out to be rather large, and then I did a spin-off series where I wanted to sort of dig into the actual origin of the Lucifer archetype, because most people sort of stop at a certain point, sort of the Greco-Roman era. And for some reason I was sensing very strongly that it goes much farther back, that it has nothing to do with devils or demonology, that there's, a number of different reasons why it became that way, but that, at the core of it, there was a very powerful idea that is essentially a secret tradition, and that the reality of this tradition has been kept from us.
Right.
And how do we know this? How do we know that, anybody, that sounds like just kind of alt research hyperbole, right?
Yeah. How do we make that case?
Well, we make that case because when we see the shreds of information that we do have on this figure, it's like, this figure, his mind is greater than all the gods. He is the firstborn son of God. He eats before the other gods eat.
Yeah.
The descriptions, the language that's used to describe this figure is so exalted. And, the prayer is made to this God. It's like, I will worship you above all other gods. You are my only God, all this kind of thing. It's like, this is history's first recorded monotheism in some way. And it's been erased. Like, it's literally been erased. I think that it's very possible that all these things we're seeing in the Middle East, where they're destroying archaeological sites, where they're destroying museums and things like that, might have something to do with covering up this history.
Yeah.
I mean, that's an extraordinary claim, right? I the first to admit that I do not have the extraordinary evidence to back that up. But I'm just saying that when you go by the few scraps of extant material that we have on this figure, it's like, wait a second. This is the kind of stuff that, literally the language that you would read like early Christians writing about Jesus is written about this figure. And you're just like, what is going on here? And nobody else has written about this. So this is why this will probably be another book. Anyway, but, it's fascinating to me that this whole idea seems to be resonating with people in an interesting way, that you have the Lucifer TV series, but you also have this whole corpus of Luciferian conspiracy theory, which, I've discovered over the years is really based on absolutely nothing. There's actually no evidence. There's no literature. There's no traces of actual Luciferian groups or shrines or temples or liturgy. There's absolutely, you will see that term used again and again and again and again, particularly in the conspiracy realm. And everyone assumes that it has some historical basis. But the fact of it is that it has absolutely no historical basis at all. I'm not kidding. And, there is Satanism. Satanism is a very real thing. It has a history. It has a tradition. It goes back a long way. But there is nothing to justify any of that. And, people are going to be shocked to hear that. They're going to think that can't be true. That cannot be true. People are going to think that there's no possibility that what I'm saying is true. But it is true. And they'll say, oh, well, what about Albert Pike? And what about Madame Blavatsky? And what about Alice Bailey and things like that? And I'll say, what about them? So what? The two of them are theosophists. One is a Freemason. You know what I mean? The Luciferian quotes attributed to Pike are proven hoaxes by a French satirist named Leo Taxil. And it's interesting. It's like, I'm not sitting here trying to advocate quote unquote Luciferianism, because I don't believe that it actually exists, but I'm just saying that this whole entire sphere of conspiracy thinking has no historical basis at all. And most people don't even understand that.
Yeah.
But there is this other idea that you see emerge that has to do with figures like Prometheus, that has to do with figures like the Watchers, that has a lot to do with technology.
Yeah.
And it has a lot to do with like forbidden technology. The technology is forbidden. And the reason why technology has been forbidden and why we see technology forbidden, in religious texts and whatnot, is that it was regarded as a existential threat to church and state, essentially. Right. Because it was. I mean, as we've seen, it was actually an existential threat to the monarchies of Europe, and to the Catholic Church. A lot of their undoing was the result of technological advancement.
It was. And this was one of my big takeaways from this part of the Lucifer technology series is we do see a lot of those same themes in ancient texts, some of the same story patterns around the idea of a revolt against quote unquote God or whatever the real authority was of their day. And there are a lot of opinions on how to interpret this, who's good and who's really bad. But I like this line where you say, this war in heaven was rebellion against the first recorded attempt to create a new world order, so to speak, an insurrection that was ultimately successful despite the spin texts like the Book of Enoch or Paradise Lost might put on it. And I think that makes a lot of sense. It seems like the rebels have been demonized, no pun intended, since the beginning of time.
Well, see, here's the thing. People in previous centuries did not think the way we thought. They thought the church and state were reflections of heavenly power. And if you go against the power of the church and the state, you are rebelling against God.
Yeah.
Right?
That was their mindset.
That's the way. I mean, okay, so listen, when the Orthodox Church schismed away from the Catholic Church, they were demonized as Satanists. When the Protestants schismed away from the Catholics, they were regarded as Satanists. John Calvin, a well-known Protestant leader, dealt with any dissent or disagreement with his policies by labeling his enemies as Satanists. We saw this with the witch hunts. We saw this, in Salem, because once upon a time, humanity believed that church and state were reflections of heaven, that on earth as it is in heaven, that there was the divine right of kings, that kings were ordained by God, that the church was literally the vicar of Christ, that they were literally the representations of the heavenly kingdom on earth. So if you question that, or you usurp that, or you threaten that, you are by definition satanic. You are a representation of the devil. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right. It's a nice trick they had played on everybody.
So this is how this all filters down. This is what I did, is I just worked my way back. And a lot of the work that I put on the blog was just sort of like the notes. I have a lot more work that I've been doing outside of the blog. So again, this is going to be a book, but this is how we trace it back. Okay. So we're going to look at, this whole idea of Lucifer as the light bearer. Now that comes from Prometheus. Now, what did Prometheus do? Prometheus rebelled against Zeus, the sky god, Zeus, the representation of the heavenly order. But Prometheus was also credited with creating human beings, with teaching them the arts of civilization. I mean, he's one of these sort of ancient aliens kind of figures, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
His whole history is all about as the patron of humanity. But this is the interesting thing, is that I traced his story back, that there's a school of thinking that argues quite compellingly that his origin is pre-Greek, and that a lot of figures that we see as Greek are actually pre-Greek. And what I believe quite strongly, and I will literally go to the mat for this, is that Prometheus is a deified Sumerian king. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And a Sumerian king who is deposed by a figure called Sargon the Great. So what you had is that you had the kingdom of Sumer. And this is really interesting because this is ties, you can get as weird as you really want to, because this is the Anunnaki, this is all that kind of stuff, right?
Right.
All right. So Sumer had a problem, is that it was a collection of city-states, and they were constantly fighting with each other because, they only had so much water. They only had so much arable land. They had a lot of problems. So they were constantly battling with each other. And a Sumerian king came along and said, listen, we have to all create a confederation here because we're very vulnerable, which turned out to be true. We're very vulnerable to attack from outside. And what he did is that he created basically a unified Sumer. And what happened is that one of his allies was an Akkadian, and Akkadians were sort of like this parallel civilization to the north. And their leader, Sargon, betrayed the Sumerian king and conquered his kingdom, which was unified Sumer, and actually led him to the gate of the gods in chains, just, exactly the way that Prometheus was. So there are all these, if you read the stories, if you parallel the stories together, you see all these very interesting connections between this character whose name was Lugal Zagazi and Prometheus. And if you really want to get down to it, you start to see that maybe Sargon the Great was the serpent in the Garden of Eden. And there are very interesting reasons for that. So, there's all these very interesting, because don't forget that this is the first organized civilization in that part of the world that have extensive libraries. You had people from other parts of the world coming to Babylon to study because they were the people who had the library, right? You didn't have libraries in Rome. You didn't have libraries in Greece yet. You know what I mean? This is where you went to study, because this was the center of civilization. So this is why so many of the stories, Sargon becomes Moses, that so many of the stories that we think are part of Moses's biography are actually part of Sargon's biography. But the long and short of this is that Sargon wanted to create a new world order. He wanted to create a kingdom that spread, he said, from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean Sea. He wanted to conquer the entire known world. And what I believe very strongly happened is that the Sumerians who were deposed by this invasion went north. They went north to the gold mines in the Georgian mountains, which had been around for at least 6,000 years. And this is how they financed their insurrection against Sargon, because their insurrection is against Sargon. I think Sargon had 2 or 3 heirs, and then the Sumerians took power again. And it's called, the Sumerian Renaissance. So I think all this was told and retold and all this kind of thing over the years. And, the long and short of this is that this is where these stories became Prometheus. And later on, Prometheus is told and retold, and he becomes Lucifer. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
But it all ties back to this rebellion against Sargon the Great. Now, the reason why I feel so strongly about this is that Sargon's daughter was a poet. And what she did is that she wrote all these poems in the voice of the goddess Inanna. And Inanna is she's the equivalent of goddesses like Ishtar and Aphrodite and everything like that. But she is saying, you rebels up there in the mountains of northern Iraq, you are going against God. You are rebelling against God. You are not just rebelling against Sargon, the usurper, the Akkadian who's overtaking Sumeria. You are going against the wishes of the gods. The gods hate you. The gods will strike you down. The gods, are against you. Do you see what I'm getting at here?
Mm-hmm. Lucifer could almost be equated to a figure that uses technology to subvert the established power center.
That's exactly what it is, because what's going on is that these stories get told and retold, and the rebellious Sumerian kings become the watchers. How do we know this? Because what does Sumer mean? It means land of the watchers. You see what I'm saying? I very strongly believe that the Titans of Greek mythology were also these Sumerian kings. Why do I believe that? Because the Sumerian kings were called Lugals. Okay? What does Lugal mean? It means giant. It means Titan. It's the same word. You know what I'm saying? So these connections are really not very hard to find. So the point I'm trying to make here, and this might sound like complete, argle-bargle to most people, but this whole idea that has been passed down, with the midwife being Christian fundamentalism, which is the source of so much modern conspiracy thinking, more than most people are willing to admit. This whole idea of this whole Luciferian, all this kind of thing is in fact the exact opposite of what it originally means through figures like Prometheus. And this is not conjecture here. I mean, all you have to do is read the Promethean myths. I mean, Prometheus is rebelling against Zeus's heavenly rule. He's doing so on behalf of humanity. Do you understand what I'm saying? He's rebelling against the gods who are tyrants on behalf of humanity. So I'm not just making things up out of thin air here. I'm just saying that there's a much deeper origin to all this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I see it. It makes sense when you lay it all out like that. How can we take that template or these connections between Lucifer and technology and kind of bring them out of the ancient scriptures and into like the last 100 years?
Well, this is where things get weird. How weird do you want to get?
Let's ramp it up to 10.
Like how weird do you want to get? I mean, because here's the thing. It's like the figure who is called Lucifer in the Bible is actually Nebuchadnezzar. Okay. And Nebuchadnezzar was the Babylonian king who conquered Israel and took the Jews, or some of the Jews. He took like all the scribes and the doctors, he took all the science. It was like, it was almost like a kind of a brain drain, let's say.
Right.
He took all the people that you want.
The Operation Paperclip of its day.
He didn't take the farmers. He didn't take the shepherds. He took people like Daniel. So then you have this whole thing with the fiery furnace in the book of Daniel. Like, what the hell is that all about? I mean, that's a very strange story. What's the mythological, if you're going to get all Joseph Campbell about that, like what psychological impulse does the fiery furnace and then this other figure shows up and everything like that? Like, what psychological impulse does that serve? You know what I mean? It's like, this is where I really break with the Jungians. Now, you had this figure of Lucifer who is in the Bible, in the book of Isaiah, is actually Nebuchadnezzar. Okay. Now, the interesting thing about this is that where else did we hear about Nebuchadnezzar? We heard about Nebuchadnezzar during the Iraq War because Saddam Hussein believed himself to be the reincarnation of Nebuchadnezzar.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what happened as soon as troops pulled into Iraq? They made a beeline for the Iraqi National Museum. Why? Well, I don't know. Maybe it's the fact that all the Sumerian tablets went missing and that only a third of them have been recovered, 13 years later. What's that about? Like, why do you do that?
Right.
Think about that for a minute. We've heard that story so many times that we take it for granted, and it just becomes part of the high weirdness conspiracy wallpaper. no, stop just a minute. You're invading a country, with all this oil wealth and all the rest of it. I'm going to, let you in on a little secret. We really haven't gotten that much oil out of Iraq.
Mm-hmm.
Iraq, its military posed no threat to Israel or to anybody else. Its military was a paper tiger. They knew they had no weapons of mass destruction. We knew that that whole campaign was fiction, was Hollywood, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what actually happened? What actually happened is that the first thing they do is they make a beeline to the museum. And what's this alleged terrorist group ISIS doing? It's like they too are looting all these artifacts. What is so important about these artifacts?
Right.
You know what I mean? Here's the problem. I'm going to tell you a problem. And I just want to get back to the election about this, because in my latest post, I talked about maybe Hillary was targeted. Maybe John Podesta was targeted. And maybe it had something to do with the fact that back in March, Hillary said, oh, we're going to open up the secrets of Area 51. We're going to, finally get to the bottom of what these UFOs are all about. And you think, oh, everybody's eyes roll. Oh, come on, and then people like Richard Dolan will say, well, she's going after the UFO vote. It's like, what UFO vote? Like,
yes.
Seriously, the UFO vote?
Right.
Like, John Podesta has been, he's been on this whole hobby horse for a long time now. It has nothing to do with reptilians. It has nothing to do with Zeta Reticuli. It has to do with the black budget world.
Mm-hmm.
It has to do with secret aircraft. It has to do with the secret space program. It has to do with when these politicians get lippy and step outside their little square.
They get spanked.
And it's been happening since JFK, because 10 days before JFK was assassinated, he wrote a memo saying, I want, whatever secrets we have about UFO technology released and shared with the Russians. It's like, oh yeah, that's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? And It's like every time one of these politicians messes with this issue, they run into a wall of misfortune.
Mm-hmm. And talk to us more about that pattern.
Okay. About this pattern, do you mean?
Right. I mean, because there's a lot more than just JFK and now Clinton. There's other people who've run into this same problem, right?
Well, here's how it goes. So JFK was messing around with this stuff, and then we had people like Dorothy Kilgallen, who ended up dead like so many other people involved with the JFK situation. And she was not only looking into the JFK assassination, she was also looking into the UFO situation, and she winds up dead. Gerald Ford was Speaker of the House in the late 1960s, and he got a lot of complaints about the way the Air Force had treated a series of UFO flaps in his home state of Michigan, and ordered congressional hearings on the subject, which eventually led to the Condon Committee in the University of Colorado, which, turned out to be a total whitewash, but he made the effort. And I mean, the timeline is a little shaky, but I've been told that the big UFO document dump that we saw in the 70s was actually begun under his administration. So, all those documents that really created UFO conspiracy. I mean, the whole UFO conspiracy world that was so prevalent in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and the door was really slammed shut after 9/11, came about because of all these documents that were released because of the Freedom of Information Act. Now, again, everyone credits Carter with that, but I've been told by a prominent UFO skeptic, who's also a scholar of the phenomenon, that it was actually Ford who was involved in this. Now, the interesting thing about Ford is that Ford had 2 assassination attempts, one of which was by a Manson family member. I mean, what are the odds of that? And the other one was by a woman who was obsessed with the Symbionese Liberation Army, which takes us back to Project Offen, MK Offen.
Yes.
and arguably as does, the Manson family. I mean, I would argue that the Manson family is more an MK Often project than an MK Ultra project.
And talk to us about the difference there, because I don't think a lot of listeners will have heard of MK Often yet.
Well, I will in just a moment, but let me just, continue this timeline that you had asked about. So Gerald Ford, he does this and boom, 2 assassination attempts. Jimmy Carter is very outspoken on the topic. And then he gets hit with the whole Iran hostages issue. And it turns out there was a lot of chicanery with intelligence services making sure that the hostages weren't released before the election. Reagan's a little iffy, but, Clinton is really activist on this issue, orders an investigation of the Roswell incident, doesn't like the results, orders another one, and then he's impeached. There's a congressman from New Mexico who also gets involved in this, dies of cancer shortly after he orders an investigation of the financial records of Roswell at age 51. So now we have Hillary, who was very outspoken about this issue on the campaign trail, much to the mocking of the press and whatnot. But I think that she knew what she was really talking about. And I think Podesta knew what he was really talking about. They were talking about sticking their nose in the black budget world. And they got spanked, the 2 of them, like badly. I mean, They lost the election, first of all. And, there may be more to come. Certainly Podesta's been humiliated. I mean, when the Washington Post has to say, no, John Podesta doesn't drink blood and urine with his dinner or something in a headline, that it's bad.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That things are much, much worse behind the scenes. So, people hear UFOs and they've been so conditioned by the disinformation program to think silliness, but they should really be thinking secret aircraft, black budgets, black ops, things like that. And they don't. And a lot of people in the conspiracy world think they're going to appear more serious if they make fun of UFOs and stuff, but they don't realize how important the subject really is and how many of the, say, disinfo techniques that are used across the board now were first perfected on the UFO community. I mean, it's a whole thing.
In a nutshell, you think that these cover stories where we're told about aliens from Zeta Reticuli might really be covering up something that's more seeped in the occult, right?
I think it's all of the above, to be honest with you. I'm like a both and person. I think, I don't believe in extra solar aliens. I don't believe that we're dealing with aliens coming from Zeta Reticuli. I just don't believe it. I know that, they're saying, oh, well, now the EM drive is possible and things like that. But, I think that, and I've been saying this for several years now, is that I think what we call aliens are what I call our elusive companions. And it's not just me that's saying this. I mean, this is something that Charles Fort said 100 years ago. I'm even kind of iffy on the whole hyperdimensional way of thinking, because I think those effects could just as easily be explained by exotic cloaking technology. So I think it's a very complex, I think a lot of it is just hokum and nonsense, maybe even most of it. But the stuff that isn't is a very complex tapestry of things that will keep people up at night if they really think about it seriously. So no, I mean that with all seriousness.
Of course.
I mean, my family and I had an orb sighting last year. We were coming up the highway into New Hampshire, and we just crossed the border, and we saw these 2 orange orbs basically harassing a private plane that just taken off from the airport. I mean, this thing was, I don't know, maybe 1,000 feet over our head. So we got a really good look at this, and we were just shocked. And we saw these things, and we're like, I mean, personally, I was like, that's not aircraft. That's not technology. I don't know what the hell that is. But these things have been seen, since the Middle Ages.
Elusive companions.
Yeah. So, I mean, God knows what we're talking about. It's crazy, but a lot of it is black ops and black projects. And I think that that's probably the stuff that gets a lot of UFO investigators killed.
Right. And that's where we get into the tie-in to magic, because at the heart of the black projects, we see all this kind of symbolism and this strange naming from ancient sources.
Yeah.
And
The lines of demarcation are very blurry. It's the other thing that I sort of just discovered with the Lucifer's technology series. And, that's one of the things I discovered when I was looking into Roswell. Roswell has always sort of bothered me because the standard UFO narrative doesn't really work for me. And the debunker explanations don't really work for me. But here's the thing, and I don't think a lot of people understand this that don't read ancient mythology, is that there's a very long and illustrious tradition of like things crashing to Earth and strange creatures getting out of them and interacting with people and giving them technology.
Mm-hmm.
This isn't just like ancient aliens, wild misinterpretations of ancient texts. I mean, the thing that really ties into Roswell is the myth of Cadmus.
Yes.
Now, why is Cadmus important? Cadmus was a Phoenician, okay? And the plains of St. Augustine, where the alleged crash actually took place. And again, I don't believe it was actually a crash. I think it was a ritual. I think this was all ritual, are exactly parallel with Baalbek, which was in ancient Phoenicia. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right. 34th parallel, right?
Yeah. So there's like, okay, well, why is that not only like roughly parallel, but exactly like on the nose up to the second parallel? How does that happen? And this whole thing, like Roswell, well, what does that mean? Well, Cadmus, one of his myths is that he raided the well of Mars and he slayed the dragon of Mars. And he used the teeth from the dragon of Mars to create a race of superhumans. So we're kind of looking at like, what does this story mean? The well of Mars, dragon, it's all this very loaded symbology here.
Mars, the red planet.
Yeah. Red, rose, well. Okay. So, well, that's interesting. Well, maybe that's just coincidental, except for here's the problem is that Cadmus, he was initiated into the arts of technology, let's just say, by the great gods of Samothrace. They have a number of different names: the Kabiri, the Telchines, the Dactyls. I mean, they were known by a number of different names, but they were the sons of Hephaestus, and they crashed to Samothrace in what was called a meteor. They were inside a meteor that crashed on an island, and then they set up this temple where people came to study the arts of, the mystery cults. I don't use the term mystery school because mystery school is a term that was coined by Alice Bailey. It's actually not a historically accurate term. There were no actual mystery schools. There were mystery cults. But it's a semantic argument, but it's just something that always kind of bugs me because it's an Alice Baileyism.
Right.
But anyway, the point is that, okay, so not only is Cadmus linked to a red well, a rose well, he's also linked to this spacecraft that crashed to Earth and was filled with these, what can only really be called alien creatures. I mean, there's been a number of different descriptions of them, but they were said to have pincers for hands. Sometimes they were described as crab-like beings. Sometimes they were described as men with pincers. Sometimes they were described as men with pincers and dog heads. I know Gordon White has talked a lot about the whole idea of dog heads. So now here's the interesting thing. So later on, there is a lot of speculation that Bell Laboratories acquired the technology for the transistor, which of course enabled everything that we are familiar with today. It enabled solid state technology. It enabled computer technology, everything after that, by a discovery on, a quote unquote crashed spaceship at Roswell.
Right.
The timeline is fascinating because you had the crash at Roswell, and 5 months later, 6 months later, a team connected to Vannevar Bush, who is definitively connected to a group that was charged with studying UFO technology. So his team, and he was also the chairman of the board of AT&T, which owned Bell Labs. I mean, the connections here can make your head spin. But the point is that Bell Labs are the people who give us the transistor, the first transistor. Okay. Bell Labs later becomes Lucent Technology. Everybody thinks this is a nod to Lucifer. Okay. No, Lucent is the same word as Cadmus. See what I'm saying? It's like Lucent actually could just as well be called Cadmus Technologies. Before Bell Labs became Lucent, their last major computer program was called Plan 9 from Bell Labs. And its mascot was an alien.
A connection to the seance that channeled the Nine, maybe. Arthur Young was in that group, and he worked for Bell Labs.
Yeah, and exactly. So, like, literally, you need a spreadsheet, like a flow chart, to make all these connections. But let me just boil this all down for people, because they're probably just like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Basically, there is a very strong and definitive connection between what is not just mythology, not just like what you see on Ancient Aliens, where they just take like sort of random myths and say, oh, well, what they really meant was that it was a spaceship, not that. I'm talking about mystery cult, where you had to be initiated. This was all secret. Between mystery cult symbolism, quote unquote, alien technology and phenomena, and then high technology. And then this combination is now bleeding over into our politics. Now, here's the thing. I began writing about this, and I didn't even know why, but I believe very strongly that this all bled over into our political arena in a big, bad way. I mean, I haven't sort of nailed this connection down. I will in my next post. But Hillary stuck her nose. She basically stuck her nose in Area 51, and they cut it off for her.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's basically what happened here.
And she was someone that you would have thought, I think a lot of people in their rudimentary understanding of these things would have thought that she was kind of above that.
You know what? This is what scares me. Like literally, because there's obviously a higher level above, the Bushes and the Clintons and the Soroses and all these other people. There's obviously somebody who can take a stroll through George Soros's email and put it up on the internet without any repercussions whatsoever.
Right.
Who has the power to do that? Honestly. I mean, when you begin to think about that, it's rather frightening. And the interesting thing is that, when Lucent changed over, or when Bell Labs changed over to Lucent, my wife was actually working there. So I was driving, we only had one car at the time, so I was dropping her off there all the time, and I was sort of like picking up that vibe. But, talk about the political world sort of, bleeding over here. Carly Fiorina, who ran for the Republican nomination for president, was, I think she's the one to blame. I think she's basically the one who destroyed Lucent Technologies. Like, we had Lucent stock, and at one point it was like, I think it was like $66, and I told my wife, because this is when the dot-com crash and everything was happening, I told my wife, I said, cash out on that stock now. And she's like, well, I heard it's going up to 99. I said, no, cash out on it now. And like a month later, it was like at 9 cents or something.
Damn.
Yeah, it was brutal. So, Yeah, I was really familiar with that stuff from the inside, as much as possible.
Right.
And it's really interesting too, because I mean, Lucent is owned by, Nokia now. And, it just goes to show you that that whole world of international corporate power is so incestuous and so transnational.
Yeah.
This is the power behind globalism.
Mm-hmm.
It's not this kumbaya, we're all going to be brothers kind of business. It's all about the fact that these corporations are all transnational, that they don't respect international borders. They find national borders to be
a nuisance.
A nuisance. And it's interesting too, because Bernie Sanders was very frank about this, I guess, before he got the talk. He said this whole open borders business, this is the Koch brothers. This isn't liberalism. This is
right.
This is Wall Street. So
they want to consume everything until there's just one thing.
Yeah, they just, it's like a drain and drop program. This has just been a really fascinating year, because so many of the streams that I've been studying, all the little side streets that I've been exploring, have become like the main street.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how much of it is taken seriously by other researchers. I think that a lot of people still look in particular directions. But, the thing was, with the models that I work with, they're predictive. It's like, I know where things are going to go because I see the patterns from past events.
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to close the Roswell loop real quick. So
sure.
We have this ancient story of Cadmus and the Well of Souls. We have Roswell being
the Well of Mars.
Or I'm sorry, the Well of Mars slip. Yeah. And then we have the 34th parallel, which is the same as we see Baalbek, and it's odd. I mean, it seems like they're trying to set up conditions to mirror ancient texts or ancient stories. Is that the indication that you get?
Well, I think that's always the indication. It's
right.
What I call getting their attention. You know what I mean? It's pulling off big events and signing, the names of various figures that you're trying to appeal to. It's basically the modus operandi of the space program.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why on earth would you call that program OSIRIS-REx? It's the most tortured acronym I think I've ever seen in my life. It's absurd, but it's like, no, we have to call this OSIRIS-REx. We'll make it fit. You know what I mean? Right. I think the same thing with the Lucifer telescope.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? It's like they want to call upon these powers. They want to channel this energy, and part of it is this naming. And this goes back to the whole idea of names. You know what I mean? I mean, you name somebody something or place. The whole idea of naming to begin with was a magical art of accruing power. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I am running fox.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that means you want to be speedy. You want to be stealthy. You want to have that energy. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I am proud bull,
trying to invoke those characteristics.
Yeah. It's exactly what you put your finger on the button there. It's the art of invocation. I believe that this whole thing with Roswell, like, why would you put, all the nuclear bombs in like this Army Air Force base? Well, because Roswell ties back to the Well of Mars. It's Mars. You're trying to invoke Mars. That's why.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why I really very strongly believe that it was a ritual. And the whole thing with General Ramey, the Ram, Jupiter Ammon, and it's like calling on very powerful gods. And these gods go back a long way before Jehovah and all these other figures. And I told you about this figure that, goes by a number of different names, whether you're looking at it from Babylonian or Sumerian or Akkadian. And it's interesting because there's an invocation to this figure in the Simon Necromonicon as well. This character, whether he's called Gira or Gabil or Era or, a number of different names, Isham. This ancient Lucifer figure that I discussed at the beginning of the program. Now, This figure goes back at least, we have written evidence of this figure 2,500 years before Christ. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's called the shepherd of God 2,500 years before Christ. Who do you think came first? It's like, the people who wrote the Bible, where do you think they were getting all this information from? They were getting it from the Library of Babylon.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like, so it's the same process. It's drawing upon these very ancient, powerful energies to appropriate that power for yourself.
Right.
It's human nature. It's something that anthropologists and psychologists will have to explain. But I would argue that it most certainly has magical repercussions, that it produces results. And why do I say that? Because if it didn't, people wouldn't do it anymore.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
People don't read tea leaves anymore. There are all kind of magical practices that aren't in use anymore. You know what I mean?
Right. And some that are.
Yeah. The whole psychological explanation for these practices really doesn't pan out, because you have to wonder, like, well, why do people still work with tarot decks? Well, because they're happy with the results. You know what I mean? People don't really, or at least in the West, you don't see a lot of people working with I Ching. There are a lot of divination systems that people just don't use, but they still use astrology. They still use the tarot. They still use, Ouija boards. Why do they use them? Because they work,
Mm-hmm.
as far as they're concerned. You know what I mean? If they didn't work, they wouldn't be used.
Yep. So let me ask you about, if we get into technology today, there's a lot of people that get caught up in the latest apps and VR, but in areas where it really counts. You're pretty critical, saying that innovation seems to be long dead. What are your thoughts on Silicon Valley and what's happening?
See, that isn't just me. The only major figure in Silicon Valley who supported Donald Trump is a guy named Peter Thiel, and he's one of the founders of PayPal. And he also runs this security company called Palantir. And, he says that we haven't had real innovation in 40 years, or maybe even 45 years. He said since the early 1970s. Everything that they're working with now, say Snapchat and instant messaging and all this kind of stuff, these are all refinements of technologies that were being developed in the 60s,
mm-hmm.
like literally in the 1960s. We talked about this guy, Vannevar Bush, okay? The guy who is provably, through government documents, at least was known to be interested in studying UFO technology. At the same time, he's deeply connected to the development of the transistor and all the rest of it. He basically conceptualized the World Wide Web in the 1940s. Okay. He wrote a very famous essay that conceptualized the World Wide Web all the way back then. So there's been a whole movement of very brave sociologists, professors, all these kind of people are saying, you know what? All the shit you're reading about technology and science and all the rest of it, none of it is true. And this is something that I've been talking about for years, because I was reading Wired back in the early 90s. I was reading Mondo 2000. I was always like, every time DARPA put out a headline, I've lost count of the amount of headlines that DARPA put out that never appeared, that never hit the market or never hit the battlefield or, you name it. And the thing is that all these articles that people will put in their Facebook feeds, and I think it's starting to sort of die down a bit, but, all this, I fucking love science kind of stuff. When you actually read the articles, they're so filled with qualifiers and walkbacks and, oh, maybe this will happen. We'll see. It's like, say an example. It's like, you will grow two heads in the future. And it's like, oh my God, that'll be amazing. It's like, and it's like, well, if the technology emerges that will allow you to grow two heads, you'll grow two heads. Like literally, that's like the article. It's like that. It's that amount of foolishness.
Smoke and mirrors. It's
smoke and mirrors because it has a political, it reminds me very much of like late Soviet propagandizing. My wife had given me some Soviet World magazines because they had some stuff on Mars and some interesting things on the space program. It's interesting that our modern version of the Soviet government, the Obama administration, was also pushing this whole thing with Mars and all of the rest of it. This whole like techno hype and techno worship and everything. It's part of this whole false concept of futurism, of progress being a straight line, a linear process that's constantly going up. And when you really look at progress, it's a scribbly line that has a lot of sharp lines going backwards and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the thing is that, I'm older than you. I'm older than probably a lot of your audience. Okay. So I grew up really just as a lot of this technology was starting to dig in. Here's an example. It's like when I was a kid, like the big thing was Pong. Okay.
Hmm.
Like, oh, great. Cause you could play like you didn't need like somebody to play against. You could just play the machine. I was playing games like Seawolf, and later on I was playing like Asteroids and Space Invaders and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Really super primitive stuff, but it was so new. It was so different. It was just like you could play Monopoly or Solitaire or Tinker Toys, or you could play Seawolf. Just like it was a paradigm shift.
Right.
You know what I mean? The technocrats have been trying to sell this whole concept of a never-ending paradigm shift. But this is where I start to just question the whole nature of this paradigm shift, because you saw basically a static line of technological advancement, maybe going up, maybe going down, maybe going up, maybe going down, over a couple of millennia. And then the line shoots straight up right after 1947. Oh, gee, what happened then?
Right.
Interesting. I'm not saying that, they reversed spacecraft technology. I don't necessarily believe that's true, but I believe that something happened extraordinary, something that would freak people the hell out if they actually understood. We may never actually know how it went down. You know what I mean? We can only speculate, but I do think it has to do with non-human intelligences. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I don't know who they are. I don't know how they operate, but somehow they decided, okay, now's the time for this to click in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because the line just shot straight up.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is that since Xerox PARC and the personal computer and all the rest of it, it's just been incremental. All they've been doing is just little touch-ups at the edges.
Right. Where's the advancements in energy, transportation, space travel?
Exactly.
Rockets are the same as they were then, essentially.
Exactly. So there's this whole idea of the EM drive. I don't know how much of it is still theoretical. There's a lot of science that can work like gangbusters on paper, but once you get to the application stage, it requires too much energy, blah, blah, blah. There's just too much qualification that makes it untenable.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. Interestingly enough, electromagnetic and electrogravitics and all this stuff, these are things that people in the ufology field have been talking, as relates to recovered and reverse engineered technology for a number of years. So, we'll just put that aside. We'll just table that for now.
Huh.
But the point is that we're not going to work in jetpacks. Cars are essentially the same as they've been for 50 or 60 years. Refrigerators are essentially the same. Dishwashers. Actually, our public works infrastructure is deteriorating. It's getting worse.
Mm-hmm.
Bridges, water, gas, electric. It's in serious trouble. That's one thing that Trump was actually dead on about, is that we've got some serious major problems with our infrastructure in the United States.
Right.
It's deteriorating, and it threatens, our economic future.
Mm-hmm. What about the argument that for the past couple of decades, all the technologies, we don't see them because they've gone underground, deep state projects, breakaway civilization stuff? Do you think those claims might be overinflated?
I think they're overinflated, but like I said, I mean, get back to what I was saying about Hillary and John Podesta. I think that there is a core of truth to them. I think that there is wild speculation pasted onto them. I'll give you a perfect example. Now, this is an example I always like to bring up. In 1966, which seems to be a very crucial year because that's also the year that MK Often kicked in. In 1966, we saw the secret technology of the SR-71 Blackbird emerge from Skunkworks. This is a plane that has yet to be equaled. So 50 years ago, the greatest form of human transportation that has ever been unleashed was unleashed. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It could outrun anything flying today. Now, the Obama administration put all its chips behind what was called the F-35 program, which was supposed to be the cutting edge of technology. And it's turning out to be a dog. A lot of our allies are stuck with it, but there was a lot of speculation that the reports of this program being a dog were all misinfo to fool the Russians, except for now we're seeing that the A-10 Warthog isn't going to be replaced and everything like that. So the proof is in the pudding. It's like, if they're not going to replace this ancient plane, the thing that was supposed to replace it is a dog. So I just wonder, like, okay, if we had the SR-71 50 years ago, mind you, like, what happened after that? What's happened since? We've had the B-2, which is pretty impressive, and it's an impressive machine. All these different kind of stealth things. But still, I mean, we peaked 50 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Now the thing is that I do believe that there are more, that the black world is keeping things to themselves.
Yeah.
And I think that there's a major power struggle over this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that, what they called the Rockefeller report, that Clinton was involved in, Lawrence Rockefeller, and I think Stephen Greer got involved in it. I think this was that world, that end of the power structure, that facet trying to sort of muscle in on the action and paying the price.
Yeah.
My problem with a lot of conspiracy thinking is this whole idea of a monolithic power structure. I think that is just not true.
Right. It's more Game of Thrones.
I think it is literally a Game of Thrones.
Right.
And I think we might have just seen the Red Wedding. It might have taken place behind the scenes, but, like I said, I get a very strange sense. There's an eerie calm descending over Washington right now.
Mm-hmm.
And strangely enough, I mean, let's just tie this all back because I'm going on a lot of different tangents here. But let me just say what this is all really about, is that all these kind of side streets that I've been wandering down led me back into the main street. And a lot of things that I've been studying that people thought were maybe kind of eccentric or irrelevant. You should be studying Monarch program and butterflies and kitten program and all this kind of stuff. It's like, well, whatever. When I started doing the whole thing with MK Often, I think a lot of people thought, like, well, why is he talking about that? That was 50 years ago. Well, what do we see now? We see the Satanic Temple trying to start satanic clubs in elementary schools. And we see the guy who runs that little operation. He was a neuroscience major at Harvard. He's involved with people like Richard Dawkins. He's involved with the False Memory Syndrome Foundation, which is just riddled with pedophiles and CIA, MK Ultra people. Do you see what I'm getting at here?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I don't know why I started writing about that stuff either. Like, I had no idea that they were doing an Exorcist TV series, and then that popped up. It was very interesting that while I was in the middle of that, like, the Exorcist thing pops up again. So I don't know. It's been a very strange year. It's been an extremely strange year. Like, for me personally and in the world. And I don't think that people really understand how strange it is. I mean, maybe it'll take till next year for the dust to settle, but, like, very strange things have been happening. I mean, Donald Trump is president. think about that. I mean, just like think about that for a minute. Like a guy who like is a couple of years ago was like on Celebrity Apprentice is now ostensibly the most powerful man in the world.
Makes no sense.
This is surreal.
So I did want to ask you this, though. In terms of the technological halt that we were talking about just a few minutes ago, the idea that we're in an artificial environment has always been interesting to me. And you tie this into the surprising lack of technological achievements lately in your Astro-Gnostic posts, saying things like, one has to wonder what would a world in which humanity were trapped or quarantined on a prison planet look like? Maybe our spacecraft would be subject to constant monitoring harassment. Maybe after 60 years of trying, we'd be no closer to breaking Earth's orbit than we were when we started. And maybe our most ambitious attempts to jailbreak Earth would be subject to devastating acts of sabotage, citing the SpaceX launch and CERN experiments. They've had wrenches thrown in them.
Columbia.
Yeah. I love that stuff. I mean, do you think it's getting easier to make the case that we might be on some type of quarantine situation with these overwatchers not really allowing us to get beyond our little snow globe?
Well, here's the thing. Who made that argument 100 years ago? Charles Fort. Okay. I mean, let me just give credit where credit is due. I did not invent that whole way of looking at the world. You know, that groundwork had been laid for all of us. You really have to wonder, because the interesting thing to me is that we find out that Elon Musk is starting to talk about maybe we're living in a computer simulation, you know, not long after one of his very expensive rockets blows up on the launch pad. Now, we've all seen that video with that strange object that flies by just before that thing blows up. You know, there's a very interesting kind of cognitive dissonance that applies to that, because I believe in many ways so much of ufology and movies and Hollywood and everything is not part of a conditioning program to get us to accept our alien overlords or whatever kind of nonsense, you know, you hear. I think it's actually to just make us to dismiss, to ignore when things like that happen. When we see all these things flying around, harassing the space station and everything like that. I mean, it's been happening fairly regularly now. And they always cut the feed. And it's like, oh, well, that's what we just cut the feed anyway. It was time to cut the feed. Yeah, sure. Well, if you don't think so, you're a conspiracy theorist. Oh, okay. Well, I guess, you know, I won't be invited to the good parties then. Never mind.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, to tie it back into ancient texts about a cosmic war, might we be dealing with some kind of consequences or ramifications for that ancient rebellion?
You know, it would be pure conjecture on my part. I mean, all I can do is just look at the fact that, you know, we're constantly hearing all this stuff. Oh, we have the technology to send ET home. We have the technology to reach the stars. You know, we have the technology to put men on the moon and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, well, okay, why aren't we? You know, what is stopping us? We constantly hearing all these brags from the aerospace quarter, but nothing is ever done. I mean, all we ever see is all this junk parked in low Earth orbit, and they're growing tomatoes and playing guitars up there. You know, what they're really doing is putting up surveillance satellites and things like that. But I would say quite strongly that is the strongest possibilities of all the various scenarios that people would argue about, is that we are stuck here.
Yeah, a lot of pieces fit that puzzle.
You know, the Gnostics were right. Somehow they knew, you know, before there was manned space flight, somehow they figured it all out. I'd love to know how. I'd love to know who told them. I mean, when you read those texts, and I'm not talking like the Nag Hammadi stuff. That's an entirely different culture. That's sort of like, you know, when people talk about the Nag Hammadi Gnostics, that to me is like, those are the hippy dippy Gnostics. You know what I mean? Those are like the city dwellers. They're like sort of like the Occupy Wall Street Gnostics. The kind of Gnostics that I'm interested in are the ones who've like survived for 2,000 years in like the worst neighborhoods in the world. I'm talking like the Mandeans and the Yazidi and the Druze, people like that who've like dealt with numerous attempts to genocide them out of existence and still keep on ticking. Those are the kind of Gnostics that I'm interested in. And it's interesting because a lot of people who are interested in Gnosticism don't necessarily recognize those people as Gnostics. But those people, to me, are the real Gnostics. And if you read their literature, it's just chock filled with like one flying saucer after another. So I think that they were keyed in from a very long time ago. And I think that their cosmology is bearing fruit now, interestingly enough. And maybe that's why there's such a determined effort today to wipe them out. Mm-hmm. It wouldn't surprise me. Seriously.
Yeah.
Like, in all seriousness, I think that, because they have access to information very possibly from sources outside everyday reality.
Right. It's part of this game. I get it. But man, it's been a great time talking to you. We've gone into 3 hours now. To wrap this up, if people want to get more Chris Knowles, and who doesn't, where should they go?
Just go to secretsun.blogspot.com. And as soon as I possibly can, I have a lot of material for new books that I will definitely be self-publishing. Gordon has convinced me to do so.
Nice.
I definitely see the light now. It's just a question of getting the time to put them together. But a lot of this will make a lot more sense when it's put into book form. I know we sort of rambled and we sort of wandered around a lot, but when you see it all laid out, it'll make a lot more sense. And what we should do is that if you link to the blog, I will link to the post in question so people can see things laid out more coherently than what I was able to do here.
Sure.
When people see like the Lucifer's Technologies material laid out, it will make a lot more sense to them.
Yeah, it's dense, and this is just a short conversation, but I appreciate you coming back. You are one of the greats when it comes to getting past the dramatic cover stories and getting into the real meat of things, I think. Personally, I try to adopt a more mature approach to this stuff, and a big part of that is your influence and Gordon's influence. So thanks again, and take care of yourself out there. All right, man?
All right. Thank you, sir.
You got it.
All right.
Peace. Boom, people. I know Chris thinks we jumped around a little too much, but I loved this one. I've read all the posts he was referring to, so maybe I had some helpful context to stitch it together, but I think it all worked. I hope it all makes sense. You could tell we were clearly distracted with the election results and the Podesta leaks. We left a lot on the table from what we were going to talk about because of that, but check out his Lucifer Tech series itself if you want to dig deeper, or just wait for the book. Early on, Chris mentioned Lucifer's prayers always emphasizing, "I'll have no other gods before you," and that kind of thing, almost being the first recorded monotheism. It's funny because there's a lot of talk about the deity flip, that the Vatican is channeling energy for a negative being painted in a positive light. And at the same time, "have no other gods before me" is what we're told the one true God says, according to the Bible. And then throw in the fact that Chris says a lot of this history around Lucifer has been erased, and I think we have a perfect conspiratorial storm here. He's also pretty clear, though, that Lucifer is a title, not necessarily a character. So it gets really weird, because is Lucifer a rebel who's working to help us in that Promethean sense, or is it more satanic? I get it's a mess. It's a tangled web. I guess just because someone goes up against the established order, we see them as a rebel, we see them as a William Wallace, but that doesn't mean they're a good person. They could be just as controlling and psychopathic as the current guard. They just want that shit for themselves. So obviously it's complex, but I just wanted to throw in a little fuck the Vatican while we were on the subject. I don't know, but if veneration of these entities gives you power, the Vatican certainly had that for a while, and still has a gold palace in its own city, so they're not doing too shabby. Let's not kid ourselves. A tangent, I know, But I do love the tone in Chris's voice when talking about the behind-the-scenes events of this last election. I actually wanted to add, and the big spank, or the Clinton spanking to the title, because I do think that's what happened. But now with this recount thing, I mean, I guess Jill Stein's behind most of it. I had to tune out now that we actually have results. But I did hear Clinton making a few comments about this recount thing. But, what are you doing, lady? Just stop. You're falling down at events. People are equating the spot on your tongue to a cyst from eating human flesh. Have you seen that one? Fairly convincing, to be honest. Your closest friends have been exposed. Your foundation's been exposed. You're old. Just stop. Take some vacations. Just build a little fortress of solitude and order your kids' delivery. We've seen enough of you. What I also liked about this episode is how well it fits in with some previous Joseph Farrell episodes, both in the third level of power pyramid being the Fascist International, and also based on the NIMSA and Sonora Aero Club stuff we talked about a while back. It could very well be them with the hidden technologies and the large piggy bank that's working behind the scenes. I'm sure there are more too, but the globalists got spanked in exchange for a nationalist and the TPP was scrapped. That seems like that kind of Fascist International play, in a way, to me. But I'm dumb. And I'm sure there are other players too. But also, the idea of the planetary quarantine was brought up in the Treaty of Versailles template episode with Joe a while back. That idea is that if there was a major cosmic war in the past, some higher level would have instituted some post-war rules for us. Surveillance and whatnot. Maybe that's what UFOs are. It does fit with the mythology and the circle jerk reality of modern tech. Hard to say, but it is a deep one. I dig it. And I'm glad we got it all in before the end of the month. We came in hot out of the gate with Joseph Farrell and Anthony Peake. Then we hobbled across the finish line at the last minute with John McMurtry, Daniel Pinchbeck, and Chris Knowles. But we did it. And I think they're all pretty choice episodes. But this and Dr. Farrell would have to be my favorites for the month for sure. The links between magic and tech are strong. The idea that most of the strange phenomenon the counterculture is familiar with is the result of occult workings and rituals. I love it. If you're a flat earther or a fan of this prison planet perspective, you have to have an answer for some of the weird stuff like Roswell and these other sagas where elements are said to have come from other places. Well, with this mindset, it could all very well just be here in other realms. Anyway, lot to like. And it was another longer show, so you're welcome for that. If you want to hear more, sign up for Plus or get the 7-day free trial at the bottom of the page at thehighersidechats.com. In this Plus show, we got deep into some projects like Operation Crossroads. What an interesting name, since Crossroads is where you make offerings to entities to get what you want. We also got into what Chris thinks was really behind the Montauk Project, and he breaks down how MK Often was an offshoot of MK Ultra with less emphasis on mind control per se, and more on weaponizing the occult and torturing kids for good measure. Classic deep state stuff. We also got into the fact that Night of the Living Dead was billed as a children's movie originally, and that it and The Exorcist were both way more powerful in their first theater run, and that's probably because they were weaponized to cause trauma. I think this is a common observation that these movies were way more intense in theaters, and the official story is just that, oh, well, the technology was so fresh and new, and because people weren't familiar with CGI and all this stuff, it was the most real they had to date. But I think that's flimsy. I think there might be something deeper going on, as does Chris. But it's a lot. Check it out, because it is an interesting perspective on little pockets of unknown history. So yeah, I think any Higherside fan should dig this one. Like I've mentioned, I've got several shows recorded. We are going to get away from some politics shit, because I think we're all kind of sick of it. And this one, to me, was getting away from that, or at least analyzing it in as interesting a way as could be. But anyway, also Higherside Clothing is here. My new t-shirt company 2.0, better quality designs from passionate Higherside fan artists, and they all relate directly to episodes. I would love to see a design based on this episode. That would be quite wild. But Check out all the shirts, full color designs. I'm sure you'll see something you like. It's my new baby, and I'm so happy because it's real professional quality, as good as the best t-shirt brands out there. When you get a little money, you can actually stop compromising and do things the way you wanted to originally. And it's a beautiful thing. But either way, I'm getting out of here. I'll see you soon with what I think will be a Pizzagate show with David Seaman. We shall see. But I've done my part today. Your move, occult conjurers of Lucifer's tech and quarantiners of this island Earth. We're on to you. And it's your fucking move. Here we go, Higherside Chatters. Drinking a little drink, smoking a little smoke, and ready to get weird with you. From sunny San Diego, I'm Greg Carlwood, and today is a hell of an episode. I've been holding on to it for way too long, but the live show took a whole lot of preparation, and it took a lot of time to actually get it done and put it out. And my talk with Chris didn't follow the typical interview timeline because we ran into a couple of different issues along the way that caused us to have to stop or even go back and retread some of the same ground. But it was a fun day of getting really deep into the Siren saga and all the areas that it spirals out into. I think you end up with almost an extra hour of show when it's all said and done, and who doesn't like that? But really, the reason I'm jumping the gun to talk to you here is to say that we recorded this just days before the Vegas shooting, which is something that Chris, and me too really, have just been obsessed over since it happened. And what's really crazy is that so many symbolic elements show up in both cases. I think the first thing Chris said to me after the shooting was, didn't we just spend a lot of time talking about black pyramids in Las Vegas? And it's true. I say it in the show, but we had to leave some threads alone because we didn't want to overcomplicate the story. But Vegas and black pyramids are a big part of it. And Chris has been throwing out warnings related to bad omens in Vegas and symbolic pressure mounting since May. But we also know from Austin Kopic and Preston Gibbs, our astrology guests, that Regulus is the star of the show this year, the brightest star in the constellation of Leo. Leo is the lion, and who is at the very heart of the whole Vegas thing? MGM. What's their logo, their classic symbol they've used forever? The lion. So this is the sort of connection making that conspiracy folks get mocked for with token characters in movies and TV, but this is how a Synchromystic sees the world. Connections matter, symbols matter, and the gods are more involved than materialists would have you believe. And many guests are seeing the current agenda as blending the worlds or opening portals for the elite's archonic overlords to spill in through, and I'm starting to concur. It is what our oldest texts seem to describe. And Chris also mentioned to me the other day that he thinks that's why twinning has been such a theme lately, and comes up in this case too. The whole as above, so below thing, like mirroring, much like the date 10-1 itself. But I should just play the thing. I only wanted you to keep some of the Vegas symbolism in mind with this show and say that I'm actually very glad we recorded it before the shooting happened, or Vegas would have just dominated the whole show. And now you actually get a lot of context backfilled. But you can see just how epically this story spirals out by the time the episode's over. And the Vegas situation also kind of helped Chris make so many new connections that weren't there at the time either. So do read The Secret Sun when you're done and go through his recent posts. It's a great follow-up to an already wild story. And with that, let's dive in. The Song to the Siren, Music Magic, and Rebuilding Babylon with the man himself, Chris Knowles. All right, Higherside Chatters, we've been around long enough to see the strange synchronicities that seem to run in the background of reality, sometimes so elaborate as to suggest a web of otherworldly influence that makes one wonder if the entire earthly plane is nothing more than a stage for multidimensional actors regularly rerunning the old scripts of Babylon. Add in the conspiratorial call signs of secret orders and mystery cults, and life seems even more like a backstage battle for influence, initiation, and indoctrination that only those outside the box really have the eyes to see. Is there some dark alliance between the upper crust and the underworld? Some partnership between political players, pop culture creators, and the paranormal? Or maybe the nexus of deep state scientists and sorcerers of social engineering have just come to realize that if they chum the waters of reality, some strange things come to play. However you try to explain it, it always seems to get weirder, and that's why we need a guy like today's returning guest, Chris Knowles. Of course, Chris runs the ever-potent Secret Sun blog, and he's the author of great books like Our Gods Wear Spandex, The Secret History of Comic Book Heroes, and The Secret History of Rock and Roll, The Mysterious Roots of Modern Music. One of my favorite sages of synchromysticism, the connector of dots, the untangler of webs. Chris, my man, how the hell are you?
I am awesome. Anytime talking to Greg Colwood is a good time, as far as I'm concerned. Always.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, you too. Great to talk to you again. Last time we did this was January. The new president was just taken office, and we talked about a lot of the eerie tone that was going on in Washington. And, you could kind of sense the uneasiness. And now that we're entering the last couple months of the year, I guess I'd ask you, how do you feel about things now? Has anything changed?
I think things have changed. What we saw, what I very strongly believe we saw, is the after effects of a spy war. Intramural wrangling in Washington between power structures and power players. I think that the DNC hack, which I absolutely believe was an inside job. I don't believe the Russia thing for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
And, what I call the Podesta issue, which mutated into Pizzagate, and sort of took on a life of its own. But I think that the demons, let out of the box with all that, skullduggery and cloak and dagger really seemed to create this post-election fugue state, because I think everyone was just sort of scrambling around trying to figure out how they're going to respond to this, what they are going to do, what their strategy is going to be. And it's interesting, we saw sort of like a Gladio-style strategy of tension unveiled, which seems to be dying down a bit now. We saw these massive rallies and the IFA wars, which all seem to be part of the same strategy, just different octopus limbs, so to speak, different tentacles. But I think what we see now, it's interesting. What I was looking for in the wake of the election, since I didn't vote and, had no dog in the fight, is I was looking for the theme. What is the theme? With Obama, we saw this, and this is even before the election, all this Egyptian King Tut, all this weird kind of crypto-Masonic.
Right, rising sun.
Yeah, all that kind of thing. And I talked about the stairway to Sirius, how Obama and McCain seemed to split up the component parts of the Sirius hieroglyph and incorporate them into their election campaign logos. And, I thought, oh, this is really odd. What's this about? And that really unleashed this whole epic series of posts on the stairway to Sirius and what that means. And, the second degree Masonic tracing board and the World Financial Center. And now, the World Trade One or whatever it's called, and alignment with the Monolith Hotel and just all this kind of stuff. It was just one thing after another. But we were also getting hit with a lot of things like the spectacle at Dubai at the Atlantis Hotel, which you're just watching going, wait, this is in a very conservative Muslim country. And this is like literally the most pagan thing I've ever seen in my life. What the hell is going on here? There were all these sort of themes like seen from space. I mean, there was a whole bunch of themes that I was trying to sort through. What I saw with the Trump thing was just these Roman themes. People who don't live in New Jersey, haven't been in Atlantic City, don't realize that the Trump casino was sort of cheek by jowl with the old Caesar's Palace. These two casinos are like almost in the same block. And so I sort of started thinking about these Roman themes. And I was thinking about, he started interviewing all these generals, and all these generals were being absorbed into his administration. And I was like, this is the Praetorian Guard. I mean, this is literally what we're seeing. This is, in the old days when there was some sort of chaos in Rome, the Praetorian Guard would take over and a puppet in the emperor's seat. And this happened throughout what they called the crisis of the 3rd century. So I'm like, wow, this is kind of what, and Trump has always really played up this whole Caesar, Roman emperor kind of motif. You see this in his apartment, his home. He's really kind of gravitated towards these themes and archetypes. So I was kind of like seizing on that. And then, this whole thing with Mithras, which is literally, we could do an epic series of shows on Mithras and how this archetypes just seems to be rising everywhere you look. But a lot of people, if you're not from New Jersey, you don't realize this. When Trump goes on vacation, he goes to Bedminster, which is literally right down the street from me. And at one point across the street from him was AT&T World Headquarters. And there was a statue called the Spirit of Electricity or the Genius of Electricity, something like that. And it was basically a 20th century Mithras statue. I mean, it's based exactly on old icons of Mithras. So I'm thinking, okay, so he's right across the street from Mithras. I mean, this is like a weird conjunction. And now what we see in Washington is that there's this triumvirate. We are literally ruled the early imperial era. We're ruled by a triumvirate. You have Kelly, chief of staff. Donald Trump can't even answer his phone without getting permission from Kelly now. You have McMaster, who's completely taken over the foreign policy apparatus, and you have Mattis, who's in charge of the imperial war machine. These three bone crushers, very frightening men who are running the country right now. And it literally is back to imperial Rome. People have always made those comparisons, those metaphors. No, this is the Roman imperial LARP there. This is guys who are really into Roman Empire role-playing games. Let's do this for real.
Right.
So I think really to sum it up, what we really saw is I think we just saw there was a real bomb dropped in the middle of Washington, so to speak, with the DNC hacks and the Podesta emails. And everyone was just scrambling around, first of all, trying to protect themselves. They're probably all lawyering up. But I think that they were really trying to figure out, how do we respond to this? This is really bad. This is serious. What do we do here? And I think, I don't want to offend any of Pizzagate people per se, but I think the whole Pizzagate thing kind of gave them air cover. It sort of steered attention away from what was really going on and what was really being said in those emails.
I think that's fair, because the pedophile thing has been a part of conspiracy culture forever, that the elite abuse children. It really isn't a secret at this point, it doesn't seem. But
part of Washington, yeah.
Oh, right. It's systemic.
Yeah.
And the Pizzagate thing, it really did just take all of that, wrap it in a little package and put it over on the side, and then they send in that guy with the gun, and then that's the story. And now everybody's really hush hush about pedophilia, because you don't know, if you set somebody off, some crazy guy might go in and start shooting, and that's so irresponsible to even be talking about. So I agree with you. They definitely took it and spun it off and kind of washed their hands of it and put it over there. And that's how they get out of all this stuff whenever people start to see the breadcrumbs.
Yeah, there's a mass of it, and everyone is afraid that some guy with an IMDb page is going to, storm into their restaurant or whatever. Or people are afraid they're going to, inspire that. That's a topic for another discussion. It's all craziness. But again, it's guys who are really into the Pizzagate thing, don't realize who they're playing with. They don't realize the playing field they're on. They're not playing with rival bloggers or rival YouTube producers. You're dealing with the people who bomb countries. So you better get all your information squared away before you start fucking with those guys.
Right. Man, and you also made an interesting point about the recent NFL dust-up, that it too seems like it's in that nexus of a blatant military recruitment campaign, a patriotism play. It seems to fit right in with the whole Trump motif.
Yeah, it's interesting because the whole idea of the NFL players standing for the national anthem started back in 2009, and it was basically an initiative taken by the Department of Defense and the National Guard, and as basically a recruitment tool to get people who go to football games, particularly younger people, obviously younger people, to sign up for the military. It's really part of a recruitment drive. Now, the interesting thing to me about all of this is there are a couple things that are interesting. First of all, we have a government which is run by generals, or we have a White House that is run by generals, and they choose this time to poke at that hornet's nest. And it's the usual Trump thing, provocation and reaction. But there's another thing that, again, this is a topic for an entire program.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember starting, I guess, really came to fruition in 2012 when Madonna puts on this Egyptio, Roman, pagan, militaristic, androgynous display. It's just like this ritual, and everyone just lights up. All the conspiracy channels just light up like a Christmas tree over this. That starts, you see it ramping up around the same time that the initiative to have the NFL players stand for the national anthem. So it's very curious to me and very interesting to me that these really ostentatious Roman imperial this pagan ritual displays start ramping up and getting really in your face at the same time this military involvement in the NFL takes off. So I don't think that's a coincidence. And again, this is a topic for an entirely different program. But I mean, look at how these things, particularly with the halftime shows, have really taken off. And you see the manufactured controversies about them, controversy about the symbolism with Beyonce and Black Lives Matter. But really what she was doing was military drills, with her dancers. I mean, it's all this militarism and regimentation that we're seeing in conjunction with this like really bizarre and flagrant ritual paganism.
It is strange, man. And you're right. That could be a whole show on its own. And I do want to get into the big thing we're going to talk about because it is lengthy. And it's this Siren saga. And I've been reading it, this epic Synchromystic web revolving around the song to the Siren that you've been writing about. It weaves through several musical artists from Jeff Buckley and the Cocteau Twins all the way up to Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington. And it is a hell of a ride with a web of connections and syncs involving the siren and water and drowning. And it is just mind-blowing. And it's a pretty big story. And you refer to it as a great case study. And I guess I would ask you, what would you say this is a great case study of? Because sometimes it's really hard to get a clear picture of what we're seeing, even when we notice the connections. Like, what sort of perspective or worldview does a story like this work to validate?
So in other words, what the hell has Chris been ranting on about for the past 5 months? Well, to be honest with you, it's been something that I've been trying to wrap my head around because I didn't expect to be working on this. I didn't expect these symbols to show up, and I didn't expect them to show up the way they did. Basically, what I would sum it up as, the elevator pitch here, is that this is the apocalypse, the siren is the whore of Babylon, and the song to the siren is a prophecy of death. I mean, that's pretty much it in a nutshell. It's a lot more complicated than that, but that's basically what we're looking at.
Right.
As strange as that sounds, it's taken me 5 months to sort of summate all this because, when you're in the middle of it, it's hard to get perspective on it, but that's pretty much what we're looking at.
Right on. Yeah. I'm, as a guy who gets kind of icky feelings around religion, it is kind of frustrating, but interesting to see that basically everything seems to be coming to that. Like all the roads lead to the elite have some type of hidden religion. I don't even know if you can really put a name on exactly what it is. It seems to be pieced together from several different things, but they've got some religion and they're very obsessed with making it manifest or running cycles and programs that speak to it, I guess.
Yeah. And the siren is it's an incarnation of one of the oldest gods that we have in history, and that's Inanna, the Sumerian goddess of sex and love and war, who is very central in the formation of what is called the Akkadian Empire under a guy we've talked about before, which is Sargon the Great. Mm-hmm. So this goes all the way back. This goes all the way back to what a lot of people see as the dawn of civilization, and culminates with Ishtar and the Babylonian Empire. And I really see so many footprints of this Babylon worship out there. I mean, there's no other way I can really put it. You showed me that Citadel shopping center, which is basically a Sumerian temple design for an outlet mall, which is just incredibly bizarre and strange. Mm-hmm. And of course, we have the Babylon Gate in the backyard of the old Masonic temple where they have the Oscars every year. It's kind of thing where these things just pop up over and over again, and your natural inclination towards skepticism and disbelief just kind of has to crumble away because we see the same motifs being hit on the head over and over again. And you just have to think at some point, well, this means something to somebody. They're not going through all this trouble as a joke they're trying to play on us. This is real. And the siren, which is now the most ubiquitous corporate symbol in the world, or one of them, it's becoming one of them, mm-hmm. through its association with Stargate. It does have an association with Stargate, but its association with Starbucks I mean, we're seeing this everywhere. And this is how these things happen. You are methodically indoctrinated or initiated into these symbols and icons. And of course, we have mermaid mania, where mermaids are just everywhere all the time. There are actually 4 Little Mermaid movies in production right now. There's a Little Mermaid ballet. There's a series coming up called Siren on Disney.
Yeah.
It's just everywhere. It's everywhere you look all the time. There's a mermaid parade in Brooklyn. I mean, unbelievable. It's like nothing I've ever seen. But this is how these things become dominance, how they become archetypal dominance. And what we are seeing now is the rise of an archetypal dominant in the Siren, which, despite what you might see in the media, with Little Mermaid and stuff, is actually a very dangerous and unpleasant motif. Mermaids were not Ariel, They were creatures who lured sailors to their deaths and then ate them. I mean, that's what they were. That's what we're talking about. And the consort of this, and this ties into the whole idea of the shepherd boy consort that has accompanied all the various permutations of this god, is this evil clown dominant that we're also seeing rising concurrently. We're also seeing rising with the runaway success of this movie, It, which is just drenched in water and water symbolism. So obviously a tie-in here. And what I would point to as the origin of that is that the shepherd boy consort who died, went to hell, and was reborn was the source of April Fool's Day. There was a Roman holiday called the Hilaria, where these women would celebrate his resurrection. And that is really the source where you see the fool and the tarot, all this fool clown symbolism, really kind of ties back to that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is such an interesting angle too. And of course, to really talk about this particular story of Jeff and Tim Buckley and the Cocteau twins, we really do have to kind of chisel it down to just the core story because it has so many tangents. But one of those tangents is Heath Ledger, who played the Joker, based off the Killing Joke. Killing Joke was also a band, and there's connections there as well. And it does seem like in this core story, we're talking about some kind of entity, the Song of the Siren being some type of spell or having some type of power. But as you put it in your blogs, it seems to have, over the course of this story, claimed a few trophies.
Yeah, it seems to be running around collecting them, which is really kind of upsetting. This all started for me when Chris Cornell died. And my first post on it, I was just kind of talking about depression and opioid withdrawal and things like that. I wasn't really looking at this at all. I was just looking at his death. My feelings on that have evolved. I mean, I don't think he was murdered by the Illuminati, but, my feelings on his death have evolved from the post that I originally did that I wrote on this. But that's the beauty of a blog, is that it's charting sort of an evolution of thought. But the Chris Cornell stuff I wasn't really processing until I found out that he was really, really, really close to Jeff Buckley. So much so that he had become his executor almost. I mean, he was producing and managing all of Jeff Buckley's reissues. And I thought, okay, that's the signal. That's what really kind of started it off. And just to show you how this all evolved, I found that out, and then I did some digging, and I found out that exactly where he died was the setting for an old Indian Native American legend about a siren-like figure who lures this mythical figure called the Keeper to his death. And Chris Cornell had a single called The Keeper where he sings, "I am the Keeper, I am the Keeper." And it's just like, whoa, stop, wait a minute, what is this? And then you find out that right across the street, practically, from where he died at the MGM Grand Hotel, it should be opening right about now. They're opening what's called the Siren Hotel. And you just like go, okay, here we are. Let it rip. I mean, and it just goes on from there. So finding out that he had died around, at that time, it was getting close to the 20th anniversary of Jeff Buckley's drowning death in Memphis. And of course, we have the Memphis. I mean, he literally died right beneath the Memphis Pyramid. There's that big, giant pyramid reproduction on the Wolf River in Memphis that's now owned by Bass Pro Shops. I mean, that's literally where Jeff Buckley died. And it just goes on from there. And it goes on in such a way that I could never encapsulate it all in a podcast. It's so huge. And the tendrils just seem to run everywhere. And then, I mean, we're talking about Chris Cornell's death, which was a huge news story. I mean, everywhere, all across the mainstream. And then Chester Bennington's death on top of that. I mean, this was huge. So this is how these archetypal dominants choose to reinsert themselves into the mainstream culture through these kind of events. And of course, Chris Cornell's death coincided with the premiere of Twin Peaks, which also has a huge tie into the song to the Siren and Elizabeth Fraser and the Cocteau twins and on and on and on. So it's literally something we could just do like a week of podcasts on. But basically what we're talking about here is a spell, a magical spell that starts off with this song. But there's a huge presence of mind control. Not only suggestive and implied, but explicit. Mind control, MK Ultra, all that kind of stuff. But this ties into my personal views on MK Ultra, that things that we associate maybe more with Artichoke and Bluebird and MK Search and on and on and on. They were basically spent 25 years and a whole ton of the government's money pretending that they were looking for technology that they already knew. I mean, 1,000 years ago, the assassins had perfected mind control and mind control assassins. This is not a secret. They didn't need to do this. And then as far as the interrogation aspect of this, people have talked about that. Yeah, I mean, this was all stuff that the Nazis were doing all the time during World War II. So MK Ultra is something else. And I'll tell you where I'm going with this, because I'm going to be posting on this, and the post will go up probably before this podcast goes up. But MK Ultra really starts with Alan Dulles in Switzerland, in Bern, Switzerland, spending every single day talking to Carl Jung. And Carl Jung was also treating Alan Dulles' mistress. And then we also, of course, have Sandoz and Albert Hoffman and the bicycle ride and blah, 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 blah. See, I don't think that these people were just worried about mind control and mind control assassins and interrogation. I think that their ambitions were far grander and more disturbing and just more all-encompassing than that. And I've always thought that, because we have the tie-ins to Stargate and remote viewing and on and on and on. I really think that this was about the recreation of the world, literally, and starting from the ground up, starting with the mind. And maybe a lot of people might think that's a little, over the top, but that's what I honestly believe.
Well, I'm with you, man. And we will get to how that happens, basically starting with that Millennium Dome show and the way it connects to the larger Song of the Siren story. But if we are going to have the song itself be the core, be the connective tissue, this song perhaps as a spell or a totem or a vessel for some entity to extract some influence, where does the song story start? A fairly weird place, right?
Yeah, extremely weird place. It starts with the final episode of the Monkees television show. And in case some of your listeners might be too young to remember this, the Monkees was a knockoff of the Beatles created for network television. Wildly popular, insanely popular. I mean, it was a point where every single they were putting out went right into the top 10. Big, big deal. This was, of course, at the end of their run, when only maybe like 20 million people were watching it rather than 40. Final episode. And what is it about? Oh, hey, it's about MK Ultra. What a surprise. It's literally what it's about. It's about this mad scientist who is using television to control the minds and put people in trances. And, it's like, but he's doing so using alien technology. He actually kidnaps an alien who's crashed in his flying saucer.
Of course.
Of course. I mean, this is like at least 10 years before anybody was talking about Roswell. They're talking about this. Okay, gee, what's that all about? So mind control, kidnapped alien, reverse engineered alien technology. It's like, are you kidding me? And then, the Monkees defeat all this. They defeat the mad scientist and his MK Ultra program with the all-encompassing power of marijuana.
Cheers. Cheers to that.
Which they call Frodus. That was their code name. When they were on set doing the show, their code name for marijuana was Frodus.
Huh.
So the episode is called the Frodus Caper. The Frodus Caper. And interestingly enough, you have the letters for Frasier in there. Oh, just a coincidence. So anyway, at the end of this episode, this bizarre episode, which is like something out of Cosmic Trigger or something, Tim Buckley, who was a popular folk singer in Los Angeles, never really made it big, but Mickey Dolenz of the Monkees thought this would be a great place for him to make his debut. And he makes his debut with this Song to the Siren, which actually no one had ever heard before, except for he and the people in his band. So he premieres the song at the end of this whole extravaganza. And it's this dirge, which is based on the classical Greek myth of the Siren, which we read about in the Odyssey. And it's basically a love story between him and the Siren, but she's luring him to his death. And he knows that he's being lured to his death, but he doesn't care. I mean, that's basically what the song is about. It's about him going through all these stages of confusion about, I know this Siren is going to kill me. Do I fall under this spell? And of course, he does. And, a few years later, he dies of a heroin overdose. So it's like, right. Oh, God, okay. Well, that's interesting. But that's like how it all starts. That's the birth. So it goes on from there. I mean, these are the themes that we're looking at, and it goes on from there.
Right. And it is kind of a lot to take in. Like you've been saying, when I first started reading it, I was kind of like, well, where is he going with this? I don't know any of these bands. I don't know who the hell Tim or Jeff Buckley are. I'm just unfamiliar with all the characters. But once you really get into it, it is so amazing, really. So we have Tim Buckley, this folk singer. He sings the song to the Siren on TV. And then the next stage would be it being covered by Elizabeth Fraser of the Cocteau Twins, right? That's kind of she's really one of the most central figures in the whole story.
Yeah, she seems to be, I always say, hope the gods never notice you. Hope the spirits never notice you. Hope they never choose you to express themselves through. It never ends well. If you read the Bible, the prophets really don't have very happy lives. It's just, you don't want the gods to notice you. I mean, hide from them. Like, just don't let them notice you noticing them. Just to back it up, she's a woman with a very troubled upbringing, very troubled past. She had several nervous breakdowns later on in her career. She had come to believe that she had been sexually molested by her father and by her brother-in-law. And she was eventually, she's part of a large Catholic family in a very grim industrial suburb in Scotland. She gets into the punk scene and she's thrown out of the house at 16. And she's very, very reticent to reveal much about her background. There's very little known about her. We have no information except for these snippets from interviews. So she's a troubled girl, sexually abused, into drugs, apparently is quite violent, which is all very funny when you see her videos because you get no sense of that. But this shows you that we're looking at a case study in dissociation. Had been seen as sort of a bully in school, just falls off the map, falls off the radar for a while until she appears in this post-punk band called the Cocteau Twins, kind of like a post-punk goth noise. Their early material is very abrasive. It's very dark. And they're instantly signed up by a record label in London, and they instantly become the toast of the town. The BBC is having them do concerts on Sunday night and Saturday night. It's like no other showbiz story you've ever heard of, where they make a demo in their bedroom, literally, and all of a sudden they're the toast of the town. So it's a very strange story. But here's the thing, and let's get back to MK Ultra again. Not a lot of people realize this, but MK Ultra didn't really stop in Scotland, in the UK. There's a lot of information that it went on probably into the 80s, at least into the early 80s, particularly in Scotland. Ewan Cameron, who also studied under Jung at the Bergolzi in Switzerland, so we have that MK Ultra Alan Dulles connection again. Ewan Cameron basically lived right up the street from Elizabeth Fraser. I mean, they lived in the same county. They were 20 minutes away from each other. But Ewan Cameron was, he died in 1969, but he was also known to have used Gart Naval Royal Hospital, Lennox Castle Hospital for his particularly brutal form of repatterning, as he called it, which was basically instilling a dissociative state in very vulnerable people, particularly women. He seemed to be particularly interested in women, particularly interested in young women. There is a lot of anecdotal and otherwise information that the young girls at the Montreal operation were being sexually abused. At the same time, they were being tortured. But, he was after something. He was not after mind control. He was after, how do I put this? He's after what I believe personally, what Ewan Cameron is actually after is he's after breaking through to the other side. Like, I honestly believe that. And if you look, this is not something just popped. I mean, you go back to the Victorian era. We have all these stories about traumatized children, particularly traumatized girls, finding themselves wandering into another dimension. Alice in Wonderland, Peter Pan. Later we have Wizard of Oz, Chronicles of Narnia, Stranger Things, the OA. I mean, this, Fringe. I mean, this just pops up over and over again. And if you really read the information about Ewan Cameron's operation, you go, this is not mind control. This is crazy. But let me tell you what it also reminded me of, and what really put me on this, is that it reminds me of rites of passage, of shamanic initiation. See, I have a little saying that goes, shamanic initiation is just a fancy way of saying torturing children, because that's how shamans throughout history and throughout various cultures have been initiated, by being tortured, poisoned, raped, all sorts of horrible things happening. And, of course, for our purposes, the most troubling example of this, not necessarily shamanic, but certainly transformative initiation, is, of course, Sparta, where young boys were not only were they just sex toys for these huge monster soldiers, they were also, tortured. I mean, literally tortured all the time. It's just horrific when you read about. You see a movie like 300 and you go, oh, look at those heroic Greek warriors. No, that's not what Sparta was really about. It was horrible. It was like Pizzagate times a billion. I mean, it was just crazy. So, yeah, so that's what we're seeing. I mean, I have no definitive evidence that Elizabeth Fraser, fell into one of these still operating MK Ultra programs that were going on in her neighborhood at that time. But, I also know that she exhibited signs of extreme dissociation and kind of made dissociation her art, which we see a lot with people who are survivors of this kind of abuse.
Right. So many pop stars have done the split personality thing.
Yeah, but she did it for real. I mean, that's like they're going, oh, I want to do Bowie and Ziggy Stardust, like Lady Gaga and Beyonce and blah, 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 blah. I mean, it doesn't interest me because it's not real. It's a pose. It's a prefab. It's almost like one of the boxes you have to tick off to be a pop star these days.
Right. It's like the commercialization of what for some people was very real trauma and very real torture.
Yes, absolutely. So we know that Elizabeth Fraser spent at least three stints in the trauma ward. I don't mean to laugh at that, but it just goes to show you that this is real, that this isn't like what her publicist told her she should be doing. And she also underwent like a series of very radical and extreme kind of transformations, particularly early on in her career, where she's got like sides of her head is shaved. It's almost like a mohawk, and she's wearing like fishnet stockings and leather minis, and she's acting very provocatively. And then she sort of becomes almost overnight this Victorian fantasy, this Victorian China doll. And she's presented it, the thing is that okay, so you go, oh, that's stylists, that's designers. I mean, this is how the music industry works. And we saw the same thing with Nicki Minaj, where she sort of starts off as this very androgynous kind of street rapper, and then they get to work and they reinvent her. But in this case, it wasn't just that her style and her,
persona.
The look was, well, let me get back to that. I mean, it's not just that like her look, which, her hair and her makeup was done differently and she was wearing different clothes. She literally just looks like an entirely different person. And there are several stages where like she looks entirely different when you see her on television performing live. And then when you see her in the Song to the Siren video, it looks like an entirely different person. And she just goes through these stages where not only is her hair and her makeup changing, but it almost seems like the structure of her face is changing. Mm-hmm. And the other bizarre thing, I mean, this is the thing that really kicked it all off of me, is that her eyes are just insane. I mean, not like, you see people with crazy eyes, maybe starry eyes, people with maybe schizophrenia sort of develop this. I mean, it literally looked like she is not human. She's not human. You kind of catch glimpses of this, and she's obviously very self-conscious about it, but you'll just see these freeze frames in these videos and you go, okay, that's not a human being. That's an alien. I've never seen anything like this in my life, where somebody just looks, if you sort of broke it down and you were methodical about it, go, okay, well, that looks human. And then you look at these eyes and you go, that's not a human being.
Jesus, man.
And you can see this. I mean, you can go on YouTube and see this. And, I've taken screenshots of this, and it's just like, what the hell are those things in the middle of her face? They're not eyes. They're like, I don't know what the hell they are. Mm-hmm. This was one video, one of their better known songs, Heaven in Las Vegas, which also plays symbiotically and thematically into this whole storyline. Her eyes just look like they're incandescent. It's really weird. And this is before indie music videos were being made with like heavy CGI and stuff. And you just look at these eyes and go, why do they seem to be giving off light? This is weird. So again, I mean, this is all interpretation and maybe personal opinion or whatever, but it's just like, I just look at it and go, what the hell is going on? That's an alien. You know what it looks like? I'll tell you what it looks like. Anybody who's watched the show Supernatural, when one of the characters is possessed by an angel, their eyes start to glow and they're weird and they're kind of white light. I mean, that's what they look like, except for it's real. So it's just like, maybe this is based, that whole trope is based on something real.
Right. Yeah.
Extremely rare, but real.
Well, right. And so to get to the story of Frasier as some type of vessel for a siren type entity, and this song being some type of spell or totem. Yeah, anyone who hasn't heard of the Cocteau Twins or Frasier, do go listen to some stuff, because her voice is very eerily siren-like. There's a lot of howling, a lot of wailing, and in times she didn't even sing in English. But, I guess the other aspect we should talk about that's very relevant is
the deaths.
Yeah, Frasier covered Tim Buckley's song of the Siren, because that very song prompted his son, Jeff Buckley, another artist, to discover Elizabeth Frasier and become attracted to her. They had a very intense romance, and then the icing on the Siren cake, give him the punchline.
Well, the punchline is that he drowns. I mean, he drowns. Not only does he drown, but he drowns underneath the pyramid in Memphis. Memphis, which is, of course, named after the ancient city strongly associated with Osiris. And he also died on the eve of this weird secret society festival that they have in Memphis, where they all name themselves, we're the crew of Osiris, we're the crew of Ra, all this like heavy Egyptian symbolism. He died on the eve of that. And you're just like, okay.
Right.
But the other interesting thing is that he died on Garland's Day in the UK, which was a day that offerings were made to Poseidon. And the implication here is that in the early days, this was, human sacrifices were made to Poseidon, especially when you see how Garland's Day plays out. The interesting thing, of course, here is that the first Cocteau Twins album, which has all kinds of stuff about human sacrifice and people drowning in rivers, is named Garland's. So, okay, like, what's this all about? And of course, we have Garland Briggs in Twin Peaks, which also plays into this. It's just like, this can't be real. this can't be happening. It's just too weird. And it's like, well, people say, okay, well, this happens all the time. You're just cherry picking things. And then you go, well, show me when else it happened like this. I mean, show me how else it plays out like this, methodically, step by step like this. And then they go, oh, okay, well, maybe it doesn't. You know what I mean?
Right. It's like a real world version of the Siren motif. The structure is right there. Man sings song, woman covers song, man's son falls in love with woman and ultimately drowns. And in fact, his drowning story is that he was pulled under. They say by the wake of a boat, but the motif is he was literally pulled under the water. And that's like the same kind of thing. It's just a very creepy story when you tie in the way she sings and that she possibly could have been channeling something. You actually wrote that in a 1984 interview, Fraser herself says that she believes she was channeling another force or entity, and she claimed her music, quote, wrote itself. And so this is like where I wonder, what was her awareness in this situation? Like, what do you think? I mean, a lot of her lyrics were about witchcraft, weren't they?
Yeah, a lot of the early songs were about witchcraft. And another early song on an EP, which is all about drowning in rivers, is called Alas Dies Laughing. And Alas Dies Laughing, I sort of spell out how the symbolism in the lyrics basically point to exactly where Jeff Buckley died. I mean, and this isn't the only song that does this. The lyrics in the song show you exactly where he's going to die in 16 years from when the song was recorded. And the chorus to the song, which she repeats, I don't know, 100 times, is wake takes a lonely one, wake takes a lonely one, wake takes a lonely one, over and over again. And when you listen to the recording of this, she almost sounds like she's entranced. I mean, she does not sound like she does on these other records where it's just kind of Eddie Van Halen of the vocal cords, just spraying things all over the place. I mean, it sounds like she's entranced, and she's saying wake takes a lonely one, meaning somebody's going to die when they get caught up in a wake. Because, the lyrics, before she lurches into the chorus, go tides touching walls. So the water is overtaking this person, and it's so scary. I mean, it scares me. Like people go, oh, whatever, who cares? Let's go see it. No, this scares me because this is real. And the other thing, when you talk about the lyrics and the song titles, I mean, we have, Sea Swallow Me, She Will Destroy You. One of the best songs, which is kind of like if you were listening to ABBA doing Dancing Queen, but you were on ecstasy, like a lot of ecstasy. That's what the song kind of sounds like. I mean, it's just like, oh my God, it's an orgasm. Right. But it's called Lorelei. And Lorelei is the German incarnation of the siren. I believe this is in the Ring Cycle, in Wagner's Ring Cycle. But it gets even creepier. It gets even weirder because, so what had happened is that she had this relationship with Jeff Buckley. And this name doesn't mean anything to people nowadays, but he was a really big deal in the mid 90s, like the post-grunge era. A lot of celebrities, Brad Pitt, Jimmy Page, Johnny Depp, a lot of like these kind of Hollywood in-type guys who think they're rockers were really, really seriously into this guy. And the first time I heard him, I go, geez, this guy sounds like he listened to a shit ton of Cocteau Twins records. But anyway, so what happened is that she fell in love with him. And I mean, she really fell in love with him. I mean, she fell in love with him like you read in old fairy tales. She's just crazy fell in love with this guy. And he was kind of in love with her, but he's a rock star and he's doing the notches in the bedpost deal. I mean, he's a rock star who's the young hip thing, and like chicks are just throwing themselves at him. So he's like, okay, this really weird woman at this point in time, this really weird woman, she's really interesting, but she's really intense and she's kind of crazy. And I think she's possessed. So I'm going to go have sex with this other singer named Joan Wasser, which means water in German. So he breaks up with her. And the first thing she does is record a batch of songs, sort of my least favorite songs she ever sang, but they're all about, why don't you love me? Please take me back. She's actually singing in English now. And she's like, why don't you love me anymore? I still love you. I hate you. I love you. I mean, just all these kind of songs that you would imagine somebody singing after a really intense breakup.
Right.
But the creepy thing about, I mean, it just, there's nothing in this story that isn't creepy. She makes a long form video to go along with this. And the opening image is of a river.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like digitally messed up with sparkles and all this kind of stuff, but it's a river. And then, this is sort of the credit sequence to this long form video, and it ends with a sunset. So it starts with a river, ends with a sunset. Jeff Buckley dies in a river at sunset. So, I mean, that's how creepy this is. 2 years later, by the way.
And also throw in that Heaven or Las Vegas album element, because that also is about the river and where he died.
Yeah, Road, River, and Rail, which the title there describes exactly where he died. He died in the Wolf River in between an overpass for a road and a overpass for a what are those things called? Monorails, like a rail. So, you got to see this visually because I show it on the blog. It's road, literally like checking off boxes. Road, okay, there's a road, there's the river, there's a rail. 1, 2, 3, bum, bum, bum. And you're going like, oh, okay. But the song before that is called Wolf in the Breast. Wolf in the Breast. He dies in the Wolf River, in a river, underneath a road and a rail. Okay. So that's kind of weird.
And those are the 8th and 9th songs on the album, right?
Well, that's the other thing, is that they're the 8th and 9th songs of the album. And this is back in the day when people were still buying cassettes. And it's the 3rd and the 4th song on the cassette. And, 34 North, 89 West is the source of the Wolf River where this guy died. So it's just like, it literally never ends.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. But it gets worse or better. I mean, depending on your point of view. So the last song, so we have Wolf in the Breast, the Wolf River in the breast, in your chest, in your lungs, Road, River, and Rail, where it happens. But the song after that is called Frou Frou Foxes and Midsummer Fires. And you think, well, Jesus, I mean, that sounds ridiculous. What does that have to do with anything? Well, I'll tell you exactly what it has to do with. It has to do with Chris Cornell's death. And you're like, wait, what? Okay, Chris Cornell dies at the MGM Grand Hotel after performing at the Fox Theater. Okay, so there's our Foxes. There's our Foxes element. And across the street from the Fox Theater is St. John's Church. And you go, well, what does that have to do with anything? Well, the Midsummer Fires isn't just people lighting fires in the middle of July. I mean, it's a day. It's St. John's Day. So it's like, oh, wait a minute. So the Fox Theater is across the street from St. John's Church. So you have Foxes, Midsummer Fires, very specific. And you go, okay, well, could be a random chance. What about this frou-frou thing? What the hell is that? Well, frou-frou is a terminology from French fashion. Something's frou-frou. It's got a lot of ribbons and bows and rhinestones or whatever. I mean, it's very fancy.
Yeah.
Now, what does that have to do with Chris Cornell? Well, Chris Cornell used to own a restaurant in Paris. Where was the restaurant? It was in the fashion district. So you go, wait a minute. So it's who it is and where it happens. And you just go, the probability quotient here is really starting to dissolve. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean,
right.
So you think, well, so that's Chris Cornell. What does that have to do with anything? Well, like I said, Chris Cornell was really super close to Jeff Buckley. So close to Jeff Buckley that when he went on tour in 2011, he actually took this phone with him. And it was Jeff Buckley's phone. He had this red kind of old school phone that Chris Cornell had on stage with him throughout this entire tour, because he said he kept it because he was always expecting Jeff to call him. How creepy and weird is that? You know what I'm saying? So this is how intense their relationship was. I mean, he's taking Jeff Buckley's telephone and putting it on a stool next to him while he's performing, his acoustic tour. So it's just like, oh, okay. And believe me, this is just the tip of the iceberg. It just goes up and down the line. And really what this all culminates in, I'll just sort of back end this a little for you, is that we were talking about this on my Facebook group and people were like freaking out as these things just piled up one on top of the other. And I said, this is leading to something bad. Something very big and something very bad is going to happen. And it's going to have something to do with the Siren. You're going to know this has something to do with the Siren. And it's going to be big and it's going to be bad. And sure enough, right after Twin Peaks ends, I think even while it was ending, we had these hurricanes starting with Harvey, Jose, Maria, and Katia. all of which have pretty direct, if you break down the names and the origins, they sort of all tie into this constellation of goddesses that have incarnated themselves as a siren now and incarnated themselves as the sirens back in ancient Rome as well. And it's all tying in. But the thing is that people go, okay, well, that's open to interpretation. Well, what does this have to do with, hurricanes and the siren and blah, blah, blah? Well, the siren, mermaids, on and on and on, were said to be responsible for storms at sea, hurricanes. This is sailors believe not only did these mermaid sirens lure you to your death and then eat you, they also created these horrible storms which sank your boat and then you drowned and then they ate you.
Right. And of course there's that new Netflix show, The Santa Clarita Diet, about a woman who must eat human flesh, and it's all set in a quirky suburban type of dark comedy landscape. But again, it's the woman who is leading people to their death and then eating them. Oh, and it's just so crazy.
Yeah, it goes on from there though, because there's this Polish movie called The Lure, which is about these two sirens who, become 80s pop stars, 80s new wave pop stars. Who would ever make that association? Who doesn't think of 80s pop stars when you think of the siren, right? So that's weird. We have a TV show called The Siren, which is going to be on a new Disney Channel, I think early next year. This stuff is everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
It's so pervasive that you don't think about it because it's all packaged and it's like, oh, mermaids, so happy, I'm going to buy a tail and go to the pool. No, mermaids are like, you die and you get eaten. This is dark. This is the apocalypse.
I love this case study, man, because conspiracy folks are always trying to pick apart the symbols in music in particular, and they'll look at, like pyramids around the eye or Rockefeller records or a do what thou wilt chain or something. And that's interesting. It shows they clearly have knowledge of this stuff. But you're talking about the case study of a specific spell and ritual, like a full closed loop. I love the term that this entity is like collecting trophies, because we're seeing deaths associated spiraling out from the creation of this song. And this is what those music analysts should be looking at. Like, if they really are all into magic and the occult and rituals, well, where is the evidence of that? This is that evidence. It's right here.
That's my entire point.
Right.
Because I've always seen that stuff over the years. And this is where it really started. It really started with a guy who I had some contact with named Ben Singleton. He was a high school student from Britain, and he had this blog called Pseudo Occult Media. And he sort of lapsed onto this whole thing with Monarch and MK Ultra and the pop stars and all the symbolism. And then, Vigilant Citizen comes along and sort of strip mines the entire Synchromystic community, stole a bunch of stuff from me, stole pretty much his entire thesis from Ben Singleton. And then it's off to the races, because what happens is that, it becomes viral on the internet, and then all these producers and designers and promoters, they go, oh, well, let's start doing this intentionally,
Mm-hmm.
And they start doing it I think a lot of it was intentional from the beginning, but they start doing it, and it's like, oh, it just becomes all pervasive. But you can trace the steps of that. It's out there. It's just people doing things. It's nothing really terribly unusual about that. It's how culture is formed. It comes up from the counterculture and works its way into the mainstream. Of course, what came up from the counterculture was incredibly toxic and evil and horrible, but here we are. But it's interesting, the thing with Monarch, because I've always been like, not really down with the Monarch thing. Not that I don't believe that something like that could happen. I'm just talking about the particular presentation that we saw in Kathy O'Brien's book just stretched my credulity to the breaking point. And it's not just me. It's Jim Keith. Jim Keith is, of course, dead now, because that's what happens with people who really know what's going on. Jim Keith died at Burning Man, by the way, or his cause of death came from Burning Man. And of course, we saw the human sacrifice at Burning Man this year.
Right. Guy ran into the fire.
Yeah, from McAllister, Oklahoma. McAllister. That's interesting.
Possessed to run into a fire.
Yeah, that's creepy as hell. But this is 2017. Of course that had to happen, because this is where we are. But no, I was going to say about Monarch, I've always been kind of skeptical about it. And I've always kind of felt like Mark Phillips was just kind of like, rest his soul, he just recently passed away. But I always think that he didn't really exactly take this stuff seriously, and he's having a laugh. People disagree with me, fine. But Monarch, butterfly symbolism, which we see all over Fringe, of course, which is all about mind-controlled, abused girl who can cross dimensions, of course, because that's what it has to be. Because what story isn't about that, right? But the whole idea of Monarch and butterflies, Elizabeth Fraser pretty much wrote an entire album with butterfly symbolism in it. And one of these songs is called Plain Tiger. And plain tiger is a type of monarch butterfly. So, circumstantial, kind of symbolic, maybe a little bit more, but maybe is kind of pointing to something a little heavier. Like it wouldn't surprise me if monarch symbolism was really heavily used in MK Ultra, MK Off, and whatever sort of grew out of that. But I'm not really buying at least that version of the monarch story that, that we're familiar with. Just because, like Jim Keith said, she has this photographic memory about everything and can remember every detail of everything that ever happened to her, but she can never describe where it happened. She can never describe what an army base looks like. I mean, all these kind of things where you just kind of go, I don't know, whatever.
Right. It's like kind of over the top and dramatic and a little commercialized, but at its core, there's some real truth, some real threads running through it. Just kind of like another analogy could be the Pizzagate thing. We know the elite are abusing children, but that got spun off into a weird area, and it culminated, of course, in that shooter going in there, which then makes it a hush-hush thing. It's scary to talk about, and we should have some responsibility for the claims we're making because we might set off some crazy person. That becomes the story. But the core there is a story as old as time. Elite people abusing children.
Yeah, and not only abusing children, but often abused, like I said, with this whole shamanic thing, with certain Buddhist monasteries, certainly monasteries of all types.
Yeah.
With a purpose. They believe that children are kind of the gateway to this alternate reality.
Right. Break the kids and break open the construct.
Exactly. Not only break open the construct, but they think that it can open stargates. It can open portals somehow. I mean, that's literally how extreme the thinking is, how just completely like, okay, that's how crazy it can get.
Yeah.
But, in this case, we have this woman, and let me just back this up. People think, well, who is this woman? Who cares about this woman? She's nobody, whatever. She sang what is used for the theme song for House MD, which was I think it was the most watched show in the world at a certain point in time in its run. The theme song to that, she sings. And if you go to YouTube and look up that video that she sings on, I think it's had over 50 million views by now. So this isn't just completely obscure indie nonsense I'm ranting on about here.
Right. And so we went through that core story. Tim Buckley writes the song. Elizabeth Fraser covers it. His son falls in love with her and eventually is drowned in a river. And now this little saga, it also ties into maybe what we could call the big picture when you add in that chapter about the Millennium Dome show, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get to that in just a second.
Sure.
But the thing I want to back this up is that, like, so what? He drowns in a river. That happens. Well, that's how these shepherd boy consorts of these goddesses in the Siren lineage usually die. Classic example is Osiris. But the other thing in here, I mean, this is how creepy it gets. Buckley, first of all, Jeff Buckley is a stage name. His real name was Scott Moorhead. And, it's a whole other, where she seems to have anticipated that. But Scott Moorhead becomes Jeff Buckley and takes on his father's name and his middle name. The thing is that Buckley means shepherd boy. So he's not only, a shepherd boy symbolically in this whole drama we're unveiling here. That's literally what his surname means in Gaelic. It means shepherd boy. Now, the other interesting thing with Fraser, and, we have Elizabeth where we have, the Virgin Queen of the Shakespearean Elizabeth, Queen Elizabeth I, and then we have this Queen Elizabeth now who just doesn't seem to ever die. I think I don't know what she is. I think she's like a Cylon or something. She just continues on forever. So it ties into that whole Elizabethan motif. But the surname here, Fraser, comes from the French word for strawberry. It's actually a French Norman name for strawberry. And strawberries, so what? Strawberries, whatever. Strawberries were sacred to Venus in Roman times. And of course, Venus has Adonis, who is her shepherd boy lover who dies. literally, I mean, this all probably sounds completely insane to a lot of your listeners, but just take my word for it. Every single detail in this story just lines up exactly in ways that just your head starts to spin.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And, I could go on and on about all the songs that presage all this,
Well, to give just one more example, can you tell them about the kissed out red float boat? Because that's a great one.
Oh, Kissed Out Red Float Boat is crazy. So Jeff Buckley dies in the Wolf River underneath the pyramid, which is now owned by Bass Pro Shops. So he dies, and his body is discovered a few days later. First of all, there is like a police operation like you've never seen, huge search for this. I mean, helicopters, divers, boats, everything. They couldn't find this guy. 5 days later, he washes up at the foot of Beale Street. And if anybody's familiar with Memphis and Beale Street and the blues and all that kind of thing, and it just goes on and on. But he's discovered by somebody aboard the American Queen riverboat, which is a very famous riverboat on the Mississippi River. It's well known for its water wheel, the red water wheel. Now you think, well, what's the significance of that? Well, she had written a song in 1988 for an album called Bluebell Knoll. And Bluebell Knoll also ties into the hurricanes, but, that might be a story for another day. Bluebell Knoll is another death omen. It's a Scottish death omen. But the point is, the song Kissed Out Red Float Boat is a weird song because the music is like, oh, my God, this is my best day ever soundtrack. Oh, hey, things are great. Look at the sunset, that kind of thing. But the lyrics, which are very obscured, are basically her singing about how, her husband and songwriting partner is cheating on her. And she's really upset about it. And she's sort of singing in this same kind of cadence that she sings Song to the Siren. So it's almost a sequel to Song to the Siren in a way. She's kind of singing about, he loves you and he doesn't love me. I mean, it's really sad. But the significance of Float Boat is that the boat that discovered him is the American Queen, the riverboat. Those paddles on the boat, they're called floats. That's the technical term for the paddles on a river wheel. So,
and it's red, right?
Yeah, and it's red. It's red. It's a red boat with red floats. I mean, and kissed out means like something that you're done with. So it's kind of like this cumulative effect, but just the fact that it's got that title that points to exactly where his body found on top of the 10 million other details that tell you everything is about to happen in the story. And then the way it ends, it's like a kissed out red float boat, and he's kissed out, he's dead, he's drowned, it's horrible. But he's discovered by, the red float boat. And then when you read the lyrics, it's all about, you don't love me, you love her. And this is at a time when he was having a relationship with Joan Wasser after he broke up with Elizabeth Fraser. So, I mean, the whole thing, the cumulative effect of it is just, it almost kind of instills disbelief just through cognitive dissonance, because it just piles up. Just as a quick aside, she sang another song where she's absolutely channeling the siren. I will go to the mat on this. It's creepy as hell. And you read the lyrics, and the chorus is, come feel the deep. Come feel the deep. Come die. Come drown. I am the siren. I am calling you to your death. That's literally what the lyrics are. It's really creepy and disturbing. And then the EP that the song is recorded for is released. And a couple days later, Jeff Buckley and Joan Wasser almost drowned off Gold Coast Beach in Australia. So it's like she's saying, die. It's time to die now. And like he almost dies. I mean, this is the first time he almost drowns. The second time was when it actually happened. But the other thing, again, it's this whole cumulative effect. The other song on that EP, aside from the single, is the song that's specifically about him. And there are all sorts of lyrical cues that this is specifically about Jeff Buckley. And like the last thing she's singing is the song fades out as she's singing, stay, stay with me, don't go with her. It's so incredibly sad and tragic on a human level. And then the next song is like, I am the siren. It's time for you to die. It's like,
wow.
It's crazy.
And it is. It's so layered. And I do want to get to the Millennium Dome thing, but one more layer is that after Buckley died, she only released 2 songs under her name, singles called Underwater and Moses.
Yeah.
I wonder if she might have maybe in hindsight realized what had happened, or maybe once the spirit left her, she realized, oh my God, there was something going on. I was possessed. I wonder how she's put these pieces together, because I feel like if this was some type of magic, I don't think she's happy with the result because she lost a great love too.
Yeah, no, she's definitely not. This is why I'm saying, pray the gods never notice you. Especially pray that they never choose to use you as a vessel, because nothing good ever comes of it. And, all our myths and religions tell us this, right?
Yeah.
All the way back. Yeah, it's horribly sad. Not only did this happen, these horrible things happen, but it also just seemed to have taken away her musical gifts. Her voice was just kind of gone. But, the other thing I should mention is I talked about that theme song for House MD. She recorded that. It's a song, yet another song about Jeff Buckley that she recorded with Massive Attack literally as he was drowning. Like, that's literally when she recorded it. So she talks about this on the Jeff Buckley documentary. So it's like she's singing a song, and it's one of these songs, you didn't really love me the way you should have, and this kind of thing. The song's called Teardrops, pretty well-known song in some circles. And she's recording it as he's actually drowning.
It's just, it never ends, man. And
it literally never ends. And that's the thing that people, like I said, people will hear this and go, this guy's nuts. This guy's off his rocker. What the hell is he talking about? And then you just see objective facts pile up and you go, all right, he's not nuts.
And another one that just popped in my head, because I've just read so many from the blog. There was a time where the Cocteau Twins added a new member, which obviously doesn't happen a whole lot in a lot of bands. And this one in particular, it doesn't happen a whole lot. But the guy's previous band was Drowning Craze.
Yeah. And by the way, they added him right after they recorded Song to the Siren.
I mean, shit.
It literally never ends. It never ends. And it's scary and creepy. And you think, well, why did they choose her? She's not Beyonce. She's not. I mean, first of all, for most of her career, she had horrible stage fright. She was terrified to sing on stage. They hated making videos. I mean, this is not a group that is going to become like a mainstream group. First of all, the core of their career, their best records are all really, really strange and weird. And, they're not rock stars. They're, the studio rats. But like I said, this is how it happens. You don't plant a redwood. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You plant redwood seed, and then it sort of grows, and roots go down and the branches go up, and then all of a sudden it's 200 feet tall. But you don't plant redwood. It's the exact same thing, because I really believe we are dealing with entities that have a different sense of time than we do. Mm-hmm. And I know that just sounds completely insane to some people, but I really just believe that.
Yeah, it is crazy. And even though people don't know the name Elizabeth Fraser, I mean, like you said, her song was chosen for House, one of the most popular shows ever. Like, there's points in the timeline where her music does peak to that highest level. It's just we don't know her name, and maybe that's because we're really supposed to know the name of the spirit, not the host or whatever.
The spell. Yeah. Well, she does. Peter Jackson, of course, the director of Lord of the Rings and Hobbit, is
right.
A ridiculous acolyte of Elizabeth Fraser, and
he used her music too.
Well, he had her sing in the first two Lord of the Rings films, and also used some of her music for The Lovely Bones, that movie that he did after he was done with King Kong and the rest of it. And of course, what we're really talking about here is this connection to David Lynch. I mean, David Lynch, I read somewhere that at some point in the 80s, he was obsessed with Elizabeth Fraser, said it was his favorite living singer. That's how obsessed he was with her. And of course, you watch Twin Peaks and you watch Blue Velvet. Blue Velvet, he wanted to use Song to the Siren in Blue Velvet. Not only that, but he wanted Elizabeth Fraser to perform, like lip sync to Song to the Siren. There was going to be a scene set at the prom, with Jeffrey and the Laura Dern character, and they were going to be slow dancing to the Song to the Siren. I mean, you can't dance the Song to the Siren, but he was going to do that.
Yeah, it's too weird.
Yeah, I mean, this really is where the whole, people who have watched Twin Peaks, The Return, this really is where the whole Bang Bing Room concept comes, where he has people like Nine Inch Nails and Eddie Vedder, who are all sort of tangentially connected to this whole thing as well. He has them perform to this local bar. And he got the original idea from that because he was so obsessed with Song to the Siren that he wanted to have it, be the centerpiece of Blue Velvet, which is really saying something. He couldn't get the rights to it. He later used it for Lost Highway, with Bill Pullman and Patricia Arquette, this very climactic love scene that he used that for. But, he basically, this is how intense his obsession with Elizabeth Fraser and the Cocteau Twins are. He basically hired a singer named Julie Cruz. I mean, she sang his Cocteau Twins, Elizabeth Fraser sort of analog on Blue Velvet, the Mysteries of Love, which is used in Blue Velvet. But then he has her do like an entire album where it's like his take on the Cocteau Twins. I mean, that's what the entire album is. And he's been very explicit about this, very upfront about this. He was so obsessed with Elizabeth Fraser and the Cocteau Twins that he basically created the genre out of it. And what this all leads to ultimately is Twin Peaks. Twin Peaks has Elizabeth Fraser and Song to the Siren in its very DNA. And one thing that I would argue is that I think that his interpretation of this trauma that he was hearing in her voice, and this is very important, this one thing that I really want people to understand here, is that this is a story about trauma. This is a story about childhood trauma, about abuse, and how it metastasizes and what it leads to, and how people express their trauma through creativity, and on and on and on. But I really believe that Laura Palmer is like his interpretation of this, when you talked about this howling, this wailing that on these early records, it's so intense. It's this, she's not screaming, but it's a wail. And I really believe when we see, not only do we see Laura Palmer screaming and wailing in another dimension, by the way, in the Red Room, in the Black Lodge, another dimension, but she also has those crazy ice blue eyes, but they're contacts. She has these contacts on that's supposed to show that she's demonically possessed. They still don't look as weird and scary as Elizabeth Fraser's real eyes did at that point in time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. It is so hard to kind of wrap your head around the whole thing, but it seems like powerful people might have recognized something special about Elizabeth Fraser and tried to incorporate it into what they do, whether it's Peter Jackson or David Lynch. And then that also does get us to the Millennium Dome.
Yes, the Millennium Dome. Yeah. Well, first of all, let me just say this. Elizabeth Fraser has been basically in seclusion for the past 20 years since Jeff Buckley died. She's done a couple things here and there. She did some film soundtracks, usually film soundtracks that are very heavily connected to the Siren and Drowning and all the rest of it. But just out of completely nowhere, just out of the clear blue sky, she appeared at Royal Albert Hall. Royal Albert Hall in the heart of London, named after Prince Albert, the prince who had died young, the husband of Queen Victoria. So she comes out of nowhere for basically like a talk about an album that, wasn't having an anniversary, is not considered a milestone in their discography, just basically had nothing to do with anything. So they're renting out Prince Albert Hall, very legendary, celebrated venue in the heart of London, to have Elizabeth Fraser appear for absolutely no reason at all that anyone can tell. Just for nothing, to talk about an album that nobody else talks about. But the thing is that she appeared on July 23rd. Now, July 23rd, for people who are Robert Anton Wilson fans, he associates that with Sirius. He associates that with the rising of Sirius. What is the rising of Sirius? The rising of Sirius is how the Egyptians marked the floods of the Nile. Okay? This is what I'm talking about here. So July 23rd is a day that has significance to some people, certain, I think, OTO people and things like that, recognize this day as the rising of Sirius, which is associated with the rising of the floods. A few weeks later, what's the big story in the news? Floods. This is like, what? You understand what I'm saying? This is a venue run by the British Crown, not just the British government, but the British Crown decides to have Elizabeth Fraser show up for absolutely no reason on this very weird and symbolically significant day that has to do with floods. A few weeks later, oh, gee, what's going on? Floods. This is how crazy it is.
Yeah, it's deep.
Yeah, so you wanted me to talk about the Millennium Dome.
No, it's cool, man. It's all great. But that's how you get into the bigger picture, the worldwide geopolitical picture and outside of just the musical genre we're talking about.
So let's go back to Britain. Let's go back to the heart of London. I don't know how many people realize that the Thames River is also called the Isis. Are you familiar with that?
I heard that from you.
Yeah. Okay. So the Thames River, this isn't me just finding this out on some weird conspiracy website. You can look this up on Wikipedia. It's on Wikipedia. So the Thames River, everyone remembers the millennium, Y2K, all these kind of things. All this stuff was going to go on. All the computers were going to shut down and we're going to be reduced to barbarism, blah, 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 up and down the line. I mean, I never believed the Y2K thing because when I stopped believing in Y2K? When I got my credit cards that had the year 2000 printed on them. I was like, oh, maybe the computers can handle the year 2000. So anyway, this was a big deal. So Tony Blair, New Labour, New Britain. I mean, it was Britpop. It was a big, exciting time. Harry Potter, James Bond. It was like swinging London all over again. So his project, it actually started on the John Major before him, but his project was going to be the Millennium Dome. And the Millennium Dome turned out to be a friggin' boondoggle, but it was going to be this center, this multimedia installation shaped like a dome right on the heart of the river. I mean, I don't need to explain the symbolism there. So it's crypto-Masonic up and down the line. And what the Millennium Dome was going to be, the way it was going to be introduced to the public, the way it was going to become like this destination for everybody, it was going to become the new center of cultural London was the Millennium Dome. Didn't work out that way, but whatever. So they hired Peter Gabriel, arch Bond villain globalist Peter Gabriel, to produce the soundtrack for what they were calling the Millennium Dome Show. And the Millennium Dome Show was going to be produced by this guy who's since passed away called Mark Fisher. And Mark Fisher became really well known. The first thing he did was that he did the Wall Show for Pink Floyd in 1980, which is, very big kind of multimedia production. And that's where he sort of made his bones. And then U2 hired him, and the Rolling Stones hired him, and then Madonna hired him, and then I think Lady Gaga hired him. And he sort of became the go-to guy for big stadium, big football stadium spectacle for rock groups and stuff.
Right. For big public rituals.
Yeah, essentially public rituals. And so he was hired to produce this Millennium Dome Show. So what is the Millennium Dome Show about? You would think it would be about the history of Britain as an empire and its evolving into the Commonwealth of Nations and all the, the diversity and economics and, London being the new world capital and blah, 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 blah. That's what you would think it would be about, right? I mean, like that.
Nationalism.
Yeah.
Patriotism.
That's not what it was about. That's not what it was about. You know what it was about? It was about the Earth people and the Sky people, who are basically demons of the air, having a war, and then the war between the Earth people and the Sky people, these flying beings that, look like demons, flying around in the air. An Earth girl and a Sky boy comes together, and they create this new hybrid being of humanity and demon. Like literally, it's like the Nephilim. It's Genesis 6, right?
Yeah,
and
same story.
Yeah, so this is how crazy.
Gabriel.
Yeah, so Peter Gabriel, where did he get his start? In Genesis. It gets even crazy that because Elizabeth Fraser, she's only done one concert in the past 20 years, and she did it, and it was kind of sad to see because she's not the same person anymore, but she had the original guitarist from Genesis. So this is how it almost seems like this is being put together by people who have really, really bad OCD, and everything has to line up exactly. Oh. So this Millennium Show is basically every Christian conspiracy theory you've ever heard about Nephilim played out literally every day for the entirety of the year 2000 in the heart of London, on the Thames, on the Isis. But it gets even better, or worse, depending on your point of view. The character that Elizabeth Fraser sings is this character named Sophia. Oh, gee, where did we hear that in before? Sophia? Oh, that must be a coincidence. She plays this character named Sophia. She becomes the mother of the new Horus, the new men of renown, if you will, who incidentally flies off in a flying saucer. But she falls in love with the Sky Boy, and she becomes very sympathetic to the Sky Boy's plight because these Sky Boys, or Sky people, or demons of the air, however you want to look at it, they're imprisoned and their technology is stolen. And where did we hear this all before? I mean, this is how crazy it gets. So, the Sky people are imprisoned, they're taken prisoner, their technology is stolen, and then the Earth people build this horrible tower, this giant tower. It's literally depicted as the Tower of Babel in the production, the stage production in the Millennium Dome. And what does Sophia do? She blows up the tower. What?
Right.
The tower is blown up through controlled demolition. That Sophia, the new Isis, the new mother of the new Horus, the new mother, of the race of the men of renown, the giants on the earth in those days, on and on, Genesis 6. I mean, it just literally never ends. She blows up the tower. But it isn't just the tower. See, because what it is that there's a tower, but inside it, there's another tower. So what she really does is she blows up the two towers. And then you watch this, you can go on YouTube, look up Millennium Dome, and you can see this, and you go, Jesus, that looks an awful lot like 9/11.
Dude.
It really looks a lot like North Tower, South Tower, Building 7, the way they fell. It really just like, huh.
Right. The year before it actually happens, they do this play every day of the year 2000, and then in 2001, it's like that was almost like a calling or some type of ritual to usher it in.
Yeah, and of course 9/11 is New Year's Day in the Coptic calendar. What's the Coptic calendar? The Coptic calendar is the calendar of the Egyptians who see themselves as the true descendants of the pharaohs, the true descendants of pharaonic Egypt. They see all these other Egyptians as invaders from Arab countries and whatnot. They see themselves as the real Egyptians. So like that would be the start of the millennium. Okay.
Dude,
that's.
I don't feel like this is so important to 9/11, and I don't feel like anybody nails all these parts. And we just seriously connected this whole Frasier saga.
Nobody even remembers the Millennium Dome show.
Right.
And anybody who remembers it, like people who saw it at the time, they don't make the connection to 9/11. But it's like, oh, that's 9/11.
That's what they were channeling or trying to invoke. Another point about the Coptic calendar is you said it was the year 1717. And I guess what's the importance of that date in particular? Is there some kind of numerology there?
Well, there's two importances here. I mean, 17 is a very important number because it's the day of the death, the date of the death of Osiris. So 17 has, and the Romans came to see 17 as very unlucky. It had these negative connotations. And 17, I've talked about this a lot on the blog. Obama seemed to be fixated on 17. He always made these 17-minute speeches, up and down the line. But 1717 is the official start of Freemasonry. Midsummer fires, St. John's Day, 1717. So it's just like,
nice little anniversary ritual for them.
Oh, yeah. It's just like, you see this stuff and you just go, first of all, if people go, oh, well, this is what they do. And to a certain extent, I think that's right. I think that this is what they do. I mean, this is how things work. We can talk about how this plays into the whole NFL thing and the Grammy Awards and all the rest of it in a moment. But yeah, I mean, this is what they do. They put on these rituals. But it's not like really this well rendered. It's not this. I mean, it just literally seems like somebody with all the time in the world.
Right.
And really, really, really bad OCD just said, all right, I'm going to plan this thing out now. I'm going to start in 1981. Or no, I'm going to start in 1969. And then nothing's going to happen until 1981. And then 1983. And then 1994. And then it's like, this is not how they work.
Right.
Quote unquote, they put on spectacles and rituals like, Gothard Tunnel and all the rest of it. Yeah, absolutely. No argument from here. But yeah, I think there are elements of that in here to be sure. But at the same time, it's like nobody works like this.
It seems too precise for human hands.
Yeah, it literally is too precise. And there's so many things like, so she meets Jeff Buckley. Well, first she meets him. Or he meets the band. I don't know if he meets her in particular in 1990 after she sings yet another song where she's channeling the Siren, where I got to tell you these lyrics because it's so friggin' creepy. So it's a song. The title is ridiculous. It doesn't have anything to do with the song like most of the songs do, but it's the song where she's saying, I saw a mermaid in the Lagoon Klissova. And the Lagoon Klissova is in Greece, and it's where Lord Byron died. He died on the shore of the Lagoon Klissova. He was injured in battle, and he was helping the Greeks over, it was part of the Greek Revolution at the time. So this is how smart this woman is. And she's pointing to Byron. She knows Byron. She knows where he died. She's very literate. But then the chorus is like, gray water, hoist me down under the water. Gray water, hoist me down under the waterfall. That's the chorus after she sings that first verse. And then the next verse is, so until the hour, my chérie Pea Koyars. What she's saying is that, until I meet you, my dear heart boy, because like it's sort of this patois mixing French and Hindi. She's saying, until the hour, my dear sweet boy. And then, the rest of it is about drowning in the gray water, which is what Jeff Buckley literally drowned in. The water is well known for being gray. And it's just like, this is really, really, really scary. And it doesn't sound scary until you understand that not only is this explicitly talking about his death, but it's also saying, until the hour when we meet, my dear sweet boy. It's like, that's not her talking.
Yeah.
That sounds crazy. People just think, oh, this guy is nuts. This guy's off his rocker. I don't think so. I don't think that's her talking.
She said the songs write themselves.
She said the songs write themselves, and she said she was channeling some disincarnate being. I just take her at her word.
Yeah, exactly. Man.
So anyway, people go like, whatever, I don't care about this woman. I've never heard of her, blah, blah, blah. Indie haircut rock. I don't care about this 80s crap. Well, the thing is that this woman is she's almost like the beta test for this whole generation of pop stars that we're seeing now. Your Miley Cyrus, your Beyonce, your Rihanna, Nicki Minaj, Lady Gaga, so like that whole thing where they're playing with all this occult symbolism, and they're also playing with all this dissociation, and a lot of them really hark back to the 80s kind of sounds. They use that 80s sound, that's very all over the radio these days. So she's kind of like the beta test of it, except for like she's singing songs about things that are going to happen 15 years from when they are recorded. And not only do we have Jeff Buckley, which is kind of a gimme, she had a relationship with, we also have Chris Cornell, and then we have Heath Ledger.
Right.
Direct tie-in. He did a movie called, I forget the title right now, but it was about drug addiction, and it Candy, right, yeah. And it features Song to the Siren, but it also features this very weird scene with Honey in it. And Honey, if you go to the blog, Honey really plays into this other crazy song that she's singing about exactly where and exactly how Jeff Buckley is going to die in this weird sort of occult code that's recorded, 14 years before it happens. So he gets sucked into it. I show exactly where he lived. He literally lives on the other end of a block where there's a Starbucks. And then, there's something else that ties into the Siren. And then I show like within walking distance of his old apartment, he lived on Broome Street before he passed away. There were these weird landmarks that all tie directly into a particular Cocteau Twins album, the album that has Lorelei on it. And you just go, this just doesn't. It's like, I'm really starting to wonder if what people like Elon Musk talk, that we're just living in this simulation. This is just some weird sim that we're living in. This is like some weird video game somebody's playing. When you see this stuff just pile up on top of each other endlessly, you go, I think he might be maybe onto something there.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because this stuff is not supposed to happen in a causal reality.
Yeah. Right on, man. I love the work you do, and it's really exciting for me when I know we're going to record a show and release a show, because you are really on that short list of people I like to talk to and really highlight their work. And like, I get excited about pressing the publish button when the episode goes out, because I know it's going to blow minds. And, I can't have a guest from the short list every week, because there's just obviously the nature of a short list is that it's short, but I love it, man. It really is awesome. We've spent so much time talking today. I think the first time I hit you up was close to 9 a.m. and it's now almost 4 p.m. and we've been talking back and forth about doing this all day. And I think we're going to release a really awesome show. And I hope people go to the blog to really digest not only the details we couldn't talk about, but also the pictures you show, which adds the visual aid that's kind of necessary for this. And check out some of Frasier's music. It is pretty eerie. And man, I guess, we are wrapping this up. Is there anything else that can be said in summary in regards to the times we're in and what people should maybe be most aware of or look for? What's the Chris Knowles survival plan these days?
Jeez, I don't even know if I have one. It's like
no one's going to survive.
Enjoy every day.
Touche.
Enjoy every day as best you can. You love the people around you. Be kind to strangers.
Yeah.
You never know what's going to happen. Keep your mind free and clear. Don't get caught up in other people's crusades.
Yes.
Just don't become cannon fodder for somebody else's game. Just keep it all clear and keep your mind straight. And I mean, that's really the only benefit of any of this. Really, the only benefit of any of this is keeping out of other people's traps.
Yes. So well said.
To me, that's what is the benefit of knowing any of this? Well, you don't watch CNN and think that you're watching reality, or Fox News, or InfoWars, or ABC, or NBC, or CBS, or whatever. You're not watching reality, because people who watch that stuff always end up getting upset, getting angry at other people. I mean, people who watch Young Turks or Alex Jones, they just always pissed off. They're always angry. Have you noticed that? Especially these days, they're always just like angry. It's like, and they're so easily set off, and just so, just constant. I mean, I'm having this problem when on my comment section, I'm just kind of getting bombarded by like people are just like so angry and like blaming like things on me, like I had anything to do with it. It's just like,
amen.
It's just like people are just so, becoming extremists and becoming like really, really ultra sensitive and really easy to piss off. And I'm just like, I can't deal with it anymore. It's just annoying.
I'm so glad you said something, man. I feel the exact same way. And the only thing I can remind myself of is that 90% of the people, even more than that, 98% of the people listening or reading your blog, they read it, they enjoy it, and they say nothing, and they come back next week. And that's kind of the way I got to think about it, because you do see these comments, and sure, it might only be a dozen, 24 comments, but you're like, wow, they're the ones you really remember. And you're just like, I didn't think I was going to get that reaction at all. And you're like, it makes you kind of second guess. Do I know my own audience? Like, what's going on here? Are they changing? Am I not changing? But yeah, the sensitivity is at an all-time high.
Yeah. And it's not going anywhere good, but we've got to have the KO before we have the Ordo, I guess. That's the way it's going to play out. I mean, and that's really what I see. If you ask me what I see in that new Star Trek, it's like, yeah, it's everybody gets along as long as they're wearing, the Star Trek uniform, the Starfleet uniform. And even then they kind of don't get along, but if they don't, we'll put them in their place. And if not, they'll die. I mean, that's literally what the entire thing is saying. It's like, if you're wearing the blue and gold, baby, the royal, the specifically Masonic royal blue and gold, I mean, the same exact tones, same exact Pantone colors, you're okay. If not, we're going to kill you.
Yeah, man. Well, I guess I should let you go before we fully complete the 9 to 5 circuit that we've worked so hard to get out of.
Well, it's been an intense pleasure for me. Amazing. It's like I said, any day talking to Greg Carlwood is a good day as far as I'm concerned.
Too kind. And I agree with you. Ditto, man. I'm right there with you. I enjoy talking to you. And of course, people should make Secret Sun. They should put Secret Sun in their sphere of influence. But what else? Is there anything else you're working on that you want to tell people about before we get out of here? We can give them the link, but is Lucifer Technology becoming a book?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I have a rough draft of a book, a novel that I've been working on that deals with a lot of these themes. I have the rough draft, the first draft, I should say. I have so many things, it's just a question of finding time to do it, because every time I really, start to pick up steam, I have to stop and work on something else. I mean, it's the story of my life, but I've got to pay the bills and the mortgage and everything like that. I've got like a lot of things, a lot of irons in the fire. I just need to find the time to really get them done.
Right on, man. Yeah. Well, best of luck. I guess we're racing against the clock, but you are one of the greats, and take care of yourself out there, man.
Oh, you and your lovely wife as well, and everyone listening out there too.
Right on. Thanks, man.
Appreciate it.
Bend the knee, people. Christopher Knowles dropping knowledge like no other. A show I really enjoyed, and the whole Elizabeth Fraser thing is just so weird. I'd never heard of her, yet she's everywhere. Lord of the Rings movies, the Millennium Dome performance. These are like major things, and maybe some media folks who have the eyes to see realize that there was some power there and just wanted to incorporate it into their own projects. I still struggle to know exactly what I'm looking at with some of this stuff, but I love tying in Starbucks. To me, that is something I've been thinking about for a long time, but nobody really talks about. Just think about the addiction people have to Starbucks and the way they are summoned by the Siren every damn day. Born from Seattle, a city on the water. And if you look at the 4 versions of the logo used since 1971, the theme is zoom in on the Siren, remove all the other elements. Now they've completely removed the wording because I'm convinced they just know the power of the Siren. But there is so much about this show I liked. I think another great point Chris made is that the value of this type of study, of being into conspiracy culture, is avoiding the traps they lay. Yeah, it can be depressing and stressful sometimes, but I just think those are normal reactions to seeing the real world. Sorry. Sure, ignorance and denial are bliss, but it's because you're in an artificial bubble. People should be depressed and stressed and pissed off when they see the world stage as it really is. It should be jarring when you're presented with data that just doesn't fit into the worldview that's been rolled out for you, and you actually have to think about things for yourself. That type of thing is the only real catalyst for change, if a real change ever even comes. Because in college, I was really bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and thought if just enough people saw these Zeitgeist movies, we'd all wake up to the ills of the system and probably work to refine it, but I lost a lot of that a while back. If you're waiting on the world to change, you're going to be waiting a long time. And it is such a lame thing to say, be the change you want to see in the world, but it's also so true. Our fight is an individual fight, and by winning it to the extent that we can, which really just means escaping the 9-to-5 for something you're passionate about, reclaiming your life, and doing just well enough financially to distance yourself from the system, it's the only way to make a difference. If you don't follow Rune Soup, let me just say Gordon dropped on the blog that he just bought a 5-acre farm in Tasmania to start his permaculture paradise. He's not protesting on the streets or blocking an unrelated highway. He's just manifesting the life he wants to live. Sure, he advocates that everyone should live that way, but it's not like he's going to sit and wait for the entire culture to flip it on like a light switch. You just have to do it. And then more people do it, and then industries pop up to support people living a sustainable permaculture life, and then that world gets bigger. So if you do want change, you have to get it, you have to be it, and not just talk about it at the water cooler. My life, for example, is pretty far off from Gordon-level mastery, but the enjoyment of life is definitely at an all-time high. Distancing myself from anything I don't want to do or care about, that's at an all-time high. But I still have a ton of work to do overall, or magic to do, which, if you've really tried to get deep into, is almost a full-time job in itself. It takes a lot of discipline and dedication. But like Gordon, Chris is one of those guys I consider a bit of a mentor. Both of them are members of that inner circle that I tend to use to recalibrate when I start to get a little bit lost in the conspiratorial weeds. I hope I can actually get Chris back before the end of the year to add in his latest revelations and all the Vegas connections. And I think this might be in the Plus show, but Chris also made a good point about being careful not to normalize pedophilia. I do get so cynical about it since it doesn't surprise me anymore, but we don't want to become numb to what pedophilia really is and how fucked up it actually is. One last thing I did want to mention about this overall show and the idea of an entity or some type of prophecy coming through this type of musical channeling. It might sound really weird and far out, but as Chris mentions in the blog and Preston Gibbs mentioned in our show about prediction magic, oracles in Greece, this is kind of how they used to deliver prophecy, usually in some type of prose. And I know it's Hollywood stuff, but you do see examples of witches talking in Dr. Seuss-style rhymes a whole lot, and I think there's a basis for that. So considering that aspect, if that is a magical mechanism of channeling or whatever, in our world, in modern times, that mechanism would probably come through a musical artist. And remember that this is someone who did sing about witchcraft and magic. She did say her songs tended to write themselves and that she felt like a vessel for something. So it's a pretty big fucking open thing, but just nobody pays any attention. I guess if I had to describe my worldview at this point, it would be a soup of Synchromystic notions, Gnosticism, mild anarchism in the sense that the smallest workable decentralized governments would probably work best, and then of course throw in an animist attitude towards consciousness, and clearly you can see the influences there. But if you think about your general ideas as part of a formula, and you think, well, here's some odd data about the world, how do I explain it? Or maybe here's a reoccurring problem for society and the control structure. What's the fix for that? And you find yourself inserting the same worldviews into the equation and finding that things check out. Well, then you found a pretty good philosophy. And it's great to have philosophies that don't require everyone to think the way you do. They don't seem to work out too well. But for example, when you get deep into consciousness studies and near-death experience, plants and animals, and our connection to the world, there's no part of what I've seen that can't be folded into the animist perspective in some way. So I think I can check that box. And it might sound condescending, but a big problem is that number one, the general population doesn't have good ideas about life anymore. And number two, without good ideas, there are no good arenas to test them out in. I wish the nation was tuned in nightly as philosophers debated their outlooks on consciousness and material reality, rather than them just trying to sell you cars and pills in between broad comedy and whatever stupid stories an actor can get through just to promote that new movie. We've been dumbed down so much that I can't even talk about Gnosticism and Synchromysticism or even decentralization with very many people. It's a very short list. I've seen a lot of people that surprise me wake up to the idea of manipulated manufactured events or false flags in the wake of Vegas because it is so sloppy. But still, a lot of my friendships are based on who wants to go paddleboarding or grab a few beers. Or, of course, the shared trauma of working in retail. And I love everybody I hang out with, but you can easily go years without anyone getting deeper than an analysis of various Black Mirror episodes or an appreciation of the new Overwatch skins. And oh yeah, I have that Cthulhu skin for Zenyatta, so I'm no better. But my only point is that the campaigns of dumbing us down, controlling our education, and bombarding us with the bright lights and flashing colors of the digital era have definitely had an effect, a very, very deep one. It's funny because I do have lifelong friends that sometimes feel the need to apologize and say, oh, I'm glad you're doing well with the show. I'm sorry I haven't gotten around to listening to it. And I'm just like, dude, don't even bother yourself. Because if you're not interested in this type of stuff, don't try and force it just to do me a favor. I'm totally cool just smoking a couple joints and going to see Kingsman 2. Fuck it. I've spent too many years trying to change the world. Now I just want to have a good time and kind of compartmentalize my conspiratorial side, like we do here. And I'm sure a lot of you feel the same way. You listen to this show, you get deep into these ideas, but how often do you bring them up in general conversation? It's kind of a privileged club. And like Chris said, all we can do right now is be good to people, take care of the ones you love. The game is bigger than any of us, and so what are you going to do? Just keep in mind which way the general wind is blowing, what gods are whispering in the ears of man right now, and navigate accordingly. Also, sign up for THC Plus and all your wildest dreams will come true. In this Plus show with Chris, we switched gears to talk about Braintree, Massachusetts, and the surrounding area weirdness. It is where Chris grew up. He knows a lot of strange things about it, and we got into the Orion Krause murder case, how mind control might fit into that picture, how that whole area is a hotbed of military intelligence and human experimentation, and I would say trafficking too, but that seems to be everywhere, unfortunately. We did get into the influence of the Nine, which is one of my favorite subjects, and also Chris pointed out that the date of 1001, 1001, I mean, that's binary for 9. And this is the type of event that shapes culture, and that's what the Nine said they wanted to do, is influence culture. So it's a weird string of events. But we also talked about the Netflix shows OA and Stranger Things, and the Babylonian cult behind the curtain. All great stuff. Sign up at the HighersideChatsPlus.com. $5 for 5 extra hours a month. You know the drill. Treat yourself. I'm sure you get a lot more out of it than $5 spent most other places. But I'm getting out of here. Big thanks again to Chris. Go listen to some Cocteau Twins. Go read the next chapters in the story on the newly redesigned Secret Sun site. watch the first THC and Tinfoil Hat live show on our YouTube channel, tide yourself over for a few days, and I'll see you soon. Your move, invoked entities, sorcerers of symbolism, and ethereal overlords of the earthly plane. Your fucking move. Alright, Higherside Chatters, we've spent many a conversation at the nexus of elite belief systems, magical practice, and world events, and as time goes on, I get the ever-increasing feeling that reality is unraveling into one big ritual. And something seems to have lit a fire under the asses of the esoteric elite, because urgency seems to be the name of the game when you're living within a small window of time in which Michael Bloomberg is unveiling a restored Temple of Mithras in London, NASA warns of an interstellar scout from afar and launches a balloon of bacteria during a solar eclipse, Rockefeller Plaza undergoes some new major construction complete with, quote, circular portals, Amazon launches a VR division called Sumerian, and of course human hybridization and do-it-yourself gene manipulation is being pushed as all the rage. Well, this is all just the tip of the iceberg because it's getting harder to find any major news story where you can't suss out some cryptic references to Babylon, Egypt, or the stars above, and few people know this as intimately as my personal favorite sage of synchromysticism, Chris Knowles. As you might remember, Chris and I recorded a show just a few months back that detailed his work into the Song of the Siren Saga, which tells the tale of the Oracle Elizabeth Fraser and the prophecies of doom laid out in her strange and rhythmic singing, from her own lover, Jeff Buckley, being prophetically drowned in the Wolf River, to a tapestry of terror and death that seems to have ensnared Heath Ledger, Chris Cornell, Chester Bennington, and as we'll get into today, it doesn't seem like the Siren is done collecting the trophies she vowed to claim in songs channeled long ago. It's a whirlwind of connections that leaves one wondering if someone isn't asleep at the wheel of the simulation because the weird dial has just been turned up way too high. Of course, Chris's ongoing esoteric adventure is blogged about on his website, The Secret Sun, and I can't wait to get into the latest chapters, so let's do the damn thing. The great ritual revealer and one of my favorite scribes of strange stuff, Chris Knowles, how the hell are you?
I'm good. Glad to be here. Always glad to be here.
Yeah, man, I'm really glad you could be here too. I love this overall saga. Since that last talk, I have just seen Siren and mermaid references explode. And as you know, I've also found myself having the smallest of personal connections to what might be one of the Siren's latest prophesized victims, but we'll get into that. Of course, this is a continuation of the last show in a lot of ways, and we can't give all the required context, but what would you say to sort of reintroduce people to this wild ride?
Well, what we looked at before was this song, Song to the Siren, that was premiered, I guess 50 years ago now, on the Monkees TV show. First premiered in the context of aliens and MK Ultra and marijuana, of course, marijuana being the great liberator, and sort of spiraled through history up into the early 80s and then on into the 90s. And what happened is that it was channeled, and I think that's the only word that you can actually use is channeled, by a Scottish singer with a troubled past and a very curious biography, who eventually entered into a romance with the son of the man who co-wrote Song to the Siren and embarked on a very tempestuous and passionate love affair that ended with him, as you mentioned before, drowning in the Wolf River Lagoon in Memphis. That's the barest of elevator pitches there. I mean, the level of detail here is so extensive and so deep and so obsessive, really, that it really makes you begin to question what exactly are we living in? Are we living in? You know, it's funny because I was thinking about this show last night and I was thinking about talking to you, and I was just lying in bed thinking, I was like, are we really in some kind of simulation? I mean, are we living in a simulation and don't realize it? And the funny thing is about that is that last night's X-Files episode was kind of based on that premise. I was really kind of thinking about that, and it's like, you know, would you know the difference if you were living in a simulation? And is this like some sort of signal emanating from afar that, you know, it's time to wake up to the simulation? I'll give people some background because I don't think I really expressed this the last time we spoke. Around the time that Song to the Siren was released. I mean, I didn't hear Song to the Siren until a couple of years later, but I heard her singing, and I remember I was listening to the radio. I was in my room, And before the song was half over, I was calling the radio station and, begging them to tell me who this was singing. It really was like those kind of supernatural moments, like the Sirens call, really. So I got into a couple of the records, but at the time I was really into punk rock and hardcore and metal and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, that's not really my thing. They're a little too arty, a little too, hairstyle for me. But then a couple of years later, I'd sort of gone through the punk rock thing. And then, punk rock started getting really negative, and there was a lot of like really dark energies emanating around that scene. So I sort of broke away from that, and I started getting into a lot of late 60s stuff. I was listening to a lot of like Grateful Dead and Jefferson Airplane and stuff. And I started playing music, and I met the singer from Queens. And, we were just throwing ideas around, and he said, well, have you heard the Cocteau Twins? And I'm like, yeah, I'm into the Cocteau Twins. I got some of their records a couple years ago. And he's like, all right, no, you haven't heard the Cocteau Twins. So he made me a tape, and it just blew the top of my hat off. I was like, this isn't music. This is like some sort of signal. This is some signal from some other dimension. It's like a harbinger. It sounds ridiculous in context today, but you have to understand this is over 30 years ago. And I was just like, what am I listening to? This isn't music. This is like something else. And if you go online, you'll see this meme where it's referred to as otherworldly, from another reality. I mean, all this kind of language. And you saw a lot of this language at the time. Even though this wasn't really my thing, I was like, oh my God, this is the apocalypse. I mean, this is like, I don't know what I'm listening to. So that's sort of the context. That's sort of the background with this. And everything sort of sprung from there. And, of course, they went in different directions and became more poppy. But so we talked about the Siren business 2 days before Las Vegas. And I'll tell you another story is that while that was going on, I was on the radio on a Las Vegas station at the time. I was talking to Richard Hoagland. His show was based at that time out of Las Vegas, and soon after was taken off the air. And I was booked to talk about Las Vegas because I was really tuned into the symbolism on this. I mean, the symbolism on Las Vegas is just, it's off the charts. It's like nothing, literally nothing I've ever seen in my life. He booked me to come on the show and talk about it, but there kept being these weird issues. At one point, somebody seemed to be intercepting the signal. Things just went down. And then, like I said, all of a sudden he wasn't on the air in Las Vegas anymore. So kind of keep it in that context. But, the whole thing that we were talking about with the Siren issue is based on Heaven in Las Vegas. I mean, Heaven in Las Vegas is really the linchpin. It's one of their albums which seem to have a very strong prophetic tie-in with the issues with, Jeff Buckley and Chris Cornell and so on. So, I mean, Heaven in Las Vegas was really the linchpin for me. And while I was decoding, I mean, the symbolism in Las Vegas is so in your face and so blatant that it escaped no one. I think that everybody really understood when they saw that footage of this stuff going on under the shadow of this eerie illuminated sphinx and giant black pyramid. You don't need to be a PhD in symbolism and semiotics, even though no such thing exists, to suss out what you're looking at there. I mean, everybody got it. Everybody saw what was going on. But I don't think they just realized the depths of it. I started to think about, what's the significance of this Heaven in Las Vegas? And then it struck me like a ton of bricks. It's the war in heaven. And it's the war in heaven that, I know Gordon White's been talking about in context of the geopolitical situation and economics. But this is just the war in heaven on a higher realm. I mean, for argument's sake, we can say this exists in the symbolic realm and, you can psychologize it. But at the same time, once you really get into the detail, it defies any rational explanation.
Mm-hmm. It does. And, I listened to that show again, and you were pretty clear with the statement that this is leading up to something big and something bad. And at the time, we were talking about the flurry of hurricanes named after ancient goddesses that incarnated into Sirens in ancient Rome. But then, like you said, this Harvest Festival shooting happened 2 days later, and it's just so prophetic. I mean, yeah, like you said, it's also completely drenched in symbolism. 32nd floor, Babylon's on the 32nd parallel, Black Pyramid, more deaths underneath that. It's called the Harvest Festival. It has the winged sun disk invoking on the logo of it. Paddock shoots a bunch of people that are corralled into a fenced area. It's just like, what the hell? Jason Aldean's black sun tattoo.
Yeah, and his, the flaming hexagons on his stage show. And in one stage show that I had put an image on the blog, there's like a flaming black pyramid above the stage. It's interesting because, you couldn't tie me to a chair to get me to listen to Jason Aldean music, but I was really like, what is going on with this? First of all, that's not his real name. His real name is Jason Williams. And the whole tie-in with Aldean, because when I heard Aldean, I was like, wow, that sounds like an Arabic name. And I believe it is an Arabic suffix. And I sort of started thinking about Aladdin and the Aladdin Casino, which was very famously imploded. In 1998, the Aladdin Casino was imploded, and it sort of gave people a very strong mental image of what a controlled demolition looks like. It just goes on and on. I mean, we are at a very strange point in the timeline here because the barrier that once existed between the symbolic and the physical has just broken down entirely, I think.
Right.
And I don't think it just broke down of its own accord. I think it was a controlled demolition. I mean, it was blown up. And it was blown up through a series of very powerful and concentrated rituals.
Mm-hmm. And the Vegas thing also, like you mentioned, Heaven in Las Vegas was one of the Cocteau Twins albums, but Mandalay Bay invokes water. And she actually wrote, or I guess they wrote, Heaven in Las Vegas 27 years ago. Frazier was 27. 27 encodes 9. And you also mentioned the 10-1 date is binary for 9. So a lot of 9s popping up in this thing. And to have written something 27 years ago at age 27 is pretty on the nose. I just find that so crazy how the numbers always seem to repeat and stack in these kind of interesting ways.
Well, that ties into the whole idea of the 27 Club that you hear about with these rock star deaths.
Right.
So there's that tie in there. So there's just, like I said, the walls of demarcation they're not crumbling. They've crumbled. And 27 in some astrological reckonings ties into the whole idea of the Saturn return. So she was born in 63, 1990 is a Saturn return. And then to 2017 is another Saturn return. And then, we talked about this whole bizarre appearance she made at Royal Albert Hall in London during the summer of 2017. So there's definitely something going on with the numerology. And, again, 27 is 9 times 9 times 9. And 27 years from the date of the Las Vegas shootings. And this is very important because 27 years from that date is the occultation of Regulus by Venus. And there seems to be an enormous amount of emphasis being placed on this celestial event. Gordon seems to think that it's some sort of Luciferian or Lucifer symbolism, where Venus is the morning star and it occults the king. Regulus has been tied to, King David, for instance, and to Jesus throughout history. So we have this whole symbolism, this on the nose, October 1st, like you said, the binary, the 9 times 9 times 9. So what we're seeing here is that, the birth of Elizabeth Fraser, 63 to 1990, Heaven in Las Vegas, that's 9 times 9 times 9, to the Las Vegas shootings, that's 9 times 9 times 9, and then to this occultation of Regulus that seems to have, an enormous amount of importance. And I'll tell you why I believe it has an enormous amount of importance, because you hear all this talk about the singularity and when man and machine merge and all this kind of thing. They say that is going to happen. You can look this up yourself. The date they cite for the singularity, for this apotheosis, is 2045, which is right after, October 2044. There obviously seems to be a great deal of esoteric, occult, maybe even satanic expectation attached to this date of the occultation of Regulus. Now, and the interesting thing about Regulus is that Regulus kind of shows up throughout the year. You mentioned the Great American Eclipse, which sort of cut the continental United States in half. The only star that was visible during the eclipse was Regulus. So, Regulus seems to be of high symbolic resonance and importance in all this, as do the issue with 9s and 27s. I mean, everything. I've never seen, I'll say it again. I've never seen a more symbolically weighted, to the point of absurdity with the symbolism. I've never seen an event of this magnitude in the more than 20 years that I've been doing this kind of work. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, not even 9/11 comes close. So I think this has kind of fallen down the memory hole with a lot of people. But look at how Las Vegas just seems to be popping up everywhere all the time now. So obviously there's some sort of importance, not only to these celestial alignments, but also to Las Vegas.
Well, the astrological alignments are always kind of there in your writing, but it seems like they play such a huge role now in the posts that you've made, especially since that last time we talked. It's like so many of them include these weird astrological alignments or these symbols that reference certain constellations. And I guess I would ask, how big an aspect of the secret religion is that? It's clearly pretty key.
Well, I mean, you've read Starships, right?
Yeah.
Not to keep citing Gordon here, but yeah, I mean, I think star magic is absolutely integral, absolutely central to this. And it's interesting because it's not something that I paid a great deal of attention to in the past, but I was kind of forced to after this. It's everywhere. It's encoded the more you look. And I'm sort of a beginner at this, but I'm very visually oriented. So I started looking at maps of the constellations and I started to see it. I started to see how these symbolic journeys from one constellation to another seem to be popping up this past year. You know, you've heard about the 923 situation. I think that is extraordinarily key. You don't have to look at it in a biblical context at all. I mean, I see it as a go signal. If you look at the alignment on September 23rd, everything just, the storeroom was emptied. You know, they emptied all the cabinets and just started throwing everything at us after that alignment.
And for people who aren't familiar, you're talking about this past year, the Virgo, Leo, Jupiter, Moon alignment, right?
Yes, which I call the Beauty and the Beast. And I believe is the source of the Beauty and the Beast as a myth, as a fable, as a fairy tale. You know, I know that there's been citations that it's based on a historical event, but I think the overarching meaning, and of course I looked into the history of Beauty and the Beast, you know, and as you would always expect, there are secret society and intelligence connections. I mean, even going as far back to like the 18th century with that kind of storytelling. So there's obviously an expectation involved here. And of course, until Star Wars The Last Jedi was released, you know, the biggest grossing movie of 2017 was Beauty and the Beast. And Beauty and the Beast is based in large part on the film made by Jean Cocteau. That's one of the reasons that I call Virgo, Leo, Beauty and the Beast. I facetiously refer to them as the Cocteau twins because, I mean, if you see the original Beauty and the Beast cartoon and then you see this live action remake, they're really drawing on Jean Cocteau's vision and his ideas, particularly with these animated candlesticks, things like that. I mean, Disney sort of takes it to a whole other level in the cartoon and then to a whole nother level in the live action film. And one of the things that I said is boy, this kind of reminds me of the Internet of Things, you know, there's the smart grid, your internet being connected to your refrigerator and to your coffee maker and to your can opener, you know, that they all become sentient somehow. I don't know how much of that is just projection on my part and how much of that is intent. I mean, it certainly could be a mixture of both. But this 923 that we heard about, you know, sort of heard about in the conspiracy circles, particularly with the Christian conspiracy theorists, it's interesting because in this regard, there's an apocalyptic expectation to that. And there's this whole sort of comic book idea that we've been handed down and as to what that term means. I mean, I sort of look at it in the Gnostic context. And the Gnostic context is when, you know, the reality of this false paradigm that we live within is revealed, you know, the reality underneath it. And that's, you know, I just want to back that up and clarify for that people. When I use the term apocalypse, I use it in the Gnostic context where, you know, the reality underpinning this hoax that we're living in is revealed.
Right. It's a great revealing, which has to come before the fall. And it does seem like in so many areas, we are in the midst of a great revealing.
Yeah, I think so. And the funny thing is that I think it's just flying completely under the radar of most people. The thing is that the symbolism is becoming so extreme and so blatant, like in the case of Las Vegas with the Sphinx and with the pyramid and the harvest and the numerology. And then, of course, Area 51 and Janet Air and on and on and on. But I don't think people really connect the dots. It's kind of like when you look at one of those kid books with, you see a bunch of dots and, it's a connect the dots thing, but nobody really bothers to connect the dots and see the overall picture. Mm-hmm. Since I've been doing this for so long, and since for some arcane and completely unknowable reason, there was this weird indie rock group from the 80s sort of at the center of all this.
Right.
I sort of had, it was like a key, but it's funny when, I always like to say that when you use the term obscure, it's basically a rough synonym for esoteric. I mean, they're both, it's the same word. I mean, it's like, you hear a lot of people talk about, say, Jack Parsons now, and, Jack Parsons is going to have a TV series on CBS All Access. But 20 years ago, maybe even 10 years ago, nobody knew who the hell Jack Parsons was. Only, the weirdos on these internet message boards knew who that guy was.
Right. Now the Babylon working has its own Wikipedia page.
Yeah, exactly. But this is how it works. Things gestate in the underground. And I believe we discussed this when we were discussing the Siren, is that things gestate in the underground and build up momentum. Sometimes the momentum peters out and sometimes it snowballs. And just in this case, it snowballs. I can't tell you how many hours I've been putting into the blog because there's so much going on. There's just so much being thrown at us. Like I said, I believe that the 923 alignment was the go signal and the Las Vegas situation was sort of the grand opening party. And then everything has followed from there. I can't believe the blatant in-your-face rituals just loaded with symbolism that should be familiar to anyone who's even taken the slightest browse at this material. It's just everywhere. It's just all the time. I call it the never ending ritual. We're coming up to the Super Bowl. I believe that we're going to see a lot of this material, a lot of the symbolism there. I think it's going to tie back to Las Vegas. It's going to be connected. And we're going to reach a point that people are just going to have to stop and say, oh, wait, I've been sort of brushing this stuff aside. I've been ignoring it. I've been denying it, but it's going to reach, a critical mass. And I think, that will be a crisis point in our history.
Oh, it's coming. And you mentioned a little earlier the references to Area 51, and some people might be like, Area 51, what does that have to do with the Harvest Festival? But let's loop in some of that covert military and UFO nexus stuff, because firstly, as you pointed out in the blog, in Mars Attacks, there's a major scene where a UFO blasts its ray gun directly where Paddock was shooting people. And that's, one of those things where people could easily brush it off. But then a story comes out that before he was shooting on that crowd, Paddock was trying to shoot the fuel tanks for Janet Air, which is the daily commuter plane to Area 51. So that's a strange detail. But the icing on this cake, you were also telling me that it comes out that Paddock was working at the very firm that made the faulty O-ring that was blamed for the Challenger explosion. During that time, he worked there when it was made. So now it's like, wait, who is this guy? And what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, I think it's really important to establish who he is. We heard a lot of really bogus stories about him coming out in the wake of the shootings. Most recently, one of these cover stories has been debunked. And that's that he refused housekeeping. And that's how a rather frail and not particularly healthy 64-year-old man was able to smuggle up what amounts to an arsenal for a small-sized army regiment up to his hotel room, hide it from staff, hide it from the hidden cameras that are all over these hotels, hide it from housekeeping, on and on and on. This cover story is just so absurd. It makes absolutely no sense. A 64-year-old millionaire just flipped out and decided to shoot up a music festival. Yeah, of course. That happens all the time. Right. We're just so used to that by now. I think we've become numb to it. It's absurd. It's ridiculous. The entire story that they're telling is a lie. It's a deliberate lie. Everybody knows it. I mean, even the media eventually caught on to it and just sort of dropped the story entirely. We've heard a lot of stories about the Saudis and the Saudis owning the Four Seasons, and that there was a assassination attempt on the Crown Prince and all these kind of things. But that, to me, I mean, I'll admit that I haven't really gone into the deepest detail on that angle of it. But to me, it just sounds like another cover story. And I'll tell you why it sounds like a cover story, because of the symbolism is just so overwhelming and is so pointed and is so ritualistic that I can't see this in anything else but the context of a ritual. I'll give you a great example. And I know, I'll circle back to Paddock in just a moment. But around the time in the wake of Las Vegas, the strange story came out that Boris Johnson, the foreign minister of Great Britain, was at a Buddhist temple in Myanmar. And he created sort of a stir, sort of an international incident when he began reciting verses from Rudyard Kipling's The Road to Mandalay. Okay, so this came out in the wake of Las Vegas, and you would think, well, maybe, he's sort of making reference to that either subconsciously or not. Well, then it turns out that actually happened in January. It didn't happen in the wake of the shootings. It happened in January, but the news didn't come out until after the shootings.
Right. They wanted the association to be made.
Exactly. I mean, it almost feels like mocking that he knew, he was in Myanmar, which is with a real Mandalay, and it's not on a bay, by the way. It's pretty landlocked. He was in Myanmar with the real Mandalay, and he's reciting this verse, but the story, just by dint of sheer coincidence, doesn't happen to come out until after the shootings. So it's just, come on. I mean, just stop. It's just like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I'm very detail oriented. I'm actually kind of obsessive because I have major OCD. So I can't let go. When I get this sort of whiff, this odor in the air of some kind of ritualism or some kind of nefarious esotericism, nefarious strand of esotericism at work here, I can't let go of it. I physically can't let go of it.
Well, one of those crazy details, if people are like not really getting the connection to Elizabeth Fraser, like, yeah, she wrote an album called Heaven or Las Vegas. I mean, that's a pretty loose connection. But in my notes here, it says Paddock arrived in Las Vegas on 8/17, which is the same day that album was released in 1999, which is, again, 9 times 9 times 9 years. I mean, this is on the day, 27 years.
Yeah, it was actually 9/17. It was September 17th.
Oh, 9/17.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a long time to be hanging out before shooting.
Yeah, I mean, so then, the story behind Paddock starts to emerge. And what we see is that his father was a bank robber, quote unquote. I mean, we can't really go into detail on everything because there's so much detail to go through. But I went through, and people can go on the blog and see what I looked into with this guy. It's clear that this guy was a federal informant. He escaped from federal prison and somehow evaded capture, even though he was running a bingo parlor, and even though the local government and local police were trying to get this guy arrested, he was able to get a driver's license. I mean, this guy's a fugitive. The U.S. Marshals aren't really known for letting people just run amok, particularly in a public setting like that. So this guy wasn't obvious.
Mm-hmm.
He was obviously on the pad. Now, the son, Stephen Paddock, the patsy here, he had worked for the federal government his entire working life. Every line item on his resume is for the federal government, and specifically for the defense industry, for the Pentagon. He also worked for the IRS. And then he worked for NASA contractors. He worked for Martin Marietta. And, you made mention of the fact that he was working for Morton Thiokol during the time that the O-ring that Thiokol produced was blamed for the Challenger disaster in 1986. January 1986, 2 weeks after the first Cocteau Twins album was released in the United States. But that's just another weird sort of signal. But this guy, Paddock, is so hinky. The fact that he listed his occupation as gambler is absurd.
Right.
Unless he's playing like major tournaments, you don't make money. That's not your income. Playing video poker is not the way you make money. Those machines are set up so the house always wins. The whole entire story really points to the obvious fact, and I think a lot of people, even the mainstream media, are clued into this, that this guy was a gun runner, he was selling arms illegally, and he was using the gambling to launder the money.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that anybody who's looked even with the most superficial intent at the story understands exactly who this guy was. So what was going on with the shootings and all the rest of it, it's all cover. It's all nonsense. Some people believe it's because of this situation with the Saudis, what we've seen recently with the arrests of all these princes. I mean, I don't know thousands of princes in Saudi Arabia, and they're all sort of gangsters. I mean, it's just basically a giant crime family. The sort of house cleaning in Saudi Arabia and the fact that they own the Four Seasons. But the other thing that I mentioned in regards to the ritualism here is that all the properties that this stuff went down, I mean, Mandalay Bay, Luxor, and Las Vegas Village are all owned by MGM. Okay. And what's the connection here? This all started for me. I mean, all of this started for me when Chris Cornell dies. Where does he die? At the MGM in Detroit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Chris Cornell owned a restaurant in Paris that was literally across the street from the front door of the Four Seasons Hotel in Paris. And then you have the Four Seasons that is somehow on the rooftop of Mandalay Bay, right? So there's this weird connection, MGM, Four Seasons, Las Vegas, Heaven of Las Vegas. I mean, it just literally never ends. And every day something either significant or trivial pops up in regard to all this. So it's just like, I don't think anybody with a brain believes the cover story that a 64-year-old accountant decided to just flip his lid and shoot up a bunch of people at a music festival. Nobody believes that.
No.
But I'm not exactly sure that I believe the cover story either.
Mm-hmm. And man, there's so many things to get to, but another little string that I just found mind-blowing was that along the lines of these weird Paddock connections, you've uncovered other connections between the major deaths we talked about last time and NASA. And we know most of what NASA does is just ritual with carefully selected dates of importance, and I'm sure you could say the same for ritual sacrifice, but the commonalities would be that Chris Cornell's death is the same day as the famous blue marble photo. Chester Bennington's death was the same day that the lunar module Eagle supposedly landed on the moon, and according to the official history, NASA was founded on, wait for it, 10/1.
Yeah.
I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah. See, this is exactly what I'm saying. And 10/1, again, is the day of the occultation of Regulus. So I believe that these things can be charted out way in advance. And I don't think it's a coincidence that October 1st was chosen for NASA's birthday, because I think they were looking towards this occultation of Regulus, because it has some grand symbolic importance to them. And that was also in 1959, which is 58 years before the shootings. There were 58 victims plus one with Paddock, which makes 59. There you go. I mean, Paddock was born, according to what we saw, what was released, he was born on April 9th, which is 4/9. In 4/9, that was the selection of the Mercury 7 astronauts. So there's obviously a significance attached to 4/9. And what have we seen this past year? We've seen the Take a Knee protests, the 49ers. Yeah. And then 4 days after the shootings, we have Blade Runner 2049 being released. That takes place in Las Vegas. I mean, I understand people like to be skeptical. I understand people like to have some sort of distance between their rational thoughts and sort of their symbolic or esoteric indulgences. But it just gets to the point here that the level of detail is so extensive and so obsessive that it just wears you down. You can't look at this event. I mean, you could fill encyclopedias with the symbolism that's surrounding all of this. You can't look at it and think it's anything but what tells you that it is, Right. I mean, all the stuff with the dates. And, again, this whole thing where it really starts for me with Chris Cornell. And like you mentioned, the Apollo 10, the big blue marble, that image that the flat earthers are always so incensed about. And then ends with the birth of NASA. It's almost like a reverse time situation.
Yes.
Which is a big thing in high esotericism and high ritualism.
Mm.
So, yeah, there's so much of it. There's so many connections with NASA here. I mean, the fact that he worked for a NASA contractor during a very famous disaster event, and then it takes place on NASA's birthday. As far as NASA is concerned, there's this whole controversy where we see this guy who looks a lot like Stephen Paddock wearing a pink pussy hat and a pink NASA shirt at one of these Trump protests in Nevada. Now, listen, I know there's been a lot of controversy and a lot of people try to debunk that. I mean, I looked at those pictures pretty carefully. That really looks like Stephen Paddock to me.
Yeah.
And the fact that, he has this NASA connection, his home in Florida was a half an hour away from Cape Canaveral. Yeah. What are you going to say? It's just, no, I'm serious. I mean, what are you going to say? And it's like, we had talked about the fact that NASA was doing all sort of these plague vector experiments with balloons during the Great American Eclipse. The entirety of 2017, dating back to, I sort of tie it back, and we can talk about this, to the Super Bowl with this really blatant symbolism, particularly, I think a lot of people sort of misdiagnosed what they were seeing. But it just seems to me that the entirety of 2017 was just, all these major events were so ritually loaded that you start to get a sense that this is all part of a single cycle. And I would also add in Beyonce at the Grammys with this as well. I mean, I've tried as best I can. I'm sure there's going to be more that's going to pop up, things that I missed. But it just seems to me that the entirety of 2017 was one long ritual cycle. And again, I mean, I sort of keyed into this because of this connection that I had that I'd been following for a number of years. I mean, I can't exactly explain why that is or what significance it has involved in this whole cycle. But I just know that it just keeps coming up, it keeps coming up sevens. It's like I keep hitting jackpots with it. It's like nothing I've ever seen. It's like nothing I've ever done. And like I said, I've been doing this for 20 years or so. So,
yeah, I mean, it's quite validating for sure. And, let me ask you this, while we're kind of talking about the space programs in Vegas, what would you say about the recent Pentagon quote unquote disclosure? And of course, Tom DeLonge having dozens of photos online of him rocking Freemason symbols and now being the front man for some deep state UFO reveal and buddy with John Podesta. I mean, these are strange times.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and don't forget that he did his little presentation 10 days after the shootings in Las Vegas. You had that Podesta tweet 9 days. So there's our 9 again. There's our ritual 9. Podesta tweeted about this 9 days after Las Vegas. And then the next day we have this big presentation with all these CIA and Pentagon and Lockheed Martin and Hal Puthoff. I mean, come on, I mean, it's like, really? That was a coincidence somehow. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what significance of the fact that Paddock was trying to blow up Area 51's pet airport there. I mean, I'm not exactly sure what that was about yet. I kind of have a hunch, but I can't really go on record on it yet because I haven't nailed down the details. But yeah, I mean, the fact that this all starts, I mean, it literally all starts. The first act of this drama here is somebody shooting from Mandalay Bay, whether it's Paddock or some black ops guys. I mean, I'm not exactly sure who, allegedly trying to blow up the gas tanks at Janet Air. Then DeLonge sort of comes out with this whole UFO thing, and then we sort of see this New York Times, okay? I mean, the paper of record, the grand Wurlitzer of the Mockingbird program, the voice of the CIA, that in Washington Post, really hammering this whole thing. Like, okay, we've been telling you for 70 years now that there's nothing to this whole UFO thing, but we changed our minds. Now there is something to it. I mean, really? Come on. And it's all sort of based, actually, I didn't put this in my notes, but I should sort of bring this up, that it's all sort of based on this gun camera video, what they call the Tic Tac video of this UFO and fleet of UFOs that this Navy pilot was said to be sighting and following. And it's based on a PBS program on the Nimitz destroyer. I mean, this whole production, does anybody at all not realize that this is a deep state ritual drama being unfurled on our heads? I don't think anybody questions that. Nobody takes it for granted. Nobody takes it on face value. to me, it's clearly part of a ritual cycle. And the fact that there is this tie-in with Paddock involved in this, and there are other details. Like, I don't want to hit people with too many details because there's so many details and they go so deep, but there's a connection between Paddock and DeLong and Operation Paperclip and so on and so forth. Just go to the blog. You'll see it all because it's a visual thing. You have to see it. But there is a lot of symbolism attached with DeLong. I mean, DeLong's father was an oil company executive. Mark Hoppus's father designed missiles for the Navy.
Right.
You know, I mean, these guys have been groomed since they were 12 years old. It's just so blatant. It's so in your face.
And the name Blank.
Oh, but yeah, we'll get to that in a second. But after DeLong leaves Blink-182, he forms Angels and Airwaves. Ford sponsors them. You know, the Ford Motor Company sponsors them. I mean, really, he likes to present himself as just a sort of, hey, I'm just a punk rock guy from the suburbs, just skateboarding around. And I hit it big by sheer coincidence, by just dumb luck. I became, a multimillionaire. Yeah, come on. Once you look under the surface with so many of these things, it all becomes apparent. Who is groomed, who is chosen. The story that we hear about people like Lady Gaga and Mark Zuckerberg and Sergey Brin, all attached to this, what they called Geek Camp, which is basically just a grooming program run out of Johns Hopkins. Johns Hopkins was deeply involved in MK Ultra, Duke University. I mean, all these kind of things. We're sold these rags to riches little fantasies in the media, but they're never based in fact. And in the case of Tom DeLonge, he has swam in deep state waters since before he was born, because the oil company that his father was an executive for was the Malaysian State Oil Company. Add that up. How is a guy from the suburbs of San Diego become the VP of the Malaysian state, Malaysia, Muslim country in the South Pacific? I mean, how does that happen? Come on. It adds up and it adds up. And you wanted to talk about the Blink thing. Maybe we should sort of fast forward that a bit to when we get back into the Elizabeth Fraser stuff, because, yeah, there's an Elizabeth Fraser connection there. And there's also an Elizabeth Fraser connection with that Tic Tac video that the New York Times and so on were getting so excited about. We had talked before we started recording that I'm starting to think that there's a cult around this woman.
Right.
And maybe we can sort of, when we add up that little laundry list, we can put that stuff in there. Yeah, Absolutely. But there is an Elizabeth Fraser connection with Blink. I mean, it just, come on, it just never ends.
So the only other little thing I wanted to throw in there about the recent Pentagon disclosure thing is, of course, Harry Reid is right in the center of this thing, and apparently these files and these reports are all going to Bigelow, who lives 10 miles north of Vegas. And what was weird was that Harry Reid shows up on TV with a bandage over his eye, like he got his ass kicked, and he says it was from an accident with an exercise band, which is how Chris Cornell strangled himself, so they say. An exercise band, what a random thing to be popping up. It seems like it's some kind of code almost.
Yeah, it does feel like it's some kind of code. And Harry Reid said that he was exercising in his bathroom. Who the fuck exercises in their bathroom? Nobody does. It's insane.
Right.
Particularly like an 80-year-old man does not exercise in his bathroom. It's crazy.
So much room to stretch bands in your bathroom.
Yeah, exactly. Well, some people have pretty big bathrooms, particularly a guy like Harry Reid.
True.
But, this ties into the fact that everything that we've been seeing in the wake of the shootings in Las Vegas all seems to tie back to what I call the Vega, the Star Vega, which seems to have immense importance in this whole ritual understanding here. Bob Bigelow, UFO disclosure, Las Vegas. Bob Bigelow's, Bigelow Aerospace is literally right up the boulevard there from downtown Las Vegas. Harry Reid, Nevada. The flying joint, as I like to call it, that came in and, Oumuamua, which means advanced scout in place of an invasion in Hawaiian. I believe that they've sort of changed the timeline and changed the story on this. But when that first appeared, they said it came from the direction of Vega. Yep. I'm not exactly sure how they thought that. And then sort of the coup de grace in this ritual cycle, a story that I think a lot of people might have even ignored, but this whole thing where American Doll comes out with a new, what they call the girl of 2018, and it's Daniela Vega, and she's an astronaut, and this whole thing is premiered in this very ritualistic fashion on Good Morning America. I mean, I don't understand how just the marketing of a doll becomes such a major news story. But if you just do a news search on Daniela Vega and American Doll or American Girl dolls, you won't believe how important this seems to be to a lot of people. But, you know, the name Luciana Vega, I sort of decoded that as Anno Lucis. And Anno Lucis is the way that the Freemasons, they add 4,000 to what the current year is. So this would be, I guess, Anno Lucis 6018. Anno Lucis, Luciana, and also Lucifer Lucis. You know, I mean, Luciana is the feminine diminutive of Lucis, light, Lucis trust, Lucifer. Oh God. I mean, it's either the walls of reality have just entirely broken down because these ritual magicians have just been hammering at them for the past 70 years, or I am in a coma and this is all just like a weird dream that I'm having. It's kind of 50-50 at this point.
Right. It's coin flip.
And of course, right now is the Consumer Electronics Expo that's taking place in Las Vegas. The other day we saw a blackout at 11 o'clock. They said shortly after 11. I think it was probably at 11:03. So we get that 33. So there was a blackout at the Consumer Electronics Expo, which is a huge deal. I mean, it's enormous. It's like, you know, take the San Diego Comic-Con and multiply it times 50. And that's what the Consumer Electronics Expo is in Vegas. So this is a huge deal. This is a huge event. There's going to be a major artificial intelligence expo in Las Vegas. I mean, everything seems to be pointing to Las Vegas for some reason. And then, you know, there's a connection with Area 51 and again with Bigelow Aerospace. It's like it's all seems to be coalescing in this little bit, this little patch in the middle of the desert. So again, this is just another reason that I can absolutely not regard that, you know, the Harvest 91 festival as anything else but entirely ritualistic. And if anybody has any problems with that, please go to the blog, click on the Las Vegas link, and just look at the reams and reams and reams of data, all from mainstream news sources, by the way. You know, I'm not going to like Your Newswire, Neon Nettle, and InfoWars to get my information on this. It's all culled from mainstream news sources because you don't need to look at those sites anymore. You understand what I'm saying? You don't need to look at davidike.com or InfoWars or Skywatch TV because everything now is out in the open. It's just that people don't know what they're looking at.
Yeah. Oh, I so agree, man. And if we're going to transition back to Frasier and the Frasier cult, you know, one criticism, actually the only criticism that I got from the last show is comments of people saying that Elizabeth Frasier's weird eyes are the result of drugs, not spirits. And personally, I don't see those two things as mutually exclusive. In fact, I think they're very complementary even. But, you know, you gave me a lot of extra details about her childhood, and so many prominent artists seem to pay homage to her in their work, or there's pictures of them long ago wearing Cocteau Twins t-shirts and stuff. So it seems like a certain nexus of people have picked up on this, like you've said, and they definitely try to like tack onto it for their own artistic exploits, I guess.
Yeah, it's really strange. I don't understand it. But one thing that I would like to sort of back up just back to this significance of Beauty and the Beast is Beauty and the Beast, of course, starts Emma Watson, who is familiar to us as Hermione from the Harry Potter films. Now, Emma Watson was in a film in 2012 called Perks of Being a Wallflower. And the whole linchpin of Perks of Being a Wallflower was this Cocteau Twins song called Pearly Dewdrops Drop. And, you know, I actually put a video clip of her talking about, like, you know, the song, she'll know that, you know, her life is set when she hears the song and somebody comes up to her. It's this whole thing that, but the guy who wrote and directed that film and wrote the novel that it's based on also wrote the screenplay for Beauty and the Beast. So the biggest movie of the past year until the release of Return of the Jedi, I mean, this Beauty and the Beast film grossed $500 million in the United States alone, has this very strong and very direct connection, not only to, you know, Elizabeth Frasier and the Cocteau Twins, but to this very highly significant, highly loaded song called Pearly Dewdrops Drops. And I can explain this in a bit, but really has the same meaning as Heaven in Las Vegas. It's a referral to, the fallen angels to the war in heaven between, Michael and Lucifer. And this might sound completely off the beaten track to a lot of people, but once you start to look at the evidence, you see it. And again, this whole thing, Beauty and the Beast, the Revelation 12 alignment. I look at the book of Revelation a little bit differently than a lot of other people do. When I look at the book of Revelation, what I'm seeing is numerology and astrology. And in the cases of chapters like 12, what I'm seeing, you can look at this on a star map, is that it's a journey backwards through the constellations from Leo to Aquarius. There's a straight line right across the ecliptic. The dragon there are a number of serpent constellations, Hydra, Draco, serpents that are connected to this. In the book of Revelation, she's given the wings of an eagle. That's Aquila. The dragon tries to drown her with water. That's Aquarius. Once you start looking at star maps and you start looking at the constellations, you really start to understand that it's all stellar. It's all star magic. It's all very high initiate star magic. Now, we talked about the Siren and Tim Buckley and Jeff Buckley and, the significance of the name Buckley meaning shepherd boy. Now, if you look at the star map, conjoined with this Leo Virgo alignment, which of course happens all the time, but the 923 alignment is planets and the moon lining up, within this alignment. Just to the north of that is Boötes, and Boötes is the shepherd. So clearly, all these ancient myths that I was looking at in regards to Inanna and Ishtar and Astarte and all these gods, who sort of eventually evolve into the Siren and all have these shepherd boy consorts, it's star magic. It's the conjunction of Virgo and Boötes. Now, I'm not exactly sure what the meaning is to all these people, but when I looked at the characters in the Disney Beauty and the Beast films, I'm like, oh my God, this all lines up with these constellations along Virgo and Leo. But then the way the story progresses, for instance, when Gaston battles the beast, that's the war in heaven between Orion, the hunter, and Taurus. See what I'm saying here?
Yeah, I love that post.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it because, so I started looking at these characters like Lumiere and Cogsworth and Mrs. Potts and, even the little chair thing, the little footrest with the two tails. I mean, that's basically Comet Berenice and the Canis constellations. A lot of it is very highly visual. For instance, with Lumiere, you'd think, well, what's the connection of Cancer, the crab? Well, it's the shape of the constellation. Same thing in regards to Cogsworth and the constellation known as Sextans. It's actually very clever. I mean, I really applaud these guys for their creativity there because Cogsworth has that mustache, which is the minute and hour hands of the clock face, but that's the formation of Sextans. And all these things are connected to these, again, this Virgo and Leo. And it seems to be just very highly significant and also Orion. But there's also this weird conjunction where, I don't understand it. I'm not well versed in this lore as much as many people are, and I don't really understand the significance of it. But there's also the issue of Vega, which is in the constellation of Lyra. And Lyra is Orpheus's harp, which was given to him by Apollo, so there's a connection to Apollo. But that somehow Vega has some sort of connection to Sirius, and I guess it's because they're on opposite ends of the celestial globe there. And also, it's the summer triangle and the winter triangle and so on and so forth. So there is just like very high initiate star magic. So all the people who sat through me sort of ranting and raving about this whole situation with Elizabeth Fraser and Jeff Buckley and sort of go, well, yeah, that's interesting, but what's the significance of it? Well, I'll tell you exactly what the significance of it is. It's somehow connected in ways that I can't explain and don't understand to this very highly charged expectation that somehow has to do with Leo, Boötes, maybe Hydra or Draco, take your pick, and Leo, just the way these constellations seem to be the focus of so much attention going back millennia. The fact that we see this in the book of Revelation, in a chapter which you can just spell out, soup to nuts, is a voyage to the constellations. There's some esoteric secret society, deep occult meaning to all this that we have yet to parse. But I think soon enough we'll understand it. But just the fact that it's all connecting to this, what was the biggest movie of 2017, this highly loaded, highly ritualistic year. Is that synchronicity? Is that coincidence? Is that happenstance? Absolutely not. I'm not exactly sure how the pieces fit together. All I can say is that, the pieces of the puzzle here, there's a few pieces missing. But once we get those pieces, we will understand, hopefully, exactly what is going on to us, around us, and, maybe start to understand what this false reality paradigm that we're living in is all about.
Right.
But anyway,
well,
yeah, so, you wanted to talk about Elizabeth Fraser.
Well, I was going to say about the movies, then it was only usurped by a movie made by the same company, another movie made by Disney, the Star Wars one. And Disney's been a company obsessed with stars and magic from the very beginning. And you mentioned Pearly Dewdrops Drop. And it's like, if you were channeling an entity that wanted to poetically describe and reference that fallen angels mating with those fair earth women, that whole chapter, if you wanted to reference that, pearly dewdrops dropping sounds a lot like semen from the sky.
Yes, yeah, it does. Well,
you just got to say it.
It really does. Yeah, it really does. And this is interesting because I made reference to this with Elizabeth Fraser believed, and she said so at the time that the single was released, that she believed that she was somehow channeling, her lyrics and her melodies, and she didn't really understand where they came from. And she made reference to this woman, this very, at the time was sort of well known, this British housewife who would claim that she was channeling the ghosts of all these famous composers. And she actually produced like symphonies she claimed were literally ghost written by them. So in this regards, this whole idea of the pearly dewdrops is really, I think it's very highly symbolically loaded. And I believe that, the chorus to the song is about 2017. That's a very bold claim, but I'll just back it up a bit here. So pearly dewdrops, I believe, is a reference to the pearly gates of Revelation, and that's Revelation 2:1:21. So that's the inverse of this 9:23 alignment, which is Revelation 12:1:2. So there's a numerological sort of inversion involved here. But the dewdrops, the dewdrop sounds like, it's charming, and some people think it's about candy and so on and so forth. Dewdrops, if you look in the Old Testament, dewdrops appears again and again and again, and it has to do with blessings from heaven. The dew falling from heaven, the dewdrops. Just do a search at a place like Bible Gateway or, whatever online resource that you prefer, and you'll see this show up several different times, particularly in the Old Testament. So pearly dewdrops drop to me. A lot of people think, isn't that charming? Oh, she's so eccentric and isn't that cute? They're not listening to the way she's singing, where she doesn't seem to be very happy about the pearly dewdrops drops. And they don't know the lyrics because the lyrics are kind of hard to parse. I actually listened to the song. I've been listening to the song for 34 years now, but I actually sat down and really worked on the lyrics, and I believe I decoded them. But she's talking also about the ruby suns. And of course, we saw the red suns this year attached to Hurricane Ophelia. We're in Great Britain, particularly the suns were turned red. How much more biblical and apocalyptic do you need to get than the sun turning red? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But we also had the moons turning red. But another thing we can get into in a bit is, I believe that she has a lot of, she's very well read, but as I mentioned before, but I believe that she also has a lot of witchcraft and esoteric knowledge, because she talks about the ruby stars and the ruddy cups. Now you think, well, what does that mean? Well, the ruby star, the star ruby, is a ritual in Aleister Crowley's, I believe it's in the Silver Star order. So the ruby star is a reference, intentionally not, to that. And the reason why I believe this is intentional is that she talks about the ruddy cups. The ruddy cup is the cup of the whore of Babylon in Revelation 17. I have a lot of reason to believe that she was very directly referencing biblical symbolism at this point in time. There's other songs that she was doing so as well. So I believe that what she's talking about is the cup of abominations, drunk on the blood of saints, all that really phenomenal poetic language that we read, particularly in the King James version of Revelation. So, the first line of the song is, ruby stars are ruddy. Ruddy in some regards means it's red. So she's saying red stars are red. That doesn't make any sense, right? I mean, it's silly. If you put that in the context of her later lyrics where they seem to be just constructing words at random and constructing words out of other words and so on and so forth, you would think, well, I guess that makes sense. I mean, she's spouting nonsense. So ruby stars are ruddy. It's a pearly dewdrops drop. Now, I'm telling you, I just got chills because I realized what she's saying here is that, the sun turns red, the whore of Babylon arrives, and the fallen angels.
It's all the same.
Yeah, it's like, so, I mean, you can look at it in the context of just like wordplay, but I really don't believe that that's what's going on. And I'll tell you exactly why I don't believe that's what's going on. Because not only do we have this connection to Beauty and the Beast and the 923 alignment, and again, if this sounds all just completely insane to people, please just go to the blog. I methodically spell it out over and over again. You'll see it visually in front of your eyes. It's very easy to understand. This whole idea of the fallen angels, when you go to the YouTube and watch the video, and in particular watch the official video, just go to YouTube, type in Cocteau Twins, Pearly Dewdrops Drop, official video. So the official video starts with a close-up of the archangels. And it's interesting because this was shot in a chapel in a very famous sanitarium or, mental institution in England. So it starts with the archangels, but just immediately you see a waterfall superimposed over it. So what's the significance there? I mean, angels falling. It's just like, it's right there in front of your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
If you think that I'm just sort of imagining things, just go watch the video. You will see the archangels, and then you'll see a waterfall superimposed over them. It's the pearly dewdrops drops to the fallen angels. And then it's sort of, you see fire, sticks being burned. And that's a whole other kettle of fish with Tampa, because Tampa means burning sticks. And we saw a lot of strange things going on in Tampa this past year as well. And then she emerges from the burning sticks and she starts singing, Ruby stars are ruddy. Ruby star, the star of Ruby, Aleister Crowley, ruddy, the cup of abominations, Revelation 17. So it's like, oh my God, like this is not a cute little song that everyone thinks it is. So then the lyrics to the chorus go, it's interesting here because she alternates between singing ruby suns and ruby stars, and then sometimes she's doubling because the lyrics are like double, triple, quadruple tracked. So she's saying ruby stars and ruddy cups, rose the pearly dewdrops drops. Now, this is very important. Rose the pearly dewdrops drops. So the pearly drops rose, and then it's 'tis the lucky penny penny that binds the pearly to their souls. Now, I'm telling you, I'm getting chills again because I'm just thinking of all the information that I've been collating connected to all this. So it's ruby suns and ruddy cups. So again, it's that the suns turn red, the whore of Babylon returns, the fallen angels rise, and then people are then, they either sell their souls or somehow possessed by the fallen angels.
Yeah.
And you think, oh my God, that's what she's saying. It's like, oh, shoot. Oh, it's just, but when you watch the video, you'll think, oh, this is just, her walking through a church and she's singing these little charming nonsense lyrics. That's not what's going on at all. She's singing about the fallen angels returning to heaven.
Right.
Now, the lucky penny is very interesting to me because I was like, well, okay, a penny. What's the significance of penny? And then I looked up the new design or the recent design for the British penny. And if you look on the flip side of, the reverse of the British penny, you see this cropped out version of the British standard flag, which has, these lion standards, sort of archaic medieval imagery. But it has this cropped image of a lion's chest, and then it has a cropped image of the harp. I believe it's the Welsh lion and the Irish harp. Now, what's the significance of that? Well, that cropped out lion part, that's where Regulus, we talked about Regulus and the occultation of Regulus. That's where Regulus is located in the constellation. And that part that you see on the British penny of the lion corresponds to what's called the sickle in Leo. And what's the sickle? The sickle is harvest. Okay. You following me here? And then the harp is Lyra. It's the lyre. And if you do the research on this, it's pretty apparent that the harp that we see, like particularly in the old Irish flag, is actually a reference to Lyra, to the constellation, that it had some sort of significance even back then. So it's Lyra and Regulus, but it's, particularly it's the area of Lyra, the region of Lyra that corresponds to Vega. So it's basically the penny, the British penny, the lucky penny that she's singing about is Vega. It's some sort of conjunction. I don't understand it. I'm not familiar enough with the star lore to explain it, but it's something to do with some sort of conjunction between Vega, heaven of Las Vegas, and Regulus. And Regulus, of course, is kingship attached to Jesus Christ and to King David. This symbolism is all very arcane and it's very hard to parse. And you really need somebody who's like got really severe OCD to sort of sort through it, like me, but it's all there. You can argue with it or not. So really getting back to this whole thing with the siren, and we can talk about the eyes in a moment, but the whole thing with the siren to me was just like whatever was channeling itself through this woman was using these instances of the siren that are probably maybe a little bit easier because it's a simpler narrative to sort through. But they were using that just to sort of like establish her cred, her prophetic cred. Mm-hmm. So all the stuff with the siren, not only is there the esoteric and occult significance as far as the conjoining of Virgo and Boötes, which has an obvious significance dating back to ancient Sumer. It's sort of like, it's an easy narrative that you can kind of hook into, but it's basically just like, okay, well, we saw that she was prophesying these situations with clarity and directness. So now you're going to the next level now. So it's like we're up to the next level now, and it's taking us to all this Lyra, Vega, all this constellation stuff that, again, I don't understand. But it's just, this is going to be the defining issue on an esoteric level of our time. I really believe that. And that's why I think that even if people just sort of look at Las Vegas in a parapolitical or conspiratorial context, and I understand that, and I'm not arguing that those elements might not be there. They might not be tacked on to that as well. But to me, this is really about the next phase of the big plan has kicked in. That sounds like a really bold claim, and I'm sure a lot of people have made it and fallen flat on the face. But it's like I bolster all this with information culled from mainstream sources, from Wikipedia, on and on and on and on. It's just that I'm just sort of connecting the dots in a way that some people haven't. But I'm telling you, it just keeps piling on and on and on, and it's almost gets to the point that the stuff becomes predictable. That we're going to see. When you mentioned the Star Wars movie, Las Vegas is referenced in The Next Jedi because, and a lot of people have been complaining on this online that for some reason there's this interlude on the planet Canto Bight, which is a casino planet.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like, it starts off with Beauty and the Beast, Pearly Dewdrops drops, and ends up with Las Vegas. So the two biggest movies of 2017 are basically Pearly Dewdrops drops in Heaven at Las Vegas. Heaven, Star Wars.
Coming from the same source.
Yeah. So I have no idea. I can't explain why this stuff exists, why whatever force is driving this chose this rather obscure singer from the 80s from, like a arty new wave band to express itself through. And I'm not saying that it's only, there are probably other things going on out there that I'm not tuned into because I'm not familiar with the history and I'm not familiar with the context. I'm sure there are other things that other people will be zooming in on that will be prophesying all this. But I'm just telling you, this is what I happen to zoom in on. And I realize, again, as with the siren, this all sounds completely insane. But look at when we talked about the siren, look what happened 2 days afterwards, and then look what's going on with all the siren and mermaid stuff that we're seeing everywhere. Just two big stories and two major news outlets, the Independent and the Guardian, just pushing the siren thing. This mermaid thing. They're just pushing it and pushing it and pushing it. If you do it, again, do a news search on mermaids, they're dumping this stuff on our heads.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? And I said so several months ago that the siren thing is going to be one of the archetypal dominants of this new age that we've entered into. And you can't escape it. And that show Siren still hasn't come on. That Disney series coming up on Freeform hasn't come on yet. But, the interesting thing about the Siren and Mermaid stuff to me, and also they're doing a Little Mermaid live action remake, in the context of the Beauty and the Beast live action remake.
Mm-hmm.
So, Little Mermaid Mania has only just begun. But it very much seems like top down to me because, we've seen how these sort of cultural fads and memes cycle through. They cycle through. People will be all interested in mermaids and so on and so forth. And then they'll get sick of it because it's overdone. People may be sick of it for all I know, but they're still pushing it, and they're still pushing it hard,
Agreed, man. Agreed. And we are definitely going into overtime here, but on the subject of claiming trophies, and earlier you talked about a shepherd boy, another shepherd boy I wanted to talk about before we got out of here is Little Peep, because I got to take a second here to say that I've been doing this show for a long time, and listeners should know that I am not one to try to inject myself into a story in any way. But in the past year, a weird thing has been happening where touring musicians will just email me and offer me a chance to come to their shows for free and hang out when they're in San Diego because they like the show. I'm very appreciative, but it is sort of random. And this happened with someone associated with the artist Little Peep. This emo rapper who has parents out of Harvard and cryptic tattoos all over his body and face looks like MK Ultra shit through and through. But I got an invite to come hang out when he was here on October 9th, within 10 days of the Vegas shooting, right in between our recording of the last show and its release. But I passed on it because I was busy. And then a month later, he died from a bad batch of drugs that he took from a fan. In fact, his dead body was shown on Snapchat or Instagram or some shit. And again, this was right in the window of time that we were talking about Elizabeth Fraser, and I mentioned it to you thinking, well, this is kind of a weird guy, but there's no way Elizabeth Fraser called this one out. But she actually did, didn't she?
Yes. Yeah. It's crazy. I had never heard of the guy before you turned me on to him. And I saw this story. I guess subconsciously I was thinking about Little Bo Peep, of course.
Yeah.
And Little Bo Peep is a very famous nursery rhyme about the shepherd who loses her sheep, or shepherdess, little girl who loses her sheep, and so on and so forth. And that was sort of like the first, I guess maybe the first inkling. But I was also thinking about the first song on the album Treasure. And Treasure is sort of the seminal album that came out in 1984, because the first song on the album is called Evo, but the original title of it was Peep Bo. And if you listen to the chorus, she is singing the lyrics to the chorus, but she's also, the background vocals are going peep, 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 peep over and over again. And then after the second chorus, there's the bridge, and she yells out, 3 die now, 3 die now, 3 go into our body, 3 go into our body. And I was like, all right, you got to be friggin' kidding me. Because the first thing I thought was that Cornell, Bennington, and now this Little Peep. Okay, this sounds a little tenuous. But then I started sort of going over the dates and going over some of the details. And the album title is Come Over When You're Sober. That reminded me of Jeff Buckley's song on his first album called Lover, You Should Come Over. I'm just sort of scrolling down here. And also, Peep Bo was released on November 1st, which was Little Peep's birthday.
There it is.
So the first song on that album is repeating the name Peep Peep over and over again before it talks about, 3 die now. So in this reckoning, he would be the third. But that November 1st birthday of his is actually the date of a number of releases of albums of theirs, including the Lullabies EP, which we talked about in connection with Jeff Buckley's Shepherd Boy, Little Peep, Little Bo Peep, so on and so forth. And that has the songs with Alas Dies Laughing connected to this. And the cover art is the Calla Lily, which was associated with the Siren, or in this case, Venus, but also associated with the premature deaths of young men. Little Peep recorded a song with a rapper called Antoine. Antoine is a huge Cocteau Twins fan, actually has an article where he talks about his favorite Cocteau Twins songs, talks about the band and so on and so forth. But I was really struck by that because of the dates. Oh, and also Little Peep was from Long Beach, New York, which is on Long Island. And if you go to the Wikipedia page of Long Beach and you see the city seal, the city seal is the Siren.
Right. God, people.
I mean, it just never ends. I mean, it literally never ends with this.
Right.
Also, when you told me about, not when he died, but when you told me about his death, there was actually a story that popped up in a number of news outlets that there were seahorses being found in the Thames. And the seahorses were found in between the area of the Royal Festival Hall, where Elizabeth Fraser performed her only solo performance of her career, and the Millennium Dome in Greenwich, where the 999 invocations of the Nephilim and the fallen angels and Genesis 6:4 took place in the year 2000. Again, if you're a little confused by this, just go to the post online about this, and it's stunning. But the fact that there's this bridge in the song, and I include the song and the video of the song in the post, where she just yells out, 3 die now. It's like, what the hell does that have to do with anything? 3 die now?
Yeah.
And, again, I believe that he was the third. And it's interesting, too, is that because it's almost like 3 generations. It's like Chris Cornell is my generation. He's part of grunge, came up in the 80s and so on. And then you had Chester, part of the new metal generation, part of that whole early 2000s cohort. And then you have Little Peep, who's part of this sort of late millennial generation of this time period. I think that's sort of fascinating that, it's like almost a trophy from each era is taken by this force of nature, and who, for some completely inexplicable reason, decided to channel itself to this very troubled young woman.
Right. And just to reiterate, for people who think this connection is loose, this Ivo Bo Peep song is the first song on the first side of an album released on November 1st, and Bo Peep's birthday, or Little Peep's birthday, is November 1st. And then, again, you mentioned the city seal with Little Peep's hometown featuring the Siren. It also features an obelisk, and it also features Poseidon. And to go back to the first death, Jeff Buckley, you talked about that when he died, it was Garland's Day in the UK, which is when offerings or sacrifices were made to Poseidon. So again, the water evoking, this Poseidon entity. I mean, it's clearly connected. It's just so random that I would be invited. I never heard of the guy until I was invited to the show. And then I looked him up and I'm like, wow, this is a weird guy in that nexus of music and mind control. And Chris might be interested. And then sure enough, these date syncs, and of all the infinite things to talk about in a song, you talk about Bo Peep and you release the album on the day of this kid's birthday. I mean, it's on point, man. It's on point. And I got to let you go eventually, but I wanted to also, maybe we could revisit Blink and how they got their name.
Yeah. So this whole CIA UFO disclosure, I've been sort of following this story, and Grant Cameron, for instance, believes that the CIA have sort of cut DeLonge out because DeLonge sort of put himself out there and kind of flopped quite badly. For instance, on the Joe Rogan show.
Yeah.
It was a PR disaster for this group. So he was sort of cut out of the loop. But Blink-182, I don't think a lot of people realize their original name was Blink, just, simply Blink. And when DeLonge talked about the band, he always referred to them as Blink. Their first album was Cheshire Cat and was released under the name Blink. But then they were sued by a band from Ireland who had the name first. And the name Blink of this band that sued Blink, that forced the name Blink-182, named the band after a Cocteau Twins song on Heaven of Las Vegas. And then we have the Las Vegas connection to the CIA UFO story with Bigelow and so on and so forth, and then Area 51. Again, there's a lot of stuff with DeLonge that I didn't really go into, but that bears a lot more investigation on his end, particularly symbolically, but also this connection to Operation Paperclip as well. There's a lot to be told here. And just one thing that I wanted to mention as far as Bo Peep goes, if you've been to the blog and you've seen the stories on the Siren, there was this weird pattern where all these deaths took place south of a location called Fraser. Now, for instance, Jeff Buckley died on the Wolf River. The Wolf River empties, or actually it's been sort of dammed off, but it emptied into the Mississippi at a town called Fraser. So if you followed the path of the Wolf River just north, less than a mile, you would run into Fraser. Chris Cornell died in Detroit at the MGM Grand, which is at the end of Elizabeth Street, and that's also just south of a Fraser, Michigan. Chester Bennington had a house in Arizona that was just south of Fraser Field. Little Peep died in Tucson, just south of not only where Chester Bennington lived, but south of Fraser Field. You know, we've discussed Heath Ledger and those connections. And then one of the things we didn't discuss was Chi Chiang of the Deftones. The Deftones had made the absolutely terrible choice of covering a song by the Cocteau Twins called Wax and Wane. It was on a B-Sides and Rarities album that they released. Wax and Wane is an incredibly disturbing song about Satanism and witchcraft and child abuse. And in my reckoning, I believe that this is part of this subconscious or maybe even semi-conscious sort of processing that she was doing at the time. But it was really the wrong song to cover. And there's a lot of dates and, you know, all this kind of stuff. And again, just go to the blog, do a search on Deftones. You'll see the stories on that. But, you know, he also died just south of a Fraser locality. And the interesting thing about it is that the further away you got from, you know, her inner circle, the weaker the sort of the Fraser signal got. So you had Jeff Buckley dying just south of Fraser, Tennessee, Chris Cornell dying south of Fraser, Michigan, but, you know, farther south. And then as you sort of work your way out into these other players in this drama, you know, the signal again gets a little bit weaker, which to me is kind of specific and kind of speaks to a, you know, a magical power at work. And I realize that sounds crazy, but again, just, you know, go look up the evidence, which I, you know, detail as best I can on the blog, and just look outside your window and just look at the siren and mermaid and, you know, all the rest of it showing up everywhere. And, you know, one of the things that we didn't really talk about, but I've been writing about a lot on the blog, is this whole transgenics agenda, transgenics and CRISPR-Cas9. There are going to be human trials on CRISPR-Cas9 this year, or at least public trials. I believe that they've been doing this all along. I believe that we are a lot closer to anybody would want to know as far as creating human-animal hybrids. And, you know, not just like these kind of things they've been doing as far as, you know, organ harvesting and whatnot. I mean, I believe that we are going to be seeing chimeras being introduced to the public. I believe that that's what this mermaid stuff, which seems very top-down, which seems very almost, I don't want to necessarily say elite-driven, but it doesn't seem to me that there's this great clamor for mermaid stuff, you know, with kids. I think that this is being driven, you know, from the top. But I also believe that it's part of a process to condition us to accept transgenics. I realize it's a very extreme statement. I'm not necessarily given to extreme statements, no matter what people listening to this might believe. But I believe that we are rapidly being conditioned to accept chimeras. I believe that chimeras are much, much closer than people would ever want to suspect. It's very disturbing. But again, it's all part of this apocalyptic process. And getting back to Las Vegas to sort of tie this all together, Heaven in Las Vegas and so on and so forth, you know, I believe that this occultation of Regulus by Venus on October 1st, in 27 years from the day of the shootings, which were 27 years after the release of Heaven in Las Vegas, is somehow a decisive event in this struggle, this power struggle going on between people who are either identified or identify themselves with the archangels and people who identify themselves with the Watchers or the fallen angels or, you know, the pearly dewdrops and so on and so forth. And one thing that I just wanted to add about pearly dewdrops, you know, as far as corresponding to Beauty and the Beast and Emma Watson and so on and so forth, again, go watch that official video. And at the 2:39 mark, 2 minutes and 39 seconds mark, Elizabeth Fraser lets loose with this just howl. It just comes out of nowhere. She just howls. And 239 is how in every country except the United States, September 23rd is notated. So she's howling which corresponds to Revelation 12:2, the pregnant woman screaming out with, the pangs of childbirth. And it's just whoever was really responsible for that video. I'm not saying the director or even the producer or so on and so forth, but somebody was directing that video to correspond to, not only to this Virgo Leo 923 alignment, but also to the overarching agenda of the Nephilim, the fallen angels, and again, which we see, Elizabeth Fraser singing about the Nephilim or the fallen angels, the pearly dewdrops, drops from heaven, pearly gates, so on and so forth. Heaven in Las Vegas, heaven, archangels, or Las Vegas, the Vegas. And Vega, I don't know if I mentioned this, but Vega means falling eagle. The eagle has landed. Chester Bennington dying on the anniversary of the eagle landing. The eagle has landed, all that nonsense with the Apollo program. Apollo is, again, tied back to Vega, Apollo's Lyra, Orpheus. It just goes on and on and on and on and on, on and on and on and on. I mean, literally to the point of overkill. And these are all connections that I'm documenting from mainstream sources, perfectly mainstream sources, skeptical sources, so on and so forth. I don't need to delve into, some Pleiadian light brotherhood source with this. It's all right there out in the open. Everything that has been hidden is becoming manifest. Everything that was once secret is out in the open. And what we are looking at is a world in which it is run by high technology, but high technology in the service of black magic. I don't know how else to put it. So it's like, I don't know exactly what to do about this, but I think the first thing in figuring out what to do about this is to realize what we're looking at. And, as extreme as this may sound to a lot of people, it's like you can only deny all this if you try really hard. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure this is like second nature to a lot of listeners. You take what I'm saying for granted, but it's like anybody who's listening to this who's not familiar with this way of thinking and this way of looking at the world, it's like, that this is going on. And, I'm speaking to you right now. It's like, what's going on. You have to deny it. You have to project it onto other things. You have to project it onto Trump. Well, which is justified in that regard. But it's like, you have to sort of put this out of your mind because it's going on. What's happening in the world around you. And that the world that you thought existed was a lie. So it's like, how do we deal with this? How do we function in this world? I don't know. I can't say. But it's like the first step to figuring that out is to understand what the world you're living in is really like. Mm-hmm. It's not what they taught you in school. It's not that at all. They taught you that in school to take away your power, to take away your knowledge. So it's like, now that you understand what the world is really like, that it's, that there's never-ending rituals happening all around you in order to do what has been done, which is break down this barrier between the liminal and the imaginal and the real. It's happening. It's all around us. And we have to start thinking about what we're going to do about it. But you can't do anything about it if you don't know what the problem is. It's like you can't treat the disease if you don't know the symptoms.
Mm-hmm. Wow, man, what a great summary. And you've definitely made a Synchromystic out of me in the long term. I hope we're still around on October 1st, 2044 and into 2045 so we can actually see the end, I guess. And in the short term, man, I'm going to be watching that Super Bowl halftime show with Justin Timberlake, another name that invokes water. And if there's black suns, pyramids, robots, and mermaids, I'm just going to flip the fuck out. I can tell you right now. But Jesus, man, we did it. I think we hit most of the major points, but I'm in total agreement that Elizabeth Fraser is some type of oracle and that there's a cult of culture creators that knows this, if not caused it. And the other major premise that the elite secret religion, symbolism, and ritual is getting more and more out in the open. When it comes to mermaids, cybernetics, CRISPR, and transgenics, it's like we're being onboarded like I've never seen before, and that's pretty clear too. So, man, again, one of my favorite guests at Symbolism Deconstruction. Thanks for doing this again so soon. I know it's a commitment, but it's really important stuff. The magic is real. It's affecting our lives, whether we know it or not. And of course, secretsun.blogspot.com is the hub. I learned something there almost every day. Anything else to add before I cut you loose?
No, again, keep your eye open to what's going to be going on at the Super Bowl, what's going to be going on at the Olympics, because I think there's going to be some messaging there, and the messaging might entail a warning of some sort. really familiarize yourself with this material. You know, it doesn't have to be Secret Sun, it doesn't have to be mine material or whatever, but it's like just familiarize with yourself with what's really going on in the world out there, and start to talk about it to people who you think might be receptive.
Mm-hmm. Wise words. Right on, man. Well, I will let you go. Thanks again for the extended show. Keep doing what you do, and I'm sure we'll talk again.
Oh, I hope so.
Sweet mother of Mithras, people. Chris Knowles back in the saddle, adding to the song of the Siren saga, folding in the NASA Vegas connections. Man, and we got a Pandora's box of aggressive synchronicity. And I'll tell you, something is really up with the Tom DeLonge saga. I'm really glad Chris pointed out Blink's military-industrial ties. We hear the Dave McGowan stuff, and we think about these 60s rock stars as planted and connected. But a lot of times we don't take that program forward. I think a lot of people isolate that chapter, but it's not like it stopped. I wonder how many punk and emo bands I used to listen to have these same sort of connections. Was Dashboard Confessional cooked up in a deep state basement? Is Taking Back Sunday some Midwest suburban psyop? I'm sure so much of it is. If you have control of the gates, why let anyone through that doesn't serve some sort of purpose, knowingly or unknowingly? But I really think this Tom DeLonge stuff tanked because they're just so out of touch that they didn't realize how bad a frontman Tom would be for this. He's just not really relevant. And his character for Blink has never really been serious or highly intelligent. So it's just an odd choice. I'm not saying the guy's dumb, but he plays a slacker stoner in the context of the band. And as Chris said, that Rogan interview did not go well. And that podcast makes Joe like a modern-day Oprah for a different segment of people. If you get on there and it goes well, and you get Rogan approved, the audience is big enough that it really does change lives. And if you tank, like Tom did, by being overly vague or dodgy or repetitive or seeming too rehearsed, he doesn't like that either, it's not going to be good. And if you are part of an operation, I could see them pulling the plug on you. And the fact that his company, To the Stars, is basically just a crowdsourced media company, a millionaire, setting up a crowdsourced media company where he gets a salary of $100,000 a year, apparently. Today, people can see right through that kind of thing. I'm always annoyed by rich people doing fundraisers. So I honestly think they just sort of sidestepped him and then put out the Pentagon press release and sent out this other figurehead guy who goes and does the media rounds. But it is so wild how these stories all sort of bump up against each other. I know Chris throws out a lot of numbers and dates and connections, and sometimes it's hard to see every thread, or you might think a couple of the threads are a stretch, but it's about the totality of connections. And yeah, some are stronger than others. I think even if you just stick to the strongest links, it is pretty creepy. And I know we covered a ton of ground today. In fact, there were a couple things I think we might have even glossed over or forgot to revisit, but I had mentioned that major criticism about Elizabeth Fraser's eyes being because of drugs, not because of entities. And, Chris mentioned to me afterwards that he wanted to say that it's not because of the drugs, because you can actually see them morph in front of you in certain performances. Drugs don't make your eyes normal 1 minute, insane the next, and normal the next minute after that. So that's kind of his contention. If you watch a lot of these videos, or the key ones that he talks about, you can see her eyes change in them. I don't know. He's shown me some stuff that I definitely think looks as he describes, but it's also not the most compelling part of the whole story to me. It just seems to be the thing that people came back and criticized the most, as if we both didn't know that musicians are pumped full of drugs. Like, that doesn't surprise me. And again, I don't think it's mutually exclusive, possession and drugs. I think they're complementary. But just getting back to the major themes, I really do think it's insane the amount of mermaid stuff that's out there. Chris is right that there's this sort of full court press in mermaid and siren themed aspects of culture. If you don't see it yet, it's one of those things that if you just start watching for it and paying attention, it's going to hit you like a ton of bricks. And I do think it is something that ties into the transgenics agenda, just like Chris says. It might sound weird, but mermaids are hybrid beings that are feminine and lack genitalia. And that is kind of what defines the archetype for me. And it also makes a demonic evil creature seem cute and princess-like. And I really do hate the way I start to sound like a Puritan Christian conservative when the subject comes up, but this isn't just our imagination. There is a transgender children's charity called Mermaids, and it's a real news story that Prince Harry praised it as an amazing organization. So it's really no question if this is in the cards. It's really no question is this part of an agenda. But this is where I start to sound gross again, you know? I wonder, why is there a children's transgender charity? If you're born with both parts or something, I totally understand that can be very hard and makes for a difficult life, and I have a lot of empathy for someone in that sort of position. But if we're talking about adults making the decision to change a child's gender before puberty, that's fucked up. That's an operation, and that isn't organic, and it is out there happening. Let me quote The Secret Son, because I think Chris says it in a pretty clear and efficient way when he says, speaking of manipulative, the catamite grooming sub-program of the transhumanist agenda ran into a few snags. The whole pedo-pity angle that Salon and the Guardian beta tested was a bust on account of pedos being gross and creepy. So they sent the intersectionalists on it. Success! Now it's an 8-year-old boy's right to be force-fed estrogen and cross-dressed by her mother. It's their right to be paraded around in front of random strangers at drag balls, and soon it will be their right to spend their time with whomever they choose, no matter their age. What, you think children shouldn't have rights? What are you, some kind of Nazi? And that is the culture right now. It is like, if you want to pump the brakes on any of this aggressive liberalism, then you're like an enemy. You are a Nazi. And they got this punch Nazi meme. So this is really, get with the program, or we're going to incite violence. There is no room for other opinions. And I'm not saying the right isn't just as intolerant of other opinions and isn't just as aggressive in their own way. But when we're talking about the elite's top agenda, this transhumanist thing, this merging with machine, this crossing of genders, this operation seems largely relegated to one side. You can't say, well, what about this, that, and the other? Look, I'm trying to hone in on something here. But, you know, I'm just saying, I get really creeped out seeing what looks to me like a bunch of rapid-fire baby steps, no pun intended, towards some really dark places. But to get to something less emotional, less triggering, the little peep thing, I mean, that's strange, right? You've got a singer who's playing off a shepherd archetype, whose parents work at an elite university, apparently, and his hometown seal includes a siren and Poseidon. That alone is a serious soup of symbolism, using the exact themes that we've been talking about up to this point. Top it off with Elizabeth Fraser actually chanting Pete Bow in the first song on an album released on the kid's goddamn birthday. And it's eerie. What more connections would you want to make that relevant? So all that alone is creepy and eerie, but for this to be a concert that I was invited to come backstage and hang out in is just such a weird thing for me. And it might not sound like much, but firstly, it's not exactly obvious that people on tour would invite me to their San Diego shows to come backstage, or at least get put on a guest list. My podcast isn't about music, so it's kind of an odd thing, and it's happened like 5 times in 4 months. If you're on tour in San Diego, by the way, at this point, yeah, let me know about it. But I was unaware of Little Peep in general, and so when I was invited, I looked up some pictures, and Jesus Christ, I feel so sorry for the guy, because it just seems like he was chewed up and spit out of some kind of mind control machine. He's got cryptic tattoos all over his face, and clearly a serious drug addiction. So, of course, just because of his look, I mentioned it to Chris, and just said, hey, check out this guy. And then just a few weeks later, he dies of this drug overdose on tour. And then Chris goes back and finds all these connections, and I think they're pretty solid. Also, this connection between Paddock and NASA subcontractors and carrying out this event on NASA's birthday, that's a lot. And get ready, because the next episode of THC is with Gordon White, and man, does he give some added layers to that ritual. And that, combined with what Chris said, really just locked everything in place for me. You are going to love it. I'm psyched for you to hear it. See, Chris and Gordon are two of my favorites, and I wanted to make sure we kicked off the year with some of the best and major guests of THC past. Crow, of course, has always been a staple, but then Chris and Gordon back-to-back, and two more repeat guests that I've always enjoyed coming up. It's a beautiful thing. And then February, at this point, I think, is all new guests. So I have put some thought into the planning of the first 2 months. But anyway, I just thought this was a great follow-up from the last show we did with Chris. It pairs really nicely with the next show with Gordon. I know episodes have been slow to release in January, but I was pretty bedriddenly ill and had a ton of tech support emails to work through with the updates and the changes, but we are back to being in full swing. It's going to be a hell of a week and a half for THC with a lot of episodes coming out, and you should sign up for the Higherside Chats Plus if you haven't already. I keep it cheap, $5 a month for 5 shows, and today's was actually a bit longer than usual too. But anyway, in the extra time with Chris, we got into more examples of mermaid mania, details about the darkness surrounding Elizabeth Fraser's upbringing and hometown, the recent Siren ritual in Perth, that is a weird one, and a lot of other good stuff. So, consider it. And I'll see you soon with another episode. Your move, Vipers of Vegas, singing trophies of the Siren and Society's synchro sorcerers. Your fucking... All right, Higherside Chatters, today we're taking another good hard look at the subtextual strangeness permeating from the secret cabal's conjured up culture. Because we've learned that many things the masses assume are just random events in reality are actually sometimes very well planned and timed rituals, but for what, we still don't always know. But when you unpack the announcements and missions of NASA, events on the political circus stage, the headlines zipping past our digital devices, and entertainment enchanted with the Hollywood wand, it feels like we're marinating in an esoteric soup of which we were never given the recipe. But if you pull on the threads, you'll find that highly potent places, numbers, names, and cycles seem to recur way more often than not, and surely, folks, this is no accident. And as you all know, one of my favorite detail-obsessed Synchromystics is the great Chris Knowles of the Secret Sun blog. He's been here several times before, decoding everything from Siren songs to space missions, and I'm sure that's a crossroads we will walk today as well. So welcome to the apocalypse. Mr. Knowles will be your guide. Please keep your lap bars down and arms inside the ride. Chris, welcome back to the higher side.
So great to be here. Looking forward to it. Always great to talk to you.
Yes, I agree, man. I'm always pretty jazzed up to have you here on the heels of a new moon, no less. And I guess a pattern has kind of emerged where we tend to do this around the transition times from one year to the next. And I like that. You tend to give us a Synchromystic State of the Union, so to speak. And I was listening to our last one, and you mentioned that 2017 was a very symbolically loaded ritual year. And I agree. And people can go back to those 2 shows if they want to relive why that is. But as for 2018, it's coming to a close. How do you feel the ritual potency has been this year?
Not quite as intense, certainly interesting, and more sort of a continuity of themes and ideas that were raised first in 2017. I have no idea why 2017 seemed to be such a focus point for this kind of activity, but it was. And 2018 certainly has had its fill, maybe not quite so much as the year prior. But of course, as we speak, there's this whole Osiris Rex mission on Bennu. I can't even say that without laughing. It's just so absurd. It's so audacious. It cracks me up. And then, of course, the ESA, the European Space Agency, has their Cheops mission. I won't trouble you with what that ridiculous acronym stands for, but it's as ridiculous as Osiris Rex. I mean, they come up with these names and then they try to shoehorn their program into that. It's really laughable. But this whole thing with this asteroid or whatever it's supposed to be that was discovered on September 11th, 1999, sort of a fact that a lot of people aren't, aware of. It's supposed to be 2 billion kilometers out. It's really not that large. It really makes me wonder how they discovered this thing, quote unquote. But it's NASA. It's the way things go. And, we've seen enormous effort in the space realm. We've seen the Falcon 9 sending up the ashes of the dead.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like, on the heels of Osiris Rex, Lord of the Dead, Master of the Afterworld, one of two spaceborne Egyptian gods, the other being Ra. I mean, it's just laughable. It's all become so blatant. It's also in your face. And I don't think anybody cares anymore. I think that anybody who would care has either exhausted themselves or is in the midst of being silenced, the way they're doing this big crackdown on alt media. What else can you do? It's like, being a major OCD sufferer myself, I find seeing compulsive behavior, obsessive compulsive behavior in others, like very entertaining for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe because it's like I can spot the patterns that maybe fly over a lot of the people's heads. But, NASA is just never ends with them. And I have my little mottos on the Secret Sun, and one that a lot of readers will be familiar with is space is an altar.
Yes.
Because if you really look at NASA and their activities, and now Elon Musk with SpaceX, and you sort of have Blue Origin, which is Jeff Bezos' little operation sort of bringing up the rear. It's also, the names and the dates and the destinations are also loaded. And of course, the ESA has the Vega rocket, which they're always sending up for missions hither and yon. And of course, Vega has turned out to be of vital and central importance to this whole ritual cycle that's emerging now. I have no idea why. I have no idea what it actually stands for or represents, but it's been very important for a very long time, as I discovered when I took a look at the Great Seal. I think a lot of people quibble and everyone will say, oh, I decoded it first and it means this and blah, blah, blah. But it's just like, I think I showed with mathematical accuracy what in fact it actually represents. So there you go.
Yes, and we're definitely going to get into that. But from Apollo to Osiris, it seems like NASA's up to the same thing they've always been up to. And to give people a little more context, from your blog, you do talk about this asteroid Bennu. Its discovery was announced on September 11th, 1999. Again, ritual dates with the context of things we've talked about before, like the Harvest Festival ritual on NASA's birthday. It's this connection between traumatic events and what NASA's doing. I don't get it, but they code these dates for sure. And it does kind of sound like cheap sci-fi to say that we're sending Osiris Rex to Bennu. I mean, what the hell? But you mentioned Cheops. I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce it, but that is the space telescope.
Cheops, yeah.
Cheops.
Yeah, the CH is Greek. It's a K sound.
And that name actually does go back to Egypt, right?
The Great Pyramid, yeah.
Right.
So the mission of Cheops is to find super Earths. And of course, why would they be interested in finding super Earths? Because they're interested in finding superhumans on these super Earths. I mean, it's so transparent if you understand the language that's being spoken here. And, like the fact that Cheops is the appellation for this mission it's hilarious. It cracks me up. What does that have to do with a planetary discovery mission? Well, on the face of it, and if you subscribe to, the fake reality that mainstream news puts forth, it doesn't have anything to do with it. But if you understand how these people really think and how they really work, it has everything to do with it. And again, I mean, it's like, that's the Great Pyramid. So, and what has always been sort of the icon of all the mysteries of Freemasonry or ancient astronaut theory or theosophy, up and down the line, it's been the Great Pyramid. It's been a focus of fascination for millennia, and it seems to have some extraordinary significance to the space program, which doesn't make sense, but there you go.
Yeah, definitely one of those strange but true things. And I also wanted to ask you about Oumuamua, because it's being talked about again. And it all gets quite interesting because just about a year ago now, I had talked to both you and Gordon about it, And just to refresh the memories out there, it is apparently the first interstellar object to come in and then leave our solar system. Some will tell you that it sped up as it left. And one of the big ideas circulating in those shows was this idea that if the Harvest Festival sacrifice, should we say, was maybe a calling up, so to speak, of the space gods, Oumuamua maybe was the response. So with that context, we then have this recent Harvard study come out and make a bunch of headlines saying, yeah, this actually could be a sign of alien life. And even more recently, there's been news that now 4 more objects like it have been spotted. And for an object that was named for a word that translates to scout, it's actually acting like one, or so we're told. I don't know what we can take at face value, but this whole story is quite weird, isn't it?
Well, the actual term is scout in advance of an invasion.
Well, there you go.
That's the actual definition of it. So, and of course, the story that circulated as soon as that object was spotted was that it came from Vega in the constellation of Lyra. And this was in the wake of, the Harvest Festival in Las Vegas and all that kind of thing. And of course, I'd been following all this since Chris Cornell's death, which really, I guess, kind of triggered the second wave of my Synchromystic work. And it just never ends. It's almost like every rock I pick up these days has some secret code engraved into the bottom of it. And they're speculating now that there are actually 66 interstellar objects in the far reaches of the solar system. And, it's like, what an interesting number, 66. And, it's like these numbers seem to come up over and over again. They love the twin numbers. They love the whole idea of twins, the twin Earth, the twin suns, the twin stars. We have this, what they call APEP. It's like, why are they drawing on all this mythology? We had Osiris Rex landing, and then we had this Cheops satellite, which just makes me laugh so intensely. Mm-hmm. And then we have this APEP, which is the Egyptian rendering of, the more familiar Apophis, which Apophis is the serpent of doom, essentially. It's kind of almost synonymous with Tiamat in Sumerian and Babylonian mythology. So, it's funny to me that all this stuff is coming up. And of course, this APEP, I'll just use Apophis because APEP is a little more difficult to say. So this Apophis supernova, it's twin stars. It's always these twins, or binary, something going nova or twin neutron suns. I mean, it just never ends. And this is what I call the emerging dominant archetypes, or the emergent archetypal dominance, however you choose to phrase it. And what I'm basically talking about is that there's this new language that's emerging. Everyone is familiar with all the Illuminati stuff or the Freemasonry stuff. And again, I never really took that stuff all that seriously because it just seemed a little too vaudeville. When you have people like Beyonce or Rihanna or Jay-Z or Lady Gaga, whoever, utilizing all the symbolism, it's very hard to take seriously, but it almost seems like that's fertilizing the fields before the seeds are planted. I don't think that stuff really has the importance in and of itself that people assign to it. I think it's like layers within layers. It's like secrets within secrets. It's symbols within symbols. For instance, again, this whole idea with the eye in the pyramid on the dollar bill. In fact, the eye is not actually in the pyramid. It's floating above it. But, again, you understand the symbolism. Everybody knows it. I mean, school children know it. 20 years ago, this was like deepest, darkest, Usenet craziness. But now, in the wake of Da Vinci Code and National Treasure and all these kind of things that sort of plowed the fields, so to speak, in the early 2000s, I mean, it's everywhere now, and everybody knows and everybody understands it. I never really thought it was particularly interesting because of the way it was used. It was like what a semiotician would call an empty signifier. It's using a symbol, but not really attaching a real relevance to it, a connotation to it. And so much of the stuff from sites like Vigilant Citizen, whoever, I mean, the symbolism was a mishmash. It had no real meaning It was just play. But I think, it got people familiar with that. And now, of course, we see the ante has almost been upped in some ways because now we see all this Baphomet symbolism and the Satanism symbolism. There's this whole controversy as we speak going on at the state capitol in Illinois. And then there's this manufactured controversy with the Satanic Temple, which I have no doubt in my mind is a CIA operation. And The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, which is this Netflix series that's based on this comic book, based on the old innocent, wholesome teenage witch who's now like a blood-drinking Satanist, It's just like, so that whole thing, I don't take that stuff seriously in and of itself either. I think that all seems like a manipulation in many ways. But, there are symbols that I've been looking at that I don't think most people have been looking at that just seem to reoccur over and over and over and over and over again. And to me, they seem to be maybe a little bit closer to where the agenda is actually leading. And in light of the things that I was talking about last year with transgenics and gene editing and artificial insemination, not even artificial insemination, artificial procreation in whole, all these things are beginning to leach into the mainstream, especially with these CRISPR babies in China. But last year I was talking about, these reports that scientists were talking about fetal CRISPR gene editing. So the things that I've been looking at might seem obscure or almost frivolous to a lot of people, but they seem to have a very high predictive quality to them.
Mm-hmm. And you mentioned the Great Seal. Let's get into that a little bit more, because the more we've talked, the more star magic seems to come up. One of the big components of the Harvest Festival stuff was the timing around the occultation of Regulus. And we talked about how the Book of Revelations is really a coded narrative of the constellations' movements. And even that the household item characters in Beauty and the Beast are actually modeled after constellations. And you've traced this type of celestial subtext all the way to the Great Seal, it seems. Is this what you think the eye in the pyramid and the eagle with the shield symbols are really all about now? Just twin allusions to Lyra, is it?
Yeah, to Lyra and to Vega. And again, what was I talking about last year with Chris Cornell's death and the relationship to Jeff Buckley, which is a whole other discussion because, this whole idea of the dying and rising shepherd boy that seems to repeat over and over throughout history. And I pointed that Jeff Buckley, actually his real name was Scott Moorhead, but his adopted name, Buckley, in Gaelic means shepherd boy. But the shepherd boy is Boötes, which is just north of the celestial equator of Virgo and Leo. And Boötes has always had a very close connection to that sort of twinning of those, what I call the Beauty and the Beast constellations. But there's actually a super void. According to astronomers, there's a region of space within the constellation of Boötes that's empty, that has nothing, and it's enormous. It's millions of light years across. But there's also another super void in Eridanus. And Eridanus is the river. So it's like the shepherd boy and the river both have these super voids in them. You following me? You know that whole narrative by now. I hope a lot of your listeners are familiar with that narrative by now. But it's like, Jeff Buckley who drowned in the Mississippi River, and you have these two giant voids in space. The one in Eridanus is called the cold spot, and there are a lot of astronomers that believe that this is actually created by another universe bumping up against ours, and that is these voids are almost like some sort of window area where things, radiation, whatever, can come through into our universe from this other universe, because the grinding of these two universes against each other is creating these massive empty spots. And that has to do with another thing that I was talking about, which is like supernovas, and how supernovas particularly, it's almost counterintuitive because scientists now believe that a supernova that's very far away, it's somehow transmitting through the super void. The cosmic rays, the cosmic galactic radiation is going to have much more of an impact on us. And this, of course, led me to the 1987 A supernova, which was in Dorado, and we can get to that later and how that corresponds to the pearly dewdrops thing, and the pearly dewdrops being, what I now believe is cosmic rays. So it isn't just star magic. It isn't just, what you would believe star magic to be, which is ceremonial, symbolic. It's a symbolic system that is maybe tied into astrology or maybe tied into Babylonian star magic because they were really the innovators of this. I think it has to do with these understandings of these cosmic rays, these galactic energies, neutrinos, and all these kind of things that are coming through space and influence us in very direct ways because it's believed that cosmic radiation, cosmic rays are responsible, for instance, for lightning. That lightning is caused by the antimatter from these cosmic rays colliding with the matter in our atmosphere. So it isn't just star magic in and of itself as we would understand it, which is almost like a form of animism. I think that there's a lot of science tied up in this, and it has to do with understandings of the physics, these very advanced and esoteric physics that are really almost like a kind of sorcery in and of themselves. I can barely wrap my mind around it just to start with, but I just keep seeing these things corresponding to, for instance, again, to these supervoids, which are created in theory by universes. So that to me ties into the whole idea of twins, that there's like this twin universe, and it's like, what is our relationship with this twin universe? How does it affect us? It's a whole thing, and it might sound completely arcane and confusing to people. And like I said, I'm still in the very earliest days of trying to even just grasp that this thing even is real. But it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me in the timing of these NASA rituals and some of these mass rituals at these sporting events and awards ceremonies, that I think they all have to do with this understanding that the movement of the cosmos, and particularly sound and music and its relation to the cosmos, grants power, onto the people that can understand it. It might be complete delusion and insanity on their part, but I do believe that it's at the very core. If you peel away sort of all the disguises, it's almost like a Russian doll, and you get to the core, it seems to be this very strange and esoteric understanding of cosmic rays and antimatter and radiation and stuff. There's an argument that can be made that, say the ancient Saturn cults were almost sort of lurching towards this because, as Gordon explained to me, Saturn was seen as the gateway to the rest of the universe, that Saturn was seen in the ancient times as the outermost planet. So that, I think, is the real reason there's this sort of adoration and canonization of Saturn and Saturn symbolism, because it is seen as the gateway to the stars. And, you've talked to Gordon, you've talked to people like Austin Coppock, this whole idea of the deckhands. And I really have to admit that, I can't even start to address that stuff. It's not the way my mind works. I'm just trying to see, what the gross movements of planets and stars and constellations and how that correspond to how people behave. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand the distinction here? It's like, if you go past the occult symbolism that we're familiar with, and you just start to look like, well, if they're playing with these symbols at this time and in this place, how does that correspond to what's going on in the sky? And do they feel somehow that what's going on in the sky is going to impact them, and that they can manipulate it, or at least it's almost like putting a bucket out for rainwater or something. Can they take advantage of this if certain rituals are performed? And once you sort of reach that understanding, and then you go back and look at particularly all these things going on in the past couple of years, it all congeals, it all gels. And I think this whole idea with Oumuamua ties into that, because why did they say it was from Vega, from Lyra? The thing was literally just a pixel on a screen. It was the size of a pixel on a screen. How can you just look at that and determine that it came from Lyra, or, specifically Vega, like in the aftermath of Las Vegas and so on and so forth? they've since backpedaled on that, but I think that was part of this ritual. Maybe they were anticipating that this thing was coming in. Maybe they spotted it, in the outer reaches, like in the Oort cloud or something, and they knew it was going to make a flyby. So all these events were so orchestrated the same way when you read the Hindu festival of Diwali, the festival of lights. God was going to come in for a landing. So, what were those, the Vimanas? It's going to come in for a landing in his Vimana, so they all get up there with a lantern so he can land. It seems to me like very much the same kind of mindset. But again, this just probably seems so unbelievably arcane to most people, and certainly to me. But, if I sort of plug this in as sort of like the questions I ask, it just keeps coming up aces. It's like I'm at a Las Vegas craps table, and I just keep rolling winners. It's just unbelievable. So, in a very long-winded and roundabout fashion, because again, it's not something that I've really been able to put my fingers on. It isn't just the stars. It's more than the stars. It has to do with, nebulas and explosions in the sky, so to speak, supernovas, all these events in the cosmos that sort of animate the stars, if that makes sense.
Well, I really do think that phrase, space is an altar, pretty much nails it. And if it all wasn't complex enough, we also have this factor where sometimes things are literally true, and sometimes, even though they're presented one way, they're really just symbolically true. Or pieces are moved to fit tighter than they really do. Like the example last time we talked about how Boris Johnson recited that poem Mandalay, and it was thrown into the mix when the shooting happened at Mandalay Bay to make it look related, but it was actually something that was months old. So with Oumuamua, I don't know if it's really acting like a, quote, scout before an invasion, or if it's all just talk, made to look like the name was foreshadowing. But regardless, it's fascinating how ritualized and symbolic our space agencies and information systems are, and a lot of people do seem to get hung up on the categories of spirits versus aliens, but I don't know that we even need to make that distinction. And as trendy as spirits are, a lot of this stuff does seem to point to space in one way or another, just like you've been saying.
Yeah, I'm very much of like all of the above kind of guy. With so many things that we're not certain of, that we don't have access to the information that defines them, why not keep all your options open? You know what I'm saying? In the case, it's just funny because I realized in that whole rant that I just unloaded on you, I didn't actually address the Lyra issue. So, but I had to sort of preface it because I want people to understand where I'm getting at. So one of the key features in the constellation of Lyra, which is either Apollo or Orpheus's lyre or his harp, if you look for the symbolism, you're going to see it. For instance, the old Irish flag was Lyra. Lyra was said to be King David's harp. I believe that the Mexican flag is Lyra and its relationship to Draco. So it's the kind of thing where this has just been hiding in plain sight, because one of the things I discovered is that the old passport that was written for the United States in its earliest days showed you that the eagle that everybody's familiar with, the eagle with the shield, the shield is actually, it's a transposition of the harp, because if you just picture that eagle on the shield on the obverse of the Great Seal, it's identical to, particularly at that time, the illustrations of Lyra. And, the shield and the harp or the lyre are essentially identical in shape. And the stripes basically are stand-ins for the strings on the harp. Again, if you look at this old passport from the early 1800s, it has the United States of America, so on and so forth. But the eagle that we're familiar with from the dollar bill is actually a depiction of Lyra. So this is official United States documentation. This is an official document, a passport, which, at that point in time was very rare that a lot of people held passports, and it was also extremely important, particularly for a new country. So it was so important for them for some reason to put a depiction of Lyra. which again is identical to the eagle in the Great Seal. But, there's that cloud with the stars, that everybody sort of has always speculated on. And if everybody wants to just take out a dollar bill or just look up a JPEG on your computer of that, and when you look at the cloud over the eagle, what that actually is, and I believe very strongly that is because I think it shows up in other contexts, is that it's the Ring Nebula. So just to give a sense of history, there was a conference called by the early founding fathers of the United States to design heraldry, and, the flag and the seal and all these kind of things. And the images that we're familiar with weren't actually developed until 6 years later in 1782. But what happened in between then is that the Ring Nebula was discovered. And the Ring Nebula is basically, you've probably seen in National Geographic, it looks like a giant eye opening up in space. And it's just to the south of Lyra. Now, what I believe happened is that when this object was spotted by the Freemasons and the other secret society members that made up the entirety of the early United States government, when you see that term annuit captus, he has favored our undertakings. I believe that what that was inspired by was when the Ring Nebula was discovered, they saw this as a sign. It was a sign in the heavens. When you talk about star magic, it doesn't get any more potent than that. It's like Lyra has always been important for reasons that I cannot understand, but they were looking at it, they had telescopes, these guys were sort of polymaths interested in all sorts of different sciences. And when this whole thing shows up with the Ring Nebula, this giant eye in the sky, basically, they took that as an omen that it's time to start now. Okay, it's time to get the show on the road. And that's why I think that the eye, which again is not part of the pyramid, it's the capstone. Now, the interesting thing about that, and folks can go to my blog, and maybe Greg can put the link in the description, but basically what that is that it's sort of a 3D model of stars connected in the constellation of Lyra. So, for instance, it's Sulafat and Sheliak and Vega and Zeta Lyra. If you just connect those stars at an upside-down angle, you'll see the unfinished pyramid. So what I did is I traced those stars out on a constellation map, and they overlay perfectly. Bang on perfectly to the Great Seal. The perspective in the Great Seal, it's kind of wonky. It's not deep enough. It doesn't look right. Well, the reason it doesn't look right is because they overlaid this star map of Lyra over the unfinished pyramid. But the top of it is sort of angled in between Sheliak and Sulafat. But Sulafat marks the bottom where that triangle with the eye sits, and Sheliak marks the top of the unfinished pyramid. So if you just drew a 180-degree line straight across from Sheliak, you'd have the top of that pyramid. But here's the interesting thing. So we have that correspondence there, but when you look at that correspondence and you connect the dots in those star maps, the Ring Nebula is right where the all-seeing eye is. So people are going to say, well, it means this, and it means this in, Rosicrucianism or alchemy or whatever. Oh, well, maybe it does. But when you look at that actual seal, it's so dead on that there's absolutely no way you can argue with it. It's the all-seeing eye is the Ring Nebula. And again, I think that when that showed up, and it showed up in 1779, when that was first spotted, they said, that's the all-seeing eye of their god, their Masonic god, or whomever, and he favors us. This is the way magic and statecraft have intersected for millennia. The Romans, they wouldn't even cross the street unless they ripped open a squirrel or something and read its entrails. You understand what I'm saying? So it's just statecraft and magic have always been very intimately linked. And there's just no arguing with the geometry here. It's perfect. It's dead on. It explains why the capstone is floating above the pyramid. And it also explains why we have that real wonky perspective on the left-hand side. Once you understand that, a lot of people are going to disagree with that. And a lot of people are going to be like, oh, wait. It almost seems too obvious. it's so obvious and it's hidden in plain sight that people are going to be disappointed. They're going to think, well, it's going to mean something more. But let's fast forward again to this period that we're talking about, like when Vega, in this star map that I'm discussing here, Vega is the cornerstone. And if you know about Freemasonry and even like just masonry, like, operative occupational masonry, I mean, the cornerstone was always seen as extremely important in building any sort of edifice. So Vega is the cornerstone in this unfinished pyramid that I'm talking about that you can make, anybody can make by connecting these stars. So with that and the Ring Nebula, with the Ring Nebula being the all-seeing eye, all of a sudden I just start thinking like, well, where else is this? I just start looking around the sky. So it's like, then a physical object, which they claim came from Vega, right? I mean, shortly after the whole thing in Las Vegas. I mean, I did your show after that. We all know what I was looking at. I mean, everybody, so many people have been looking at the symbolism of that. It's overkill. And then this thing from Vega shows up. Am I the only person who like sort of said, wait a minute, it's like, what were we talking about for like the entire month? And then this thing from Vega shows up. I mean, hello, you know what I'm saying? So I don't understand why there's this fixation on Vega, but there is. And I think the eagle has landed is Vega, but Vega is also the falling angel. Well, I believe that it's seen as synonymous with the falling angels, with the watchers. And that's because the term Vega comes from an Arabic phrase meaning the eagle who lands or the eagle who falls. So what did they say in that whole Apollo show? The eagle has landed. And the eagle somehow has something to do with Vega and Lyra. I don't know why yet. I'm still working on it. But that was a real mind blower to me. And then I went back and read the history, and it's like the Adams brothers. We had George Bush, who passed away recently. So that was a father-son president tag team, right? Well, they were the second father-son presidential tag team because the first was John Adams and John Quincy Adams. Now, the interesting thing about John Adams and John Quincy Adams is that they were not Freemasons. John Quincy Adams became the presidential candidate for the anti-Masonic Party, which was the first major third-party movement in the United States and led to so many things that we're still dealing with today. For instance, Skull and Bones was sort of a reaction to that. The whole Greek system, the fraternal system, was really a reaction to the anti-Masonic Party. But these guys were not really big into to say the least, into the Freemasons. And there are a lot of rumors that they were members of what's called the Dragon Society. And the Dragon Society is something that dates back to England. And I'm not exactly sure, but I think it might have something to do with this whole idea that the royal families, the aristocrats of England can all tie their lineage back to Vlad the Impaler, who is the dragon. Dracula means the dragon, right? So I think there might have been some sort of connotation there. I'm not exactly sure. But anyway, the point is that the Adams father and son were really into this whole adoration of Vega and were very open about it and very adamant about it. No pun intended. I mean, they were very adamant that Vega becomes Lyra, including Vega, become the actual symbols of the United States. So I think I spell out rather methodically how the Great Seal is just twin depictions of Lyra. I don't understand why. But, the thing that really struck me is that back in April, there was that whole deal with quote unquote chemical attack in Syria and so on and so forth. And everyone's like, well, how is Trump going to respond to this? And then they launched these rockets on Friday the 13th. It's just, it never ends. But that was also the start of the Lyrids. And the Lyrids are the meteor showers that seem to come from the direction of Lyra. That just seemed to me like could be, it looked like a case of sympathetic magic. That when you look at those rockets, I mean, I don't think any of them actually hit anything. They just sort of landed in the desert. But when you see those footage of those rockets, they're almost identical to meteors. When you see these meteor showers, shooting stars, so on and so forth. So that to me it just seems like somebody was writing a script. And this whole thing with Khashoggi, he was killed, allegedly killed. I mean, who knows what really happened, in the Turkish embassy at the start of the Orionids. And the Orionids were specifically called the Nephilim by the ancient Jews. The wording was a little different, but, they were identified with the Nephilim in the Bible, the fallen angels, the watchers, so on and so forth. So it's just very interesting that there's this sort of very ritualistic kind of feeling murder on the day that the Orionids begin. And then there's this bombing of Damascus and, the whole thing with Syria and Sirius and so on and so forth on the opening day of the Lyrids. So it's probably like brand new to a lot of your listeners, this whole idea that it isn't just stars, it's these meteor showers and these explosions, the supernova. And so, we're hearing that Betelgeuse is in Orion, of course, is said to be going supernova at some point in time. There's a supernova that they're expecting in 2020. And I believe that's also a twin thing, but it's also the twin things of the 20 and the 20. So, yeah, it just seems like a brand new, maybe not a brand new for a lot of people, but it just seems to me that it's not something that people are discussing out there. And I don't know why, but to me, it just seems very obvious that a lot of the ritualism and the symbolism that we're seeing is connected to these cosmic events.
I'm with you. And people really should check out your blog post on the Great Seal and look at the back of $1, because I'm pretty convinced this is what we're looking at. Of course, if it was just one side, maybe people could dismiss it, but both sides are representations of Lyra in different forms, which is even more specific. The side of the pyramid is a full-on overlay of the actual look of the constellation in the night sky, and then the shield on the other side hides the symbolic representation with the harp. And as you said, people might think the harp and the shield is a bit of a stretch, but when you see it on the old passport, it's not nearly as hidden. It's way more obvious. And it makes me think about all the structures that align with these stars, as well as the Great Pyramid. Maybe it's always been about pointing back home, so to speak. If I was to go way out there, I mean, anytime humans conquer a new land, we tend to plant our flag. Maybe we have some ancient non-human power on the planet that likes to embed subtle nods to where they're really from. I mean, why else?
Well, see, that sort of brings me up to, if you asked me to speculate where I think this is sort of headed. Because I keep finding this link between Lyra and Orion. And they're sort of on opposite sides of the celestial globe. So I don't understand exactly where that's coming from or what exactly it means. I do know that Orion is identified with Nimrod the hunter from the Bible, and also to the Nephilim. And it's also, when we talk about the string of pearls, the belt of Orion was called the string of pearls. And then we recently saw these images of strings of pearls, quote unquote, appearing on the surface of Jupiter. And we also saw a dolphin. Now, a dolphin is going to tie into Apollo, and it's also going to tie into Delphi and the Oracle. So it almost seems like, those old school label cloud that you would see in old blogs where it's just like a bunch of labels.
Like the word clouds.
Yeah, and they're all sort of just revolving around each other.
Yeah,
sort of like orbiting each other. And, you can picture that. It's very circa 2002 imagery there. That's how this stuff all seems to work. Now, let me get back to this because I think this is important, because everyone's seen that cover of The Economist, that whole idea of that the world currency will be called the Phoenix and whatnot. I actually believe now that the Phoenix, and by extension Bennu, and I'll bring this all full circle for you in a moment, but I believe that the Phoenix is also Lyra. And the reason being is because I've seen a lot of depictions of the Phoenix in alchemical maps and texts and star maps and all these kind of things. And the depiction of it is very similar to Lyra, where it's almost like an eagle with like a vulture's neck. It's a very strange looking bird. And if you go to that Great Seal post, you'll see that exactly. And I believe, and I don't know how exactly, anyone would have known this, but I believe that the flame, the fire, that was associated with the Phoenix, again, is that nebula. Because, you know, a nebula is basically part of a stellar explosion. And then something new rises from that, right? When there's a stellar explosion, the gases over thousands of years and so on and so forth, you know, they'll collect and they'll congeal into new planets or, you know, so on and so forth. I mean, it's a whole thing in astronomy. But I definitely believe that the Phoenix is Lyra. And I don't know why, but it is. Okay, so let's just talk about this Osiris-Rex mission for a moment. Osiris was also associated with Orion. Okay? I mean, you know about the shafts in the Great Pyramid and how they align at a certain point in prehistory or something with the belt of Orion.
Yes.
And that there's this whole mythology and symbolism that Osiris doesn't just ascend into space, he ascends to Orion. Okay, so then we have Orion and then we have Bennu. And Bennu is sort of the precursor to the Greco-Roman Phoenix idea. So it all starts with the Bennu and eventually becomes what we're more familiar with in mythology as being the Phoenix. So what are we seeing here? Exactly what I've been talking about. We're seeing Orion rendezvousing with Lyra. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because if you look at those illustrations, and there's plenty you can see online, and you can see how there seemed to be almost like an esoteric or clandestine understanding that the Phoenix was somehow describing Lyra. When we see this rendezvous in space, you know, on September 11th, of course, because what other day would it possibly have been said to be discovered? You know, this object that they claim to discover on September 11th, 1999, and there's a twin nines, or there's the 999 that we spoke about before,
yeah.
You know, that I keep seeing still to this day. I mean, I keep seeing these 999s and 27s and so on and so forth. But I really believe that this mission, if in fact it even exists, is some sort of symbolic recognition of the twinning of Lyra and Orion. I don't know why. I haven't gotten there yet. You know, maybe we can talk about it in 6 months when I figure it out. But again, I just keep seeing it over and over and over again. And there it is. But the interesting thing as well is that Orion, you know, it's in the same neighborhood as Eridanus, and Eridanus is the super void, and Lyra is more sort of on the other side. That's more in the neighborhood of Draco, but also Cygnus. Now, the Kepler mission, the Kepler space satellite, where has it been focused for however many years, 15 years or so? I'm not exactly sure on the chronology here when that mission was said to go up. They say it's focused on Cygnus, but it's actually focused on the space between Cygnus and Lyra. Okay? So that's very interesting to them. And there's been a whole history of very strange and interesting discoveries that they've claimed to have made in that neighborhood between Cygnus and Lyra. And I know this is controversial, but for instance, Andrew Collins, I don't know if you've had him on your show yet, but Andrew Collins claims that the alignment of the Great Pyramids actually is not Orion, but it's actually Cygnus. So I don't know. But also what was found in that neighborhood was Tabby Star. Now, if you don't know what Tabby Star is, again, it's a great controversy surrounding this whole situation. But Tabby Star is the star that they believe has a Dyson sphere built around it. Or some astronomers believe that because it keeps dimming and it shouldn't be, you know, they're not exactly sure why the star seems to be losing light. And some people have argued that you have a type 3 civilization, so to speak, here, what's called an interstellar civilization that have mastered the processes of the cosmos. And they're building this Dyson sphere over this star in order to harness its energy. But at the same time, I believe very, very strongly that the supernova in Dorado, in the Large Magellanic Cloud back in 1987, if you look at that, it looks like no supernova you've ever seen. It's geometric, it's symmetrical, and it's basically a string of pearls around what looks like a ruby. And if anybody remembers my last appearance on your show and you hear that the whole thing was string of pearls and rubies, what connotation are you going to have with that? I mean, we can leave that be for now. But I really believe that there's immense significance attached to this. I'm not exactly sure why, but I think that it explains these rituals. But then again, let's go there, because you brought it up and now I want to go there. Sure. I mean, what if they're expecting visitors? They're expecting visitors. And I've had this conversation with Gordon a number of times. We've sort of had this like mental experiment, so to speak. It's like this thought experiment. It's like, what if the world was being colonized by a distant galaxy or star system, some sort of alien race that is immeasurably more advanced than us, but is piggybacking on the technology that they may have originally ceded to us back after World War II to beam over their genetic information and their technology and their AIs. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
like two sides of a Stargate. Like, you've got to build something over there for us to get to you and overtake you.
Exactly. But if you make that proposition, how would anything that we're seeing really look different? You know what I'm saying? Because, we're talking about quantum computing now. We're talking about extraordinarily advanced AI. There's the whole deal with CERN. What if, just as a thought experiment here, what if technology had been ceded to us 70 years ago in order to make the world more conducive to their arrival? You know what I'm saying? So it's like we need to get our technology not necessarily up to par with theirs, but so they can operate here. We need to build these massive computers and so on and so forth. But we also need to build these enormously powerful telescopes and these orbital telescopes that can basically receive light transmissions, neutrinos or cosmic rays that they're encoded, some sort of lasers, perhaps interstellar lasers that are encoded, in which information for genetics are encoded. Because just think about it. If you were a truly advanced civilization and you wanted to travel to another planet, how would you choose to get there? Would you get in your friggin' tin cans, in your cat food tins, and risk 1,000 years in deep space? Or would you just figure out a way to bypass that by transmitting your technology and find sort of a pre-technological civilization or proto-technological civilization, somebody who's sort of getting there, somebody who's sort of on the way, and download some information into one of their primitive computers that they can then use to build more elaborate computers, more sophisticated computers that will make it easier for you to get your information transmitted over there, and in turn get your genetics transferred over there. Now, the interesting thing about that is, okay, that's a great science fiction kind of premise, right? And I believe that there was that Threshold TV series was sort of something along the lines of that. And there was a comic book by Warren Ellis prior to that called Global Frequency. So just make that assumption that, how would that look any different than what's going on today? Because now what we're seeing, the whole idea of natural birth is being completely usurped, is being completely subverted. And so you can have babies with 3 parents, 3 male parents, 3 female parents. You can have somebody give birth to their own child. You create eggs from their cheek scrapings and sperm from their hair. You're seeing articles now talking about anybody can have a baby whenever they want. I mean, I saw that exact phrase being used in an article in Futurism. And there's this, what they call the birth bag now, which is like an artificial womb. So if you can gestate a zygote, and once it evolves into that embryonic stage, you can transfer that into one of these birth bags, which is just basically a plastic bag with amniotic fluid in it. And they've been raising livestock like this. We're seeing the clones now. I noticed you had mentioned that giant bull. We're seeing all these animals being engineered to be just grotesquely muscular, not just cows, but pigs. So if you look at everything that's been going on, particularly going on, now in the age of 5G and AI and CERN and D-Wave, these are technologies that no one could have even begin to have conceived back in the 40s. Now, these people in the 40s were not stupid. These people were extremely bright, and they were doing all their calculations on paper. You know what I'm saying? It's like, these are guys who were doing advanced particle physics with a pencil and a paper. So they weren't dumb. They were probably smarter than most of our scientists today. But they could never conceive of any of this stuff. Maybe some of our more deluded science fiction writers could. But we are becoming so acclimated and so accustomed to what 10 years ago would have been just complete science fiction is now reality. And it's really rather stunning. The CRISPR thing has really sort of kicked open Pandora's box. You're hearing a lot of talk, well, let's get rid of all the mosquitoes. Well, how do you get rid of all the mosquitoes? You engineer mosquitoes so they only breed men. They only breed men, and they don't breed females. So eventually, the entire species will die off. Mm-hmm. Think about that for a while. Think about how that sort of maybe corresponds to things that are going on in the world today. Very interesting. And you know who's behind that? Bill Gates and Google.
Of course.
They're behind these experiments to eliminate mosquitoes from the biosphere, from the food chain. Now you think, well, mosquitoes are horrible things. You know, they have malaria. I mean, untold numbers of deaths throughout history have been caused by mosquitoes and the diseases that they bring. Well, okay, that's true. But at the same time, mosquitoes are extraordinarily important to the food chain because there are a lot of things that eat them. You know, there are frogs and bats and birds and you name it that rely on mosquitoes as their food source.
Right.
So how is that going to affect our biosphere? You know, and now this whole idea of like, well, let's dim the sun. It's like this whole Mr. Burns idea of spraying these aerosols, aluminum particles.
Aluminum, barium, strontium.
Yeah. So it's like, oh, so you think that maybe all these people who were talking about chemtrails 20 years ago were maybe right? Do you think they just came up with this idea? Well, let's just spray barium and strontium and all these kind of things into the upper atmosphere, just on a lark. You know, it's like science never works like that. Science always starts small and works their way up. So, I mean, I've seen chemtrails. You know, so many people I know have seen chemtrails, and now it's out in the open. Now, Harvard University is saying, yeah, we're going to do that because we want to cool the Earth. Well, what are you going to do when you cool the Earth at the same time that solar activity is, you know, what they believe that might be a new solar minimum? Mm-hmm. You know, you're basically going to freeze the Earth to death. You're going to destroy our food crops and kill off most of the planet. So, I mean, you know, cui bono, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe they've done that before.
Yeah, nobody down here benefits from that. So, I don't know. I mean, this is all like really crazy stuff. But at the same time, I mean, you got to at least consider it, you know?
Yes, I like it. And I was just thinking, you know, consider going to Mars as an analogy. Everybody's talking about that. Imagine there is some indigenous population on Mars, and imagine we were going to get there through non-physical means somehow. Like you said, somehow send our DNA or something. Well, what could we do in advance if we could reach out to them? We could have them prep the environment. It's a kind of a shitty environment for us. We could have them maybe set it up for us a little bit better. We could make sure we have communication tools there once we get there by having them build maybe telescopes that can look back home and that kind of thing. We would maybe usher in a eugenics program for the indigenous population to wipe themselves out. And maybe we would go to their bright minds like their Nikola Teslas and implant ideas in their head to bring forth certain technologies, because a lot of these guys have said they're getting these messages from elsewhere. And we think it's spirits, or maybe that's our first go-to, but it doesn't have to be. Maybe we're using that. Maybe they're using like some kind of religious superstition against us. It's like a kind of a cargo cult thing. And we think it might be spirits. It might be distant aliens who are going to show up here eventually. It's a far out thing, but I mean, I'm liking it because spirits are so trendy, getting back to aliens. And this would be like a non-physical transportation mechanism. So now what are you talking about? Non-physical aliens? What's the difference with these definitions at this point?
Well, you know, one of the things that I blogged about, and this ties into my fixation on the blog, that we have people in marginal corners of the popular arts who have foreseen all this, somehow received information pertaining to this before the rest of us. You know, one, of course, is Jack Kirby. Now, Jack Kirby, at the same time, he was doing a storyline, sort of this epic storyline that seemed to uncannily predict the Gulf Wars and the trial of Saddam Hussein and so on and so forth. I mean, this is something that I blogged on, you know, rather extensively a number of years ago. Also had a concurrent and parallel storyline about this alien who came to the planet through a Stargate,
Hmm.
which he called the door. And in the Stargate, this alien was collecting physical objects. Their planet was dying and they needed matter that they could convert into energy because these beings were energy beings. And they wore suits so they could operate in our world, in our dimension, in our biosphere. They needed something to contain their essence, so they used these robotic suits that they could operate and gather up matter. I mean, it was just like anything. It was like, skyscrapers and the Statue of Liberty and freight trains, just anything that they could get their hands on because they needed that for the energy. So what happens is that one of these beings is stranded here on this planet and has this spaceship, this flying saucer that, it turns out to be a she, had used to operate in our dimension. And she instructs two earthlings, one of which is an anthropomorphic dog and one is a human, to operate the machinery so she can create a body for herself using the human's DNA. And it's interesting because she uses the human's DNA and becomes a she, becomes a woman. But meanwhile, it was a ball of energy. It had no gender. So that's kind of interesting in the context of recent social trends and so on and so forth. But anyway, the name of the story was The Birth Bag. And that always stuck with me, the birth bag, because what are we seeing now everywhere is these birth bags. And of course, last year at the E3 show in Las Vegas, when Netflix was promoting their series Altered Carbon, they had these lifelike mannequins in these giant plastic bags. So it's just like, well, if you can use human DNA, this is being openly talked about. It's like introducing something else, this whole thing with transgenics and so on and so forth. And of course, this gets back to our thought experiment. But what if, all this is leading towards somebody's beaming their genome into our biosphere? They can't breathe our air. They can't deal with our diseases, so on and so forth. So they need to take our genetic information to build new bodies for themselves in which they can operate.
Mm.
And if you sort of go back in Egyptian mythology, there was this whole idea that the Egyptian gods were exactly that. They were basically energy beings that used human bodies as incarnational tools in order that they could survive in our biosphere. Again, if you go back and read some of the Sumerian and Babylonian mythologies, they're talking like very matter-of-factly about the gods that they're interacting with. Basically the way you and I would interact with anybody. It's rather matter-of-fact. It's not like, the heavens opened up and I saw Ishtar going to the post office. It's like, no, you saw Ishtar going to the post office because that's what she did. That's how she operated in our world. It was very common and it was taken for granted.
Mm.
Again, I don't know. Is that what we're going to be seeing in the future? If I was going to take everything that's going on now and really compose a science fictional epic around it, that's exactly the conclusion I would come to. Let's just say that. But the thing I want to get back to in light of this whole ridiculous Osiris Rex and Bennu situation, like I said, both Lyra and Orion, what's the link? Well, maybe the link is that they're both associated with the fallen angels. The fallen angels being celestial beings that took on incarnation and took wives and created offspring and so on and so forth. So again, this could all just be fantasy. This could all be like some weird delusion that a bunch of really rich people are playing out. I don't know. But I'm just telling you what the symbolism is telling me, and it seems to be a pretty consistent narrative.
Right. It's just two different lenses. It's like you have the religious lens of angels coming down and mating with people, and you have the sci-fi narrative that's basically the same thing. It is pretty wild.
Yeah, well, the other thing, too, is that before we had begun this interview, we were talking about psychedelic research and everything. And I always think back to Rick Strassman and the DMT research that he was undertaking. He stopped doing it because he realized that everyone was reporting, people who didn't know each other, people from different walks of life, just random test subjects were reporting the same experience. And they all seemed to be reporting these encounters with these malevolent beings, or at least these beings that didn't seem to like us very much, that were trying to get into our reality. And that's what inspired him to stop. So it's just like, I don't know. One thing that I blogged about very early on, when I was very sick, had a very high fever, and basically my living room turned into another reality, and there was a friggin' leprechaun sitting in the middle of the room screaming at me in some language I didn't understand. Okay, so I was sick and I was having a hallucination, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. Well, the thing is that it was extraordinarily real. It had weight, it had sound. It was just like, it stuck with me. When I would hear people like Graham Hancock talking about some of the ayahuasca shamans down Central America and so on, they would have essentially identical experiences to that. And I'd actually spoken to Graham Hancock after his presentation, and I told him about that experience. So I said, well, yeah. He said, fever is one of the things that can light up those DMT circuits in your brain. So what does that mean? So it's like somehow I was transported into this identical reality of people who took ayahuasca or DMT were reporting. So what does that mean? This is what I'm saying. You can't say, well, it's aliens or it's spirits or it's like this, it's that. It's like we don't know. And it could be like some sort of weird confluence of all of the above. And the thing is that, like, if you came into contact with that and you had no real frame of reference for what you were encountering, how are you going to perceive that? You have no idea. So I am very much an all of the above guy, because you got to keep your options open, because we just simply don't know.
Right. And all this stuff we're talking about, I mean, even though we are speculating about the idea that there might have been something that did get in, that got into a position of power and maybe took over, and that's what's driving our culture and our politics. I mean, even from Egyptian pharaohs right on up to today, bloodlines have always been so important. It's a component you can't dismiss with royal families and all that. What were they really about? There's a lot of mythology about Alexander the Great being having a non-human origin. Like, what are they talking about? So, I mean, it's not super crazy speculation, because it's not like our planet's elite for hundreds of years, if not more, haven't been obsessed with bloodlines and making sure they know where everyone came from and that kind of stuff. It's right there in the soup.
Yeah, oh, it goes back forever. And of course, I mean, there's been a lot of speculation and sort of interesting literature about DNA and bloodline. And I mentioned, of course, the dragon bloodline, and the origin of the dragon bloodline is extraterrestrial. And, Whitley Strieber had the Hunger series, and the vampires fed off our blood because they were extraterrestrials who needed our genetic material to stay incarnated in our reality. So, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of this stuff about, certainly in the science fictional realm, and definitely in the parapolitical and speculative and alt media realm. I mean, it's all out there. But the thing that fascinates me is that very slyly and through insinuation, all this information seems to be in the science pages, in the science websites. And, it's like I'm reading all this stuff that was science fiction, and not only science fiction, but really weird sort of, marginal science fiction not so long ago, and is now mainstream news. One of the things that I do talk about, and I've talked about for a very long time, is what I call X-Files reality. And now that you see, like, they're trying to weaponize bees to carry viruses and everything, it's like, wait, I think I saw that episode. It's like there's so many things showing up in the news, in the mainstream news, that seem to be straight out of X-Files episodes. Mm-hmm. So is it the chicken or the egg? I mean, what is inspiring what? I can't say for sure, but I can say that I do know for a fact that Chris Carter is extremely connected. I mean, he's very connected with a lot of people in the quote-unquote deep state. And Dean Haglund, who played one of the lone gunmen, has always said that he knew for a fact that CIA people were always hanging around the set and giving Chris Carter story ideas. And I actually had spoken to one former intelligence agent who said that he likes the X-Files, but he only likes the mythology or the colonization storyline because that's nonfiction, So it's just like, whoa, okay, well, I guess that explains why things that were science fiction 20 years ago are now showing up in the New York Times in their science section. So, I mean, it's actually rather astonishing. But again, if you go back to the sort of mental exercise, the thought experiment that I'm talking about, Gordon, who's a lot smarter than I'll ever be, he definitely agrees with me that if you were going to posit a world that was being slowly, methodically, and relentlessly colonized by an external agency, by an extraterrestrial agency, so to speak, it wouldn't probably look much different than what everything we're seeing today. There's definitely an effort to at least bring upon like the Gattaca eugenics reality. People were bringing up eugenics quite a bit when this whole idea of the CRISPR babies, and of course they were twins, the CRISPR twins in China was hitting the news, and then that guy goes missing, and then China bans the practice, and then we see these articles about how shoddy the science was, and so on and so forth. And my question was, all I can think of is the teaser, the opening of I Am Legend. This woman's like, oh, hey, I cured cancer, and 5 years later or whatever, like the entire world is dead or zombies. So it's like, okay, we're going to turn off the genome that makes people susceptible to AIDS and to these other sort of retroviruses and everything like that. Well, what repercussions does it have? It's like every action has an opposite and equal reaction. So if you turn off that part of the immune system that makes us susceptible to something like AIDS, and I'm not even sure why AIDS would be an issue at this point in time, given, the retrovirals and whatnot. Once that releases itself into the greater environment, how is that going to affect us? We hear about certain antibiotics create antibiotic resistance, right? Basically, what the antibiotics will do is that they'll kill off the weaker colonies of bacteria and encourage the growth. So the weaker colonies of bacteria will die off, and the stronger colonies will basically eat their remains and grow ever stronger. So, antibiotic resistance is a major thing today. And who would have anticipated that, when antibiotics were basically a miracle cure? Because, if you cut your finger on a rusty nail 60 or 70 years ago, anytime between, maybe like the early 20th century, whenever, before antibiotics were widely available, if you say you cut your finger on a rusty nail, that could be a death sentence. You get a cold, and that could be a death sentence. You see what I'm saying? So it's like when antibiotics are like, sky's the limit, have a party, take as many as you want. But that creates an opposite and equal reaction. So once you start talking about gene editing, if you ask me anything that could unleash the eventual extinction of all, at least mammalian life on Earth, I would say it's random idiots cutting and pasting genes. Yeah, for real. That's,
agreed.
I can't imagine anything more frightening,
That was kind of what I was going to ask you. Is as we start to try to wrap this up, sometimes these patterns and stuff, they can be really interesting, and we can squint and we can see some gears moving, even if we can't break down the whole machine itself. But I do think listeners can sometimes feel like, okay, well, how does this relate to my life? Or maybe it doesn't directly, but do you have any advice for people on how to live or how to fold in this information as they navigate?
Well, the first thing to do is maintain your sense of humor. I think that's really important.
Yes.
And don't allow it to take over your life. Don't lock yourself in the room with a laptop and a modem.
Or stop doing it.
And just spend all your time like I have been known to do on occasion. Voice of experience, not a good idea. Enjoy life. They always say living well is the best revenge, so live well. Live well while you still can. There's a hardcore band from my town. They had a song, "We just want to have some fun while we're young enough to get away with it." And it's just enjoy your life while you can get away with it. But conversely, maybe for some people, the stuff isn't just I don't want to say entertainment, but it isn't just this sort of marginal thing that you hear on a podcast or read on a blog or something. Maybe there is some larger purpose at work. Maybe there's a larger purpose at work that you out there listening to this, maybe you're part of that. If this kind of thing sort of captures your eye, maybe there's a reason for that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe there's something behind that. Maybe, you're being taken in a particular direction. I think that's up to the individual. That's not
anybody else can answer for you, no matter how smart or wise or enlightened they are. They can't answer that for you. You have to determine that for yourself. But I think that people maintain a sense of humor, retain a sense of perspective, don't let it overwhelm your life. But at the same time, I have people all the time saying, used to read your blog and then all this stuff sort of manifested itself in my own life. Okay, well, maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe you should pay attention to that. Maybe you're being called for some reason into some role. I mean, who knows? I mean, this is the way history has always worked. Your calling, your vocation. Vocation means your calling, right?
Right.
So if it does bother you in a particular way and you start noticing synchronicity really start to take hold in your life, definitely pay attention to it. But always test it. Always assume that it's fictitious and wrong until you've overwhelmingly proven to yourself that it's otherwise. Don't take anything for granted. Approach it scientifically, in the best sense of the word, that I'm going to try and disprove this. I'm going to see if this is falsifiable, in other words. So don't just sort of surf it, and you sort of get this dopamine kick when these things start piling up. That surf can lead you to the rocks. I would recommend that test the spirits, Gordon seems to believe that synchronicity is just a form of magic. Magic is an effect of the spirits, however you choose to define the spirits. All the great sages throughout history have said that the spirits need to be tested, right? Always test the spirits, because maybe they're demons. Maybe the demons leading you to your destruction. You have to learn how to distinguish that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But I think one of the reasons why it's so important to me to do the work I do, particularly with these new archetypes being introduced into sort of the mainstream, the problem is that when archetypes are new, they have a much greater power than archetypes that have been around for a long time. It's sort of like Mickey Mouse was new back in like the 20s and 30s. Winnie the Pooh was old hat by then. But then Bugs Bunny becomes the big thing, and then Winnie the Pooh isn't really that important. It's the same thing with archetypes. It's like archetypes sort of have their fashionable period and the period when they're really potent, and then they sort of give way to new archetypes. And I believe right now that we are in a phase of time where the old archetypes are giving way to new archetypes. And I think you need to understand what these archetypes are and why it's so important to me to see these archetypes at work in the world of events, the world of reality, the world of causality, cause and effect, things happening. So you can determine what archetypes and what themes and memes and so on and so forth are real and not just a bunch of idiots in a conference from just trying to screw with everybody's heads. I think that's really important. So that's one of the main reasons I'm doing the work I do. And I do the work I do basically for no money. I volunteer my time. I'm very punk rock about it. I think it's important. I think it's important that people understand that symbols are extraordinarily powerful. Symbols have their own power. Symbols are the basis of all magic, all magical systems. Magic is the basis of basically all human activity. So you see sort of this cascading effect, right? If people are using these symbols to manipulate you and to steer your emotions and to control your thoughts, you should at least understand what they are and where they come from. Isn't that almost kind of basic? Mm-hmm. To me, it seems basic. Because you can say, well, I'm just going to ignore it. Well, you can't ignore it. You can't ignore it because you're constantly being subjected to them. Like I said, it's inescapable. The rituals now are never ending. You can't escape this stuff. You can't get away from it. So you really need to understand what it means and where it's coming from and where it intends to go, because otherwise you're going to get swept up in it. It's almost like you're building a boat, when the tide starts to come in. And that's a really poor and lame and stupid analogy, but I think it's still apt. You need to be able to navigate these waters because you're in them, whether you want to be or not. And there's no getting out of them. You can go run off and live off the grid, eat what you kill. That's maybe the only way you can get away from them. But if you're in modern, postmodern, technological society, you cannot get away from them at all. You have no choice. It doesn't matter what you choose to watch, what you choose to consume, where you choose to go. It's like I said, with this whole thing in the Siren. Okay, say, well, I'm not going to pay attention to Siren because I don't care. It has nothing to do with my life. Well, guess what? Every single fucking place you go is going to have that icon staring back at you. You cannot avoid it. You go into the supermarket, you're going to see it. You go into the convenience store, you're going to see it. You go into a mall, you're going to see it. You go into Walmart, you're going to see that icon all over the place. It's going to be in every downtown area, subways, airports. Wherever you go, you're going to be confronted with that icon. Do you think that's an accident? Unintentional? Do you think there's no reasoning behind that? Do you think there's no intent behind that? If you think that, you really shouldn't be listening to this program. You know what I'm saying? I'm serious.
Right.
I mean, I don't want to sound like harsh, but if you really believe there's no reason for that Siren of the Philosophers, which was very highly regarded by the medieval alchemists, by the way, if you really believe that there's no reason for that icon to be every single place you go, anywhere in the world now, I mean, you go to Malaysia, you're going to see it. You go to Indonesia, you're going to see it. Japan, anywhere you go, you're going to be confronted with that icon. If you think that's accidental, that's not for a reason, that there's not a purpose behind that, I literally have nothing to say to you because we're not living in the same reality.
Huh. I agree. Cheers to all that, man. It seems like we are modern day Noahs on the conspiracy and just trying to stay afloat. And I find it all fascinating. We talked about so many things. It's probably time to bring the roller coaster back into the station. You are one of my favorite Synchromystics, even though that's got to be a short list. I mean, whatever that means. But I feel really lucky that you'd come back and let me interview you so many times and share all these insights with us. It's always a serious pleasure. Of course, secretsun.blogspot.com is where all this stuff goes down. You've got some great books out there, too. You've exited Facebook. Any information to give them? Twitter, maybe?
Yeah, the Secret Sun speaks on Twitter. I got off of Facebook, and it was one of the best decisions I've made in my adult life. I cannot recommend getting off Facebook highly enough for all of you out there. I know it's fun to keep track of your high school chums and see what your friends had for dinner last night and stuff like that, but Facebook is bad. It's bad for you. It's bad for your mind. It's bad for your soul, and it's bad for your spirit. Get off of it. There's 2.5 hours of ranting or whatever, how do we use this in our lives? Well, if there's any takeaway that you want from this entire rant here, get off Facebook and stay off Facebook. It will make your life so much better. It will make you happier. Food will taste better. The grass will be greener.
Right. If you take away nothing else, at least take that away. But man, these are just troubling times in a strange reality. I appreciate you spending some of your coma beauty rest time with us. I hope you do wake up soon. But until then, man, keep doing the true great work that you do.
Thank you so much. Really enjoyed it.
You got it. Sweet winter solstice, people. Oh, man. It was actually yesterday, but you can't expect me to get much done on the shortest day of the year. But we recorded this on a new moon, released it on a full moon. Dear Jesus, am I doing this right? I'm just messing around. Although I try and keep this sort of stuff in mind, I do use calendars that just have that extra information on them, easy to do, what the planets and the moon are up to. I'm trying to be better about at least considering that stuff, and if it has it on the calendar I use, that becomes good training wheels for me. And this was just a happy accident. Really, I think I just have this sort of drunken boxing approach to cosmic timing where I tend to just stumble into a win a lot of the time. But regardless, Chris Knowles, the Synchromystic State of the Union. It makes for a good end of the year overview type of show, and it's always a pleasure to talk about this weird world with him. Some added stuff did happen in the meantime while this was being edited, and I thought it was worth mentioning. I said something about this on the last Open Lines joint session, which went really well, by the way. If you're a Plus member, it's like 2.5 hours of taking all sorts of calls from listeners, and it was a really good time. If you watched the archived video on the Plus site in the first 24 hours it was out, that was the version of the stream that YouTube saves for me. And it's really easy because it's already on the internet, so I just have to link it over on the Plus site. But when I watched a bit of it, it was quite choppy. So I replaced it with my local recording, and it's a whole lot smoother. It just took a while to render it and upload it, but I'm just going to do it that way from now on. So anyway, I am watching good old Joseph Farrell doing his news and views just before the joint session. and he had mentioned the recent creation of a U.S. Space Command, different from the Space Force, and one of the candidates to run it is this guy, General Mark Milley. Well, Trump nominated General Milley, almost sounds like a guy who oversees cereal, but Trump nominated General Milley for a promotion from Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army to Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff overall. At a certain point, these titles just seem silly, but this promotion happened this month, or this nomination for a promotion happened this month. And then just a couple of weeks later, they announced the Space Command plan, and his name is one of the ones tossed around to head it. And so what, right? Well, listen to this quote from a speech General Mills gave in 2016, and he's talking to ROTC recruits, and he says,
"You're going to have to be open-minded and adaptive to be able to deal with the complexity of the world that involves so many different dynamic elements that it's hard to describe in sentences. If the world of 1916 was complex, or the world of 1945 was complex, the world of 2016 is intensely complex. And I can tell you that from personal experience, and I know there's many others who can tell you that as well. And you will graduate and be in that world, and you're going to be leading the soldiers and the sailors, the airmen and the Marines in that world. You'll be dealing with terrorists. You'll be dealing with hybrid armies. You'll be dealing with little green men. You're going to be dealing with tribes. You'll be dealing with national leaders and local leaders. You'll be dealing with politics and economics, and you'll be dealing with direct fire and indirect fire. And you're going to be dealing with it all. And it's all going to be dealt with simultaneously. And for that, you're going to have to be ready.
He just told, again, 2016, a couple years ago, but he told ROTC recruits, people who are going to be giving their entire life over to the military, losing complete autonomy and maybe even their existence itself, that they would be dealing with hybrid armies and little green men. This isn't a time for joking around. He's warning them about what military service entails. I don't think I'm making more of this than there should be. I mean, hybrid armies, folks, from a high-ranking general in the president's inner circle. So Joseph Farrell brought this to my attention, and I also saw that 24 to 48 hours after the Space Command was announced, NASA announced that they had a huge security breach, hacking situation just 2 weeks ago. Then we have that drill hole in the ISS, or at least the story of it. And I don't know, but to me, these are just some interesting things to throw in the boiling pot of crazy stuff that seems to be bubbling up to the highest level. For years, anything related to NASA or space was quite boring, and all they produced was pens that wrote upside down in memory foam. But lately, even with things just like that 2007 UFO investigation project that the Pentagon disclosed, or this sabotage and the cyber attacks in the space agency space, it's pretty interesting to me, and it does seem like we have more pieces to analyze in the last 2 years than we did in the previous 8. So, I don't know what to say. Be awake, be ready. You do not know the hour when the Zords are coming. I also think Chris has nailed it with both sides of the Great Seal encoding Lyra. The case is pretty well made to me, and Chris is an artist by day, so he understands this stuff pretty well. And in the case of the pyramid side of the Great Seal on the dollar bill, he mentioned that when you look at it from an artist's perspective, the angle of the 3D base isn't quite right. And much like how Michael Wan saw the 40 being backwards and mirrored on the famous John Smith map of Virginia that led him down a rabbit hole right there in plain sight, when something of this nature doesn't look right, it could very well be a code to something hidden there. It intentionally doesn't look right, so that then you can initiate yourself into going down the rabbit hole of what it's really trying to say. And I think the Great Seal is Lyra, because it's both sides. It is the pyramid and the shield. And as Chris says in the blog post, where he shows the original design for the seal in 1776, yeah, it does have the eye and the capstone, and it does have a shield, but it is also quite different. And so that was proposed in 1776. Then, 3 years later, in 1979, the Ring Nebula was discovered, or at least it was announced that it was discovered in the constellation of Lyra. And 3 years after that, we have the Great Seal that everyone now knows and carries in their pocket, if you're lucky enough to have $1. But it makes me wonder if history is even fucking real, because 1779 seems like a long time ago to be discovering nebulas. Not that we can't go back even further and find knowledge of the stars that we shouldn't have, but it's right smack dab in between 1776 and 1782. And I don't even think this got mentioned in the episode. It was kind of a whirlwind, but there was a proposed mission to go check out Oumuamua, and what was that called? Project Lyra. Where did this thing supposedly come from? Well, to quote the sketchy New York Times, it was first noticed zooming out of the constellation Lyra. Pretty strange, right? And we did not even tie in many of the Liz Fraser Song of the Siren details, but if you follow the Secret Sun blog, then you see that these threads are all over this stuff too. It's a bit overly complicated for a podcast discussion that was already so packed that it was well over 2 hours and is still about 2.5 hours after editing. So we left that layer out of it for the most part, but let me drop this on you. So that Harvard paper was suggesting that Oumuamua could be, quote, a dislodged solar sail from an alien probe. So a sail, like a sailboat. And what was the name of the album Tim Buckley put the Song of the Siren on in 1970? Star Sailor. Also the Cheops thing. It's been a long time since I heard the Great Pyramid referenced as the Pyramid of Cheops, but that's absolutely a true thing. So very strange acronym for a space telescope. It really does seem like they're trying to make the pieces fit. I don't think Cheops just happened to be what the name was. Also, again, like Lucifer, which is what the Vatican's telescope is called. And that's a 7-letter acronym. Why can't you just call it the Vatican's Space Telescope? Does it really need a 7-letter acronym, which basically means a 7-word long name? No, it doesn't, unless you want to name it Lucifer. But man, Chris likes to joke on the blog that he's got to be in a coma, and I understand why. It's a crazy level of connections that just shouldn't exist. And if we have all these references to space and the constellations hidden in something like government seals and the dollar bill, and we have all these references in our space agency and telescopes relating to ancient Egypt, the Bible, space missions named after Egyptian and Greek gods, it's like a connection that goes both ways. And to me, it means, I guess, A, somehow factions of the elite are descended from something that came from the Lyra corner of the sky, in the same way that when we go somewhere new, we plant a flag. This is like leaving your stamp, but a little bit hidden from the public. So I could see that. Or B, it could be like a cargo cult type of thing, something Gordon and Chris have talked about before. But when a plane flies over an Amazonian tribe and drops supplies, there has been a phenomenon where the people try to call them back by making models of planes and signals that can be seen from the air. It could be something like that, trying to get the attention of something out in that area because you've seen something come from there before. Or C, which is pretty much just like A and B plus magic. It's some sort of highly organized and very long-standing ritual that's trying to get the attention of this corner of the sky to either show them that they're still here or that they have control and they want to go home. Who knows? And I'm sorry, flat earthers, who are clearly going to comment about how this is just another THC shill episode trying to convince you that space is real. But this is what the connections look like. If you want to keep this all in a flat earth paradigm, you can. The constellation of Lyra forms a rectangle. What else is a rectangle? A door. Maybe Lyra is the door in the dome because the celestial sphere is always moving. Only if you time it all right can you burst through to the higher plane of the angels. In fact, scratch everything that I've said. This is basically flat earth confirmation now that I think about it. But then you can tie in how it relates to surveillance and hybrids and DNA. And that's what the abduction motif was all about through the 80s and 90s. And the 70s and the 60s. But then you have a few decades after those peak abduction years, we have all this being way more mainstream and out in the open, with CRISPR and smartphones and data surveillance. I would not be so full of myself as to think that I will ever solve this puzzle completely, but I really love looking at the pieces, and just like a really hard actual puzzle, just to get a chunk of 5 pieces that fit together can be very exciting, even if the full picture is still completely unsolvable. But try to break anyone into this sort of stuff, and you'll see why guys like Sir Francis Bacon only leave breadcrumbs, because this just isn't for everyone. I was having a good time at the bar the other day, and I made some comment about astrological cycles, and someone was like, "What do you mean? You think astrology is real? How is that possible?" And what can you say except, you know what, man? Don't worry about it. Because I'm not going to be able to break it all down in a crowded bar in between commercial breaks of some stupid football game you're all glued to. And I don't even want to. I'm satisfied with my own knowledge. I'm definitely satisfied having a large group of audience members / friends that do feel the same way. I don't need my meat space friends to give a shit anymore. Plus, sometimes it's like describing a drug trip to someone who's never left sober reality, or trying to explain purple to a blind guy. I don't even have the language to do it justice sometimes. There's just something to it. And with that said, big thanks to Chris for always bringing the heat. If you only heard the first hour, in the Plus show, we talked about things like speculations on where we could see examples of hybrids and clones in our culture, the Lion Air crash and AI, messing with the timelines, bringing back the old ones, Annihilation and the Shimmer, and of course, the new Celine Dion gender-neutral and deeply esoteric clothing line for babies, which is all I want for Christmas. And of course, for you to treat yourself to the second half of a show that you clearly enjoy. $8, it's less than 10, it's less than 9. It's less than the cost to park in most downtown areas on a weekend. Less than a cocktail in said downtown areas. And it's more valuable than both, yada yada yada. I hope secretsun.blogspot.com is on your daily or weekly reading list. I hope that you can shoot Chris a thank you tweet just so he knows he's not wasting his time with me. And I'll see you in just a couple days with a medical show aimed at the ladies to counterbalance the one we just did for the guys. And then we will end the year with a classic guest return and a little something I'm putting together called the Higherside Holiday Special. It is a Plus thing. Do not groan at me. I am glad a lot of people like the free show, but I owe my whole life to the Plus people, and I want to throw another log on the thank you fire. And I hope you enjoy the holidays. Say hi to Jesus for me. I'm out of here. Your move, space sorcerers, code concealers, and elite liaisons to the librarians. Your fucking move.